What's the deal, family? What's the deal? Yes, 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 yes. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the intellectual soap box, man. You know what I mean? We about to really get into this topic. If Tupac was alive, would our community still support him? You know what I mean? We about to really get into this. We about to really build on this. You know what I'm saying? About to pull up the video with my man Pac in it. You know what I'm saying? And have him talk his talk. You know what I mean? I got some motivational quotes and all that. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, you know what I mean? Hopefully my sound is coming in clear. Hopefully I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Want to take a quick pause for the pause. Shout out to M3. M3 was good, baby. Also shout out to Stan Joseph. Stan, what's going on? What's going on? You know what I mean? I'm glad your brothers pulled up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, if Tupac was alive, would our community still support him? Tupac was a very polarizing figure. You know what I mean? He said a lot of things that were controversial. He may have said some things that people may have found to be disrespectful, and maybe some people have found it to be enlightening. You know what I mean? He definitely is a public figure that a lot of people look to. A lot of people look to for guidance and inspiration. A lot of people listen to his music for guidance and inspiration. So due to that, you know what I mean? Pac himself has said and done a lot of things that, at times, people may not be supportive of him. You know what I mean? Especially nowadays. I think this whole Tupac love that people giving him now, I'm not really sure if they still would have been in that bandwagon, in the modern day times right now. I'm pretty sure that, Pac would have been told different things. He probably would have, not have been as beloved as he is now. And I think it's the same thing with the other leaders that we have. Muhammad Ali, you know what I'm saying? Or anyone. You know what I mean? Any leader that you could think of that, that people still call love and care about, you know what I mean? I don't know if they'll still will have that same admiration for them if they were alive right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that would still happen. I think the thing is that I think a lot of people, how can I say? A lot of people now, they show, I'm not going to say this, they don't show fake love, but people just like to kind of hop onto somebody's movement, you know what I mean, to show support, but they don't really support that movement. You know what I mean? It's kind of, just to kind of look cool or to kind of look like they down or that they actually are about the movement, you know what I'm saying? But they're really not about the movement. They're really about something different. So I think that, you know what I mean, when it comes to Pac, you know what I mean, he challenged a lot of people's thoughts. He challenged a lot of their rhetoric. He challenged a lot of things that people put out there. He challenged society norms. So when you challenge society norms, people get uncomfortable. People get uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Now they're gonna question, who you are, and then that may make you question their allegiance or their loyalty to you, because now, you know what I mean, you're like, okay, you say you're down with me, and now I'm kind of challenging, the status quo, challenging what people are saying or what they're doing, and now the support may not still be there. The love may not be the same. So let's face it, when you challenge society norms, your life gets uncomfortable. Excuse me, y'all. It's allergies. You know what I mean? Your life could take a turn. You know what I mean? Your family could kind of not maybe want to be around you. Your friends act a little different because now you are doing something that's going to make their life difficult. People don't want difficulty. Okay, I'm gonna let you know that right now. I don't care how much they say they love you. I don't care how much they say they care about you. People do not want difficulty. Okay? Forget all that keeping it real type stuff. People don't want difficulty, people. All right? Y'all may think they want difficulty. You may think somebody rocks you, but you make their life difficult. You make it where they're not able to do certain things. Certain communities don't accept them or basically, want to follow them or be around them. You know what I mean? If you make it difficult for people, trust me, they're not going to really want to be around you. Okay? And Pac at times made people choose their comfort, you know what I'm saying? Or they're going to choose basically, you know what I'm saying, whether they're going to be radical, whether they're going to follow the movement or not. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he stood for. That's what he was about. You know what I mean? Because he made people question themselves. He made people question, okay, why am I doing the things that I'm doing? You know what I mean? Also, man, I want to give a shout out to everybody, man. I'm going to do a 300 celebration, okay? 300 subscriber celebration. Salute to all 300 intellectual show boxers, man. Thank all of y'all, man. I love all you guys. Thank y'all for always pulling up. See my man Vic Freeze is in the building. What's going on? What's going on? And he dropped that Lindsay in the Chizat. You know what I'm saying? Vic, let me know if my music's too loud, man, because I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it isn't. Let me drop that link in the chat. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, man, people don't want to feel uncomfortable, man. All right? People want to be at ease. You know what I'm saying? They want to feel like, hey, you know what I mean? I can still come around and everything be cool and copacetic. And I'm not ruffling any type of feather. You know what I mean? And Pac was a feather ruffler. All right, to the utmost. You know what I'm saying? So I got a video that I'm gonna definitely pull up and I'm gonna build on. You know what I mean? Before I do that, I want to give people a chance to kind of come up and pull up. You know what I mean? And kind of, you know, basically share their view of this. You know what I mean? And the view of Pac. You know what I mean? Everything that he stood for and embodied. You know what I'm saying? Let me put the link in the chat. So I know if I don't do it, it's gonna disappear. And I don't want that. So hold on, family. Nah, music good, but your mic is a little cloudy. Okay. Hold on. Let me put it in the chat. I'm streaming from my tablet. So maybe that's why I get a little bit of cloudiness a little bit. Let me send this message. Yeah, I'm streaming from my tablet. So, you know what I mean? Sorry if I'm not coming in loud and clear. You know what I mean? As I usually do. I might switch back over to the laptop. Don't know. But I just kind of want to try the tablet out real quick and just see if it's convenient. Let me see. Hold on. Let me send this link out to a few more people. But yeah, that is basically, you know what I mean, how Tupac moved, man. You know what I mean? He moved a certain way. And my thing is just that he would get fiercely upset if you was not a part of what he was doing. He would get fiercely angry if he felt like you was not being loyal to him. You know what I mean? Any unloyalty, Pac would just flip, man. And I mean, this has been told to, you know, to other people about how he moved. You know what I mean? He wouldn't give you the benefit of the doubt. He would react. You know what I mean? Off top, if he felt any type of unloyalty. You know what I'm saying? So I think when you're dealing with individuals such as that, that's going to make people, like I said, uncomfortable. You know what I mean? They pull up my man Vic right quick. You know what I mean? Vic, what up, baby?
Yeah, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You kind of go in and out a little bit, but go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm checking my mic volume.
Yeah, your mic's still kind of going in and out, bro.
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for Vic to pull up. Oh, look who came on in. Lady Phoenix. Hey, Lady Phoenix. You know what I mean? Salute to Lady Sophia, Lady Phoenix. You know what I mean? You know, definitely shout out to her. Thanks for pulling up, family. Much love to you. You know? But yeah, Lady Phoenix, I don't know if you're a Tupac fan or not. You know what I mean? I don't know if you really listen to Pac like that, but if you do, you know what I mean, definitely. How do you feel about, you know, will the community still support him? Will the community still have all this love and acclaim and we love Pac and Pac was the greatest and all that? Would that still be going on to this day? Or would people actually, you know what I mean, kind of be like, nah, I don't want nothing to do with this dude. He's kind of tripping. You know what I mean? He's a little off. You know what I mean? Let me know how you feel. You know what I mean? She give her greeting salutations to people. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I have a video. You know what I mean? I'm gonna pull it up in a second. Just wait for more people to come through and pull up. You know what I mean? And in the video, basically, hold on, y'all. Not to give a spoiler alert, but I will. The video basically has different things that Pac is talking about. And what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to basically kind of play a little bit of bad boy advocate, okay? So I'm gonna kind of challenge what Pac is saying. You know what I mean? And I love Pac, man. In fact, I like Pac more than I like Biggie. You know what I mean? And I'm actually from, you know what I mean, where Biggie from. But I actually like, you know what I mean, Pac way more than I like Biggie. I feel like Pac was just more transparent and how you know how he shared his story. I feel like Big was more, Big was more kind of like salute to Mr. Nebraska Cornhusker. What's going on? Hopefully you're not capping. As always, Cornhusker. What's going on? You know what I mean? But yeah, y'all see the topic. If Tupac was alive, would I still be supporting? You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? And she also giving her love, showing her love and, giving her greetings and salutations and all that. Yeah, happy TGIF, you know what it is. But yeah, with that being said, like, I like Pop a lot better because Pop was just more transparent. Lady Phoenix spoke up in the building. Let me let her in. Hey, Lady Phoenix, what's going on?
Hello, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. Glad you up here. What's going on?
Uh, I had to bite in on what you were serving tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
I just got a little season for it. I love Tupac because Tupac kept it real. And I know that there are some people like, well, he didn't do this, he did do that. Uh, okay, that was the past. Moving forward, hello, moving forward, I like the fact that he kept it real when it came to street talk. And I'm not saying, like my nig or this and that and everything. He still, even though he was a bit hood, Tupac still had some respect in his language and in his music. Everybody likes some, what I'm saying, some rump shakers and some titties and stuff like that, but he still talked to a people that's, is like, like keep your head up and dear mama. It ain't all about, what I'm saying, I'm this and that and I'm finna go, what I'm saying, pimp this H and everything or whatever. He did, what I'm saying, put some twang into it. But he also, what I'm saying, had another side to where if something hurt you, what I'm saying, he was feeling it too. We gonna work through this together. I like, what I'm saying, this and that, but if something is disrespectful and it hurts you, I'm gonna help you keep your head up.
Thank you for sharing that. You know what I mean? I see that Miss Nebraska has a question for Lady Phoenix. She asked, is that a birthmark?
What is?
I guess she's saying like one of your eyes is blue.
One of my eyes here's the story behind this because a lot of people think that I have a birth blue eye. I was born with two brown eyes. My best friend dad, um, I didn't want to get him in trouble drinking and driving, and I got hit. I got cut up in the face and everything. And that's how I have my blue eye. It works in sequence with the other eye and it does everything. But if you got an eye and it's cut in half, you're not going to see out of it. And people are like, well, you have a, what I'm saying, like a, a circle and everything. My body won't accept other people's, what I'm saying, parts and stuff like that. So I've had four cornea transplants. Sometimes, believe it or not, I can see a bit out of that eye, but for the most part, I can't. I have a blue eye. Sometimes it's like completely cloudy. Sometimes it's like turquoise. Sometimes it's dark gray. So that's the weird part of it. My body sometimes heals itself. I had a liver tumor 2 years ago, went to go get a biopsy, completely gone. So I was like, this is not going to be Henrietta Lex part two. I just, what I'm saying, I was like, hey, doc, the medicine work, this and this work. But, I think that, it, I'm living because sometimes I don't do what the doctors say or do what the people of my blood, what I'm saying, if they doing something because we share blood, not the same DNA, but the same blood, if you know what I'm saying, that'll work out more than a piece of paper and somebody giving me a suggestion. But no, 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 this eye is if I can show you my baby pictures or my little girl pictures or whatever, two brown eyes and everything, and I've actually had some little kids that wanted to cut their eye to make it blue. And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Don't this SH hurts. If it's a rainstorm or this and that, don't do that. Love who you are. I would give anything to have two brown eyes, but no, it's no birthmark and everything. I rock it, but man, everybody I see with two brown eyes, I'm loving it. For the black people with the blue eyes, I ain't hating on you, but I love me some originality from the origin. You
I
know,
love. I love.
the
Oh, good, lady. Phoenix, I'm sorry.
you cool, but I'm saying originally, you know, if I have to go back a little bit, I'm not gonna be Miss Lola, but I love the lady. You know what I'm saying? It was just respect and honor to be, saying like the brown skin with the brown eye and everything representing. Now that color stuff, that's for, saying like magazines and some stuff we laugh at, and then we put the little comic book down, and then we, be us and everything. So Miss Nebraska and the rest of everybody, said Victor Freeze and 84. I'm not gonna say that I've seen him, but mentally I know him. Spiritually, I feel him. That's my brother. So I love everybody just the way they are.
Thank you. Thank you for the love. You know what I mean? I like the love. I like the emotion. Vic, what up, baby? You back, man? I think
Yo,
you're
yes, now?
Oh, you perfect. Yes, sir.
That's a bet. What's up? What's up? I'm gonna just call you with your name say on the screen. Phoenix.
Phoenix, I appreciate that.
Phoenix. Back from the ashes. Yeah, better. Um, what you talking about my brother Pac for? What you got against Tupac,
I
bestie,
don't.
bro?
I ain't got nothing against Pac. I'm just saying, if he was alive, would the community still support him? Would they still be a rider? You know what I mean? I can't deny it. I'm a straight rider. Would they still be straight riding and messing with the man?
They love Pac like they love Jordan, yo.
I don't know about that one. I don't know, but come on.
Like
You kind of stretching it right now.
the young people like him, the white folks like him, everybody like Pac. Now, if they knew Pac in completion, I think a lot more people would shun him. But I think everybody like him for their own reasons, and they not all the same reasons. I don't know too many people, old, young. Hell, my mama don't even like rap like that. She loves some Pac, so I don't know. I'll try to find a hard sell for somebody who don't like him unless he did something to them personally. You know, some people say, "Oh, he put on a persona and he wasn't the thug image that he shared in the public in his later days." So I mean, I hear some hate, and I mean, if you alive or dead, you gonna get some hate. So, but as far as respect for the artistry, respect for the man, respect for the morals and the principles, I don't see too many people, you know, speaking down on Pac in that way.
I hear you. Mr. Braska sharing her thoughts. Okay, I see you. Really, you really repping Pac as well. Okay.
I'm
Now
I'm no, I'm interested now. Who did you hear publicly or privately speaking ill of Pac, and what did they have to say?
no. I'm not saying people are speaking ill of him. I'm saying if he was alive, would our community still support him? Because our community is about a lot of times people say they about the bag. They're not really pro-black. They're not really pro this, and they really about getting theirs. And you know what I mean? It's all about individualism. You feel what I'm saying? So Pac wasn't a dude that's really about individualism like that. He was about community. So him being about community, would people still support him? That's all I'm saying.
Would put it like this: how many people supported him when he was alive?
Good point, Vic. Okay.
Touche. That's all I got to say on that one. Well, damn, Victor, come on now. But but I feel you, because you know what? That's the same flow that Malcolm X and many of brothers had. It had to, saying they was missing him after he was gone, but when he was here, what I'm saying, I remember the people. Oh, he in jail. Did y'all watch the news? Y'all see this and that? Look, he wasn't rapping and stuff like that when they were kicking his tail and stuff like that. So yeah, we feel you, but you know, what I'm saying the brother with Gangstar, you know, Ecstasy. Who was that? Who did Shock G? You know, it's a lot of people who moving out, but I promise you, if they still had a been here with their flavor of music that they was tossing then and there, it would be a lot more of black on black respect. I'm just saying. And I'm not a man. I can't really even speak like that because I'm a woman jumping in y'all ring. I'm pull back because I really don't like women in a man's ring. That's just me. I'm traditional. I'm cool with listening to it, but I don't give my piece like that. But if a bunch of y'all's 84 and Victor Freeze and everything, if y'all keep y'all flavor on, in my opinion, it'll be just like in a bowling alley. Y'all knock them little pins down. The one that's got too much shine on and think they can still stand up. After they after they done slick failed and done slid all over here and there, and you still wanna boast and brag. No, these ones is still living and can tell you something. It's
You was
teaching
either
me.
a pimp or a preacher in your past life. I don't know which one, but you slick with them words now.
My father was on a under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, friends with Muhammad Ali and everything. Granted, I am a Christian. My daddy bred me. I don't care how offensive that word is. My dad taught me respect and bred me and showed me how a woman should be. Even though he was a man, he knew how, you know what I'm saying, he felt that a woman would be accepted if she acted this way, if she knew when to be quiet. When my dad walked in the room, I stood up because that was the only man I knew. So whenever, you know, say a man comes my way and he's mine, I'm gonna know how to respect and worship him the same way.
I say this
Wow.
in much respect to the people who brought you to the point that you could operate independently, um, as a respectable lady in all spaces, and not see it as you know um, something that was done to you but for you. Um, Pop was a man of many faces, and he understood what hat he needed to put on in what arena, and he's also, very much so human. He never really accepted the celebrity status, even though it was undeniable that he had it. He just wanted to be human. He wanted to be, one of the guys, which is why he was always in the mix. He was always in a place to be. He was always hugging fans. He was always in even some of the wrong places with the wrong crowd because he never wanted to separate himself. That's why when he got in that fight in Vegas, he was the one doing most of the swinging, and not his boys or his security guards or his goons. Pac was always a rider. That part wasn't a farce any more than the part that was a lover and a poet and a gentleman or activist or a big brother or uncle. You feel me? He had all of the faces, and sometimes that could be misleading. Um, when people see that, they don't know what to make of it. They think he's being fake. But any man who's living in his fullness, a lot of people like to call him a Renaissance man. A little bit of everything. You have to be those things to different people to cover those bases. You can't treat the fools you see in the street with the same mercy that you show to your little girl, and you can't use the same speech and tone when you're in the public eye, you know representing something, you know what I mean, and when you're in an arena of competition, and you have to be a little bit of everything. And that's what I respect about him, and I think it wasn't an accident that his life was taken, but it wasn't an accident that he was here. I think he served like I'm not comparing him to Jesus, but the the sentiment is the same, which is he didn't necessarily need to live a long life to lead a full life. And I think the impact that he had on the community would only be magnified at this point. If he was alive, I think rap would be in a completely different state because he would not tolerate that. He would not allow that to go unchecked. Someone would have to, you know, remove him from the space in current times because he's not a pacifist. He's not just gonna let live. He's gonna speak out on what he believes, whether it rubs you wrong or not. And generally, they were honorable causes that he was speaking on. So, for what it's worth, you know, I wish Pac was still, around. It took me a long time to accept the fact that he wasn't on some desert island playing Machiavelli. I had to see the autopsy pictures, and say, damn, not playing dead, And one of the last things he said was, I'm not him, but the thoughts and the things that I say will spark the mind of the one that comes after me. And that's a paraphrase, but that was the general sentiment of what he was saying, which is he left something that was going to be the seed planted in the mind of someone who will be even greater than him. So, I love to reminisce and salute our leaders and heroes of the past, but it's time for someone from this generation to meet or exceed the same standard that he left.
Hey Vic, the ball is in your court to do that, dog.
I'm working on
it. The ball is in your court. And Vic, Vic, if y'all never went to Victor Freeze Music and heard my brother's music, you're doing yourself a disservice, man. All right, please go to Victor Freeze Music on YouTube and every other social media outlet. And man, I'm telling you, you're gonna hear some quality music talking about real things that can make things are gonna make you bob your head, things are gonna make you think, things are gonna make you cry, things are gonna make you smile, all that. You're gonna get all types of, different substances, in different forms of music when you listen to my man Victor Freeze Music. Definitely check him out on all social media platforms. You know what I mean? Listen, also I want to give a shout out to my sister, Just Start Misdemeanor. You know what I mean? Thanks for popping in. Mr. Bradford, you're getting a lot right now. Mr. Bradford, you can hit that link now. You know what I'm saying? You can hit that link.
I wanted to.
Yeah,
come on, sister.
Come on up here.
Put some season on it.
Yeah.
84. You a rare one. You a rare one. I like you. There's a lot of people on YouTube like, you like him. I was like, I never said I didn't. I was like, you can go back from the beginning. I never said I did. Have I? You were. If you don't think that you can think or you want to be this and that, this is a show. Knowledge and relationship. All of this pulls you to where if you think this way, you will think this way, but you will still let everybody else season make you whole. Everybody got a piece of of this and that. I don't care if it's the Ian Cookie show. I don't care what part of it. I loved it when First Lady Tammy was here, when Jessica and everything. Anybody who's ever had a piece of this, it's just a continuation of goodness, and you're not gonna see nobody from this realm be like Brother Polite. we sorry, I'm coughing, but if I can bite on what you said, Vic, and you said that you knew that Tupac wasn't Jesus, but I'm gonna hit you up with a little Black Girl special. God say, and this is something that you me and wrote. You know what I'm saying? The Lord is in us. Jesus said the Lord is in us and we are in him if we believe in Christ. So, I think you know a lot more than what you're giving yourself credit for. The man did know Jesus, so if he knew Jesus and everything, and I understand the Black Panther movement. Don't no disrespect for anybody with whatever you are, but whether he said so or not, you could feel certain elements in him. So I felt what you were saying for you, but I'm just throwing a little bit of Bible, what I'm saying, Jeopardy up in there. God is in us and we in him. We're not saying we him, but he's in us and he's in us for a reason. If we don't want him in us, then it is what it is. I got two daughters. They don't believe in Christ. They believe in Buddha. I pray for them, but I know what their fate is as far as my mentality is. They can believe whatever they want. They're 24 and 31. And I respect that. I have to be quiet a lot of days. But there's no sense in reading the Bible and not doing as it say. So when y'all speak, even if it's Miss Nebraska or you or Sister Misdemeanor or if it's OG Patrice, the lady herself, if you say something, it's going to mean something to me if I have the respect for you.
Wow. Man, Lady Phoenix is powerful as always, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Nebraska, hey, what's going on, Husker?
What's up, friend?
What up, girl?
What's big up to the lovely panel, Queen Phoenix, Victor Freeze.
What's up, sis? How you doing?
I love you, Miss Nebraska. You are so classy. Stay you, sister.
Oh, thank you. So are you. Thank you for sharing your story with us. I appreciate that. Beautiful soul, beautiful woman.
No problem. I'm in my 50s, so I've had a lot of time to mature. 20 or 30, you'll be like, oh, look at that. Y'all just run over this, that, and that. So it wasn't an overnight thing for me, but I appreciate it, sis.
Salute to my sister, Evolution. What's going on, sis? You know what I mean? Everybody see the topic, you know what I mean? And definitely, support my sister Evolution Era, okay? Support her on all social media platforms, okay? She's definitely going to be rocking out with me and doing a lot of great stuff. Man, all my people in the chat rocking out with me. Just Star, Evolution, Mr. Braxton, everybody rocking out with me. Y'all know what it is, man. It's the family, man.
Yeah, peace in the chat, everybody watching and listening.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Definitely. You know what I mean? Definitely show support. You know what I mean? Mr. Nebraska, now that you're up here, sister, you know what I mean? You can share your perspective on, if our brother Pac was still alive, would our community still support him? Share your perspective, and I'm going to get into this video.
I would say if he was still alive, this generation as of today, the way our culture is surrounded around social media, I would say he would have been canceled.
Wow.
And the reason why I say that is because hip hop isn't hip hop like it was when he was coming up during the culture of hip hop. They have dumbed down and pretty much, in my opinion, this is not Bible, but in my opinion, they have dumbed down and pretty much like destroyed what hip hop used to be. I.e., you got your Sexy Reds, i.e., your Cardi B's, i.e., your Sukianas, i.e., your Blueface. I mean, that's what they consider hip hop now. So
hold on, Mr. Brax, I thought you like that stuff. Hold on now. No, I'm joking.
So I think with how he was, how so knowledgeable he was back then, how so wise he was, how self-aware and self-knowledge that he had, they would have been canceled Tupac in this day and age, in my opinion.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you something, Mr. Basket. Now, we as in, this generation of, you know, talking heads, if you will, when we speak about the new music and the negative and demonic turn it seemed to have taken. But I remember very much so when I was a boy and looking at Lil Kim Bust It Open and Trina and like all of these people existed already. These are remakes. They just kind of upped it a little bit. There's a little more that they can say on the airwaves, but Two Live Crew was, hey, I don't want to repeat the lyrics on Mr. Best Show today. You understand what I'm saying? They used to get off like, you can't play that in my mother's house, never. And I didn't feel good about it. Like, I'm like, it's like somebody cut a porno on in here. So at the end of the day, I think that there's always gonna be the people who push the envelope in both ways, whether it's negative or positive. But how mainstream it is and how publicly accepted it is, those were things like you say, okay, this is BET Uncut that come on at 3 in the morning versus in the middle of the afternoon. This is something you go and you only hear in the clubs or you only hear on an album versus played in the middle of the day on your lunch break on the radio. So I think the difference is technology and social media. I have a tendency to agree with you about the cancellation because you can say the same thing for comedians and everything else. Just the things that could be said then, kind of are there's a word for it, but taboo.
Right.
That they're looked at now. Like I just saying, it's a clip going around of Bernie Mac talking about now you got to say the F word. When I was a kid, you could say it.
Yeah, if Bernie Mac was still living, he would have been canceled by now too.
So for the same reason that I just a moment ago felt I needed to self-correct and say, well, I'm not comparing Pac to Jesus. In a way, yeah, I kind of was, but I have to be conscious of that because everybody's so fragile that somebody, you compare Pac to Jesus? I'm gonna have to argue for 30 minutes with some goofy nigga and tell them that ain't what I really meant when I kind of do, just to appease everybody. So we're in this generation of appeasing everybody. However, the pendulum always swings, just like the pendulum swung in those days where it was so hard on the LGBT alphabet community to the point where, they can't stick their head out the closet, to the point now where niggas is like, go back in there. So I think the pendulum always swings. It's always, so we went to where, it was all party music. It was all booty shaking music. Then it turned to gangster music. And then everybody, they steamrolling CDs in the middle of the street saying they hate this and they hate that, to it being accepted, then it being promoted, to now it's being, you can see the tide turning and it's going the other way again, where they're thirsty for conscious music. They're thirsty for more substance. It's just what you don't have is generally what you desire.
Yeah, and you did have a valid point earlier. You brought up Little Kim and the what's the girl in Miami, Trina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were ratchet back then too. However, and if I'm not mistaken, a picture of Trina surfaced during quarantine when she called somebody, another black woman, a derogatory name, and then somebody dug up a picture of her bent over with 4 guys spreading her butt cheeks apart. Wow. Yeah, they were they were nasty and ratchet, even in the late 90s. especially with the whole what was it here in Atlanta in the 90s? The Freaknik, yes.
Freaknik. Oh Lord.
Yeah, the Freaknik. So I mean the ratchet part of hip hop, of I guess in the late 90s, early 2000s, was still relevant, but I guess the men on the very top who's controlling the puppets, they're the ones that's making the decisions, and they're the ones who's picking these industry plants to even push the envelope, as you said earlier, like your Sexy Reds and your Sukianas. And it's gotten really bad.
You know what? But it kind of depends on who you are, because I remember when I was in school and one of my classmates had, I think it was Ice-T. He was married. I think his wife's name was Darlene. They had all of them with G-strings on the beach and everything or whatever. And he was like, "You feel cool wearing that to class?" And he was like, "They sold it to me like this, so I had to put on something to come to class in." But then when it came down to Coco, and Coco is very explicit, talks in a very explicit way and everything, that's more acceptable. And Darlene was back then, you know what I'm saying, in the 80s and 90s or whatever. But Coco is still with her, you know what I'm saying, cleavage out and everything or whatever. So I just say it depends on who you are. And like you said, who's holding the puppet string.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because in Hollywood, it's a whole different world.
So
I'm gonna leave that alone because I've signed some NDAs in my day. I'm like, I don't know how long they be in effect and everything, but if a person still got your John Hancock or whatever, I promise you, I don't care who you are. If you think that if you don't have enough money, it don't matter. The world is showing you that you can have almost nothing and they'll still take away.
That is a fact. All right, fam, we're going to get into this video. Let me drop my fair use. Fair use as always. Okay, I'm about to get into this video. All right, and like I said, I'm going to challenge some of Pac's rhetoric. I'm going to play, you know what I mean, the bad boy advocate. All right? So let me throw my fair use and my fair use banner right. Come on, banner. Where you at? Boom. Okay, got my fair use up. Let's get into it, family. Let's do it.
I would tell each and every person out there, don't forget about that clicking up thing, you know what I mean?
Wait, hold on. You gonna tell people not to click up? Why? Why should people not? Look, man, the more that we click up, the better. You know what I mean? That could challenge me as I'm doing this. I'm all good. You know what I'm saying? Why keep saying no click up, Pop? You know what I mean? What y'all think about that?
It's a time and a place. That's all I'm gonna say.
Anybody else, or should I continue? Okay, I'm gonna continue.
Hey, I missed this. Play that part again.
I would tell each and every person out there, don't forget about that clicking up thing, you know what I mean?
What you think, Victor? You need more context. You want me to continue?
You said forget about clicking up.
Yeah, you want to build on that? You want me to continue to keep going?
I mean, I always got to hear what he's saying in full context.
Okay, I'm gonna continue.
Be to yourself. Stay to yourself. Trust nobody. Trust nobody. After dog. You know what I mean? Straight up. My closest friends did me in. My closest friends, my homies, people who I done took care of their whole family. I done took care of everything for them.
Why are you taking care of these Negroes? All right? Why are you doing this, Pop? What is wrong with you? Know what I mean?
My niggas.
You don't got no friends out here.
I mean, that's the way that they would say it, but in all honesty, you know, it's your path, you know, and who you choose to stand next to you. Jesus had a whole snake in his garden. You know what I mean? He had somebody, one of his best homies, turned his back on him and said he ain't even knew him.
But not why is he taking care of Negroes though? Like
Yes, Mr. O'Shea, welcome to the panel. Yes. Why are you taking care of these Negroes? You know what I'm saying? Why are you taking
With great power comes great responsibility.
Listen. Hey, listen. I'm literally working right now. I just had to get in on this because you know what I mean. Pop is right here looking like I remember him. Okay, shout out to the old people. But now did you see? Here's the thing. I feel him on that. I feel him on that. He taking care of people because he felt like his mother. I'm power to the people. But that was his mentality back then. I bet you dollars to donuts right now. He'd be like, fuck these tight jean wearing motherfuckers, let them die. Like, that's how he probably would do that shit. When last time you seen him with never mind. He had some tight jeans on one time. I was like, what the fuck? Never mind. I'm just saying, but he didn't really wear tight jeans all the time.
Hey, pause. Don't do Pac like that. Yo.
I seen him one time and I was like, what's this, some new shit? But I think he was on stage. I don't know what happened, but that was back in the 90s.
Dang.
Hey, sister, I wanted to give you your props, my queen, but you had me rolling. I'm up here gripping my stomach.
Hey, honey, how are you?
Oh, Quantum busting you out, Vic. She said Vic know damn well he rolls solo every day. Oh wow.
See, and that's because I've learned well. But what I had to do is come full circle like that pendulum. I had to go to an island to realize that no man is an island. So now you just have to pick well.
Hey,
pick slow, pick well, you know.
Listen,
watch close.
You could have fooled me. I swear, it's a lot of islands up here. It's a lot of islands up in America. Like, you could have fooled me. It's called SYS something swim. I don't know. They got all these acronyms. It's a lot of islands over here.
Nah, man.
I don't know what this joy. I don't know what it stands for. I be just seeing acronyms everywhere, guessing what it means.
Okay.
Dang, Evolution said it's MC Hammer syndrome. Evolution, if you still up, girl, hit that link. Come on through. You know how we do. You know what I'm saying?
The sisters rolling tonight. I'm loving the sisters.
Yeah, they shooting in the comments tonight. They ain't playing.
Save yourself and swim faster. Okay.
Listen, that's what it stands for. Save yourself and swim faster.
Nah, I'm being facetious, but it's save yourself.
I was about to say, like, nah, that's some weird shit.
Nah, for real. No, I know there's a couple other ones that they kind of created a spinoff, but it's like save yourself, black man.
Save yourself, black man. What? From what?
That's the Passport Bros joint. You know what I'm saying?
What you saving yourself from? U.S. Customs? What are you talking about?
From these wild allegations.
Oh wow! Hold on. We look. Y'all know me. We are gonna build on that. Okay.
What?
I mean, you know how I do the panels, man. I don't care. I'll go with the flow. But I just want to get through this video. You know what I mean? Critique what this man is saying, and then we can get into all that. I'm here for it.
Looked out for them, put them in the game, everything turned on me. Fear is stronger than love. Remember that. Fear is stronger than love. All the love I gave didn't mean nothing when it came to fear. So it's all good. But I'm a soldier. I always survive. I constantly come back. You know what I mean? Only thing that can kill me is death. That's the only thing that'll ever stop me is death. And even then, my music will live forever. I think.
He said that. Okay.
Lord, that sound like something you would say. That fear strong love. You would say something like that. I could see you saying it.
Fear is stronger than love.
That's factual. That's not an opinion.
I want to say yes, but a part of me don't want to agree to that. A part of me don't want to agree to that.
What?
No, I'm being honest. I said it's
cannot be true.
I said it's correct, but I said a part of me, okay, don't want to agree with it. Pac, he's always that's the problem with him. That's the problem with him. He be saying that crazy shit that had you confused and shit, like confusing me. Like
Is that why Vic compared him to Jesus? Is this why?
Okay, first off, don't be talking about my man Jesus. Jesus was not. No, Jesus brought the
that
cookies.
Wasn't me. That was Vic.
With everybody. Look. Jesus, don't talk about Jesus. Jesus put the cookies where everybody can reach him. He always dumb shit down for people, and you knew he really didn't feel like it all the time. Pac ain't doing that. So don't compare Pac to Jesus. Jesus couldn't play basketball and shit, but at least he talked.
How you know disciples weren't out there hooping? Yo, they had enough for 5.
In sandals? In the sand? Really? In the sand? In sandals?
Hey, Prince played basketball in blouses, so I thought
was Prince playing basketball in them heels his ass had on?
They had them praise and worship 11s on.
No, that's not what it is. I ain't never seen Prince in their shirts. No, he's good, but it's like he do be saying stuff that you can agree to, and then at the same time you disagree with, and I don't know what that's supposed to do. But that ain't the first time he done did that.
Damn. Hey, let's continue this video, y'all. Let's keep it pushing.
I think that my mother, like a lot of people, like a lot of them, like Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, Harriet Tubman, they felt like they were laying tracks for the generation to come. I think my mother knew that freedom wouldn't come in her lifetime, just like I know that it won't come in mine.
Woo!
Wait. He said freedom, right? By what measure is he saying that what he is or one is free? What is he talking about? I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, play that again.
Am I bringing this back? Okay, I'm bringing it back.
Yeah, bring it back, because truth be told, if we gonna pour over Jesus' words to find out where he made incorrect statements, we're gonna pour over Pac too.
I think that my mother, like a lot of people, like a lot of them, like Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, Harriet Tubman, they felt like they were laying tracks for the generation to come. I think my mother knew that freedom wouldn't come in her lifetime, just like I know that it won't come in mine. But
shit, the question is, what you mean? What is freedom? It's funny how motherfucker feel freer in jail than in the so-called free world.
But that's what I was saying. Like, what is he qualifying freedom as when he say, "Well, I won't see it in my lifetime"? What is he talking about?
I don't know. I need to know that.
I think he's talking about, right? He's talking about as far as, because his mother was a Black Panther, right? She fought for civil rights. She was in the civil rights era. Now, of course, she was more radical and more, the Black Panther was more, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and mentally more assertive than Dr. King, right? In certain aspects, right? So basically, he knew that the freedoms that the Black Panthers were fighting for us to even be recognized as people. Remember, we were not even recognized as people. We were recognized as 3/5 of a man. You know what I'm saying? and we were in segregation. Made segregation conditions, made sure that we were not getting quality food, that we weren't getting quality living situations. Nothing was quality, right? We was given a scraps, literally, still, even after slavery. So, now, from that era, they're fighting for, to be basically accepted in society, accepted, actually loved, and to get rid of segregation, and actually be, one with the colonizer and oppressor. But his mother probably realized that that's not going to happen ever in her lifetime. She probably confided in Pac about that, and he feels that way himself, just based on the things that he's seeing in society. So that's my guess.
Hey, Bess, get closer to your mic, huh?
I sound far away?
Yeah.
I still sound far away?
Nah, you sound
No,
good
you
now.
sound a lot better now.
Okay. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? That's what he probably was thinking. You feel me?
I got you on that, but see, here's the thing: like he's talking about freedom, but it's not really freedom. It's you want to walk around the jail. You want to walk around your jails without being confined to yourself, because that's what Black people were. They were confined to a certain sector of land, a certain sector of society, and whatever. And this is why I felt there was such a stark difference between certain civil rights leaders, because there was some that felt like, listen, all we need is for these people to leave us alone. We can build on our own. Others was like, I ain't building nothing. I want what they got, and I want to live in their neighborhoods. And you see what that cost the whole society, right? Almost 100 years later. So this is the issue. If you want freedom, be clear on what is freedom to you. Is freedom being able to live anywhere in America next to any, white supremacist, whatever the case may be, because the neighborhood is nice? Or is freedom being given land by your oppressor? Or is freedom you taking land from whoever you want it from? What's freedom?
Those are interesting questions.
We still pay taxes on land, so I mean, is it really ours?
And to
you
piggyback
can never truly own anything in completion, because you, like you say, you're always paying a tax, and all you got to do is not miss a payment. Do that.
Right.
Exactly.
So my thing is this: people in the quote unquote free world feel free because there's no bars on their doors and their windows, and that's not true about all of them. However, when you come to your, what you call your home, your domicile, when you ready to go to sleep at night, what you do? You lock yourself in your cage. You don't need an armed guard to do so.
Not at all.
I like that. I like that.
You conform to this said space that is determined by your rank inside of this ecosystem. And if you say, "Oh, I can come and go as I please," yeah, you can go as far as your money will take you, and they decide how much of that you can have.
Yes, it's fact.
So it's an illusion of choice. The illusion.
Yeah, the illusion of choice. And I learned the illusion of choice when I became a parent. That I would always try to make sure my children had a sense of independence, because I wanted to train them early. And then I realized, like, I'm not giving them independence. Like, none of their choices was ever their choices. It was all my shit. Like, they ain't made one independent decision, because I was like, everything I put in front of them is what I wanted them to choose, A or B. I wanted you to choose it all. Didn't matter.
You said something when you said that, because that's a hellified analogy, because it's really like the Democrats and the Republicans is mama and daddy, and they always bickering and fighting, but when it's all said and done, you're gonna do what they say, and they will is gonna be the one that prevail regardless of what the fuck you think.
Yeah, salute to big bro Anthony T-Biz. Big Ant, what's good? What's good? Glad to see you popped in. You know what I mean? Salute to Anthony T-Biz. He's always on Bolo TV. Salute to Bolo TV. You know what I mean? Big Ant, what's going on? Salute to both of y'all. Mr. Brassy, you're going to share something. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I forgot now. It'll probably come back. I'm old.
Oh,
You
this
you
Nebraska.
you are not old at all. But can I step on 2 seconds of, actually about 2 minutes of your time? I'm gonna tell y'all something that because see my kids are older. They're 24 and 31, and they are very vocal. They are, in my opinion, I was like y'all textbook of what they say about us. Y'all are flippity flop and talk about people outside your race, but then you'll go run and get your nails done about people that will say everything and make sure they say that N word just as clear as the sun, and y'all still go pay $75 to get your nails done. I don't understand that. Does freedom also mean freedom being ignorant? How
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you vocalize and that, so talk about, well, they this and they do this out this and that, but you go get your nails done.
But that is freedom, though. The freedom to be whatever you want. A idiot, a rock, anything. You get to say whatever you is and think whatever you want to think and do whatever you want to do. That is freedom. You can, if you want to commit a crime, you're free to do so. You're just not free from the ramifications of it. That's just a caveat. But you're free. You're
That
free to
part
do it.
that part
Yeah,
that
you're free
part.
to do it. You're free to do it. Trust me. Like his thing, Zaddy want you to do it. Whether you obey the law or break the law, Daddy Zaddy want you to do both. I'm just saying.
Mm.
Daddy wants you to be a good citizen and do as he tell you. And he also wants you to break the law. You know why? Because he get cheaper labor out of you when you do.
That is a fact.
How you think Victoria's Secret stay in place? All that is created by slavery, meaning prison labor.
Yep. That's definitely. Watch the Netflix documentary 13
Exactly.
Salute to my man Big Rick / Big Rick. What's going on? Also salute to Eda Man Williams. He said they would have turned their back on him like they did everyone else. Woo! Eda Man, you see the link to it in the chat. I would love for Eda Man to come up.
Who is that?
So Eda Man. Oh, wait a minute. Eda Man, did you? Oh, you over here? I saw you playing over there on the game show. Did you win anything?
Too funny. Anthony T. Biz, I'ma always respect you. I love you so much. You and M. Mills are the only two people who say, being a Christian, you have never said that it's a difficult thing. Either you're gonna be one or you're not gonna be one. I
Yeah.
ain't gonna go to work and then tell you how much I hated this, that, and that, and complain and kick cans over and everything. So I love you for not being a jellyback, but showing everybody how it's done. Salute to you.
She said, "Look here now. I don't got time for y'all."
Hey, real quick, before I forget, because I'm getting old. Okay.
Well, you getting old too, Victor?
You know it. So Phoenix said something that I felt was profound, and the Dragon Lady, she addressed it, but I want to address the other angle, which is she said, "Is freedom ignorance?"
Mhm.
And
That
if
bliss.
you, if you remember the movie The Matrix, right?
Mhm.
And the essentially the Judas character inside of the original Matrix. I think his name was like Cypher or something like that. White guy.
Yeah. I remember him.
One of his last statements, and they asked him like, the guy asked him like, "Yo, like why? Like why you cross us?" And he said, I just want to eat a fucking steak."
Yeah.
You know, ignorance is bliss, literally.
Yeah, because they didn't have anything but what is it, space food, like the guac, whatever that was, porridge.
Cause see, when you the more you know, the more you're a tortured soul, you know. Because the people who don't know, they don't want to hear that shit. They don't need you messing up their wet dream. They don't need you changing their perspective and looking at the reality of the situation. they're quite content letting the band play while the shit go down. You
He
know what I
said
mean?
that's the man. Damn, yeah.
I'm gonna clip that for myself.
So you know what I mean? It's like here you come, and so that life is a lonely one because you don't have anyone to share it with, because the people who are even on your level enough to comprehend what you're saying and reconcile with it are not even interested.
Mhm.
And everybody else, you just talking above their head. They think you talking mumbo jumbo conspiracy shit anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic is cooking
Ignorance
as
is,
always, man.
ignorance is the new freedom. I like that.
Wow.
It's
Well,
because
Vic
freedom
means
has
ignorance
never
is
been
good.
elevation, though. Like real talk, freedom has never been somebody else elevating you that's trying to survive over you. Like it's never been that. Like in history, most people, for the vast majority of human history, and I mean over 6,000 years, well over that, most up to 99% of the population was illiterate. So, like, there's populations right now, 85% is illiterate, never opened a book a day in their life. Like, go to the Middle East and ask a lot of people, how many of y'all have ever read the Quran? Most of them are going to say no. Most of them are going to say no. And they're going to be telling the truth. But this is what I'm saying. Being elevated, like, to freedom in terms of your mind has never existed. That's not something somebody else can free in you, because the truth is, to say I educated you, the truth be told, that word means to pull out. It doesn't mean to put in. Like, we think it means I'm putting in information. No. All you're doing is unlocking information that's already inside you to come out. So what can somebody teach you in terms of elevating you? No, people can only unlock locks to allow you to get out. But right now, like homie with the steak, that's all he wanted. He just wanted a steak. He didn't want to win the war. He just wanted a steak. I'm sure he wanted something else with that, but there was nobody else around to give it to him that was real. So that's what that's about. And here's the thing: can you blame him? He look how he was looking on that ship. He was looking real raggedy.
Yeah.
He was looking starved out and everything else. So my thing is, if somebody said, you know what, y'all, I'm down for the cause, but before I die, I know the Sentinels are gonna come and get me and eat me alive. I just want a steak before they kill me. Can you blame him? But no, here's the thing: he traded people in for that steak. Yeah, I can't blame him. He could have had the steak and not traded nobody in. Fuck that, guys.
Or could he? That's the thing. Could he have done that? Because
that's what I'm saying. He could have. He could have.
We assume that he could have. And I gotta give a shout out, take a cause for the pause, to our music curator, my man Von Eric. Von Eric, what's good, baby? You know what I mean? Big Ant too, man. I see you in the comments and you cooking. Everybody that's cooking in the comments, y'all feel free to come on in the panel. My door is always open. My room is always warm, and my pool is always warm too. My house clean, my pool warm. You know what I mean? Fresh like a newborn. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Tell me when you coming through. You feel me? But yeah. You see, I would cam up, but I'm a little lost right now. Hey, you know you got a cam up. Just come up. You got a cam up. You know how I do. Just come through. You know what I'm saying? Come through, Evolution. Come through. But yeah. With that being said, you know, and Big Ant says it depends on what you mean by being illiterate. Okay, I like that comment. You know what I mean? Let me get into a little more of the video. And then I'm gonna let y'all build, and then Lola, I'm gonna have you kind of like, you know, take over the convo a little bit, because I just gotta run and do something real quick. Let me play a bit more of this video.
But it's a matter of either we stay like this or somebody sacrifices. Somebody lay a track so we don't stay in a 360-degree deadly circle. You know what I'm saying? Somebody has to break out and risk, you know, losing everything and being poor and getting beat down. But somebody has to do something. The good part about it is that.
Wow. Somebody has to do something. And I got Big Ant on the stage. Man, Big Ant, I'm glad that you're here. So if you want to elaborate on the whole, you know, what Oshun said about the whole illiterate comment, you know what I mean? Go ahead. Like I said, I'm gonna step away. You and Oshu can have that dialogue, and the rest of y'all can build. I'm stepping away for like 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right. So what did my man say? Because he looking like he about 6 years older right here. I'm sure he'd mature just a tiny bit. What did he say?
He said somebody's got to step out, make a sacrifice, and somebody's got to lay a trap. That's what he said. The others to follow.
Okay. Now I'll be honest with you, right? He's coming out of a time period, the 70s. You see what I'm saying? Where that was expected because of what happened in the 60s. People were looking for that same level of leadership in the 70s that they had throughout the 50s, late 40s, 50s, and the 60s. And they didn't get that until the revolution of hip hop came. And that served as its own revolution that kind of like bucked the system, right? Because it wasn't no longer individuals. It was bucking the system. And so when Pac was a part of that, it's like he is now reviving what it is to be a leader. But keep in mind, his mother is coming directly out of that time period that people are still looking for back in the 80s and the 70s. Like she comes out of that. So she has that authority over his mind state, to which now that he's older, and this is like, mid 90s, where he's like, well, somebody, damn it, has to lay the first tracks, and it might as well be me, because I'm the greatest. Now, that mentality, you don't see a lot of that now. You don't see a lot of people saying, well, listen, somebody got to do this. Somebody got to start start the whole stuff going, right? Got to start the ball rolling, as they say. You don't see too many people saying that. They saying, well, if they don't want to do it, I ain't going to do it. Well, I ain't going to be the only one doing it. Nobody else is doing all this just Mitch made stuff, okay? Like, this is what I'm talking about. So when we talk about people coming out of the 90s that was born in the late 60s, the mindset reflected the parents to a degree, large degree, that was still clinging on to what happened in the 60s, trying to revive that. And he was a shadow revivement of the 60s. I would say that. But even Pac had his little quirks with him. Like what is it? When he went to court behind what he did to those police, he was wilding. He was wilding.
Why you say he was wilding?
He spit on somebody. Like, come on now. That's like, really, what is that doing?
I mean, he's a little turned up, but you know what I'm saying?
A little turned up?
Look, man. You can't blame a man under the circumstances. You know what I mean?
What?
That's one of those.
You can blame a dude under the circumstances.
Nah.
I was going to say, because if you spit on me.
No, here's the deal. No man spits in another man's face. Period.
Shit.
That's the highest mark of disrespect.
Nah, that's factual.
So no man really goes around. See, here's the deal. She touched on it. I think what you said your name was Lola. I'm sorry. Okay, she touched on it a few minutes ago. He was raised by his mom. He was a very emotional cat. He was a very suspect cat too coming out. You go back and look at that early Tupac stuff. That wasn't gangster Tupac. That was some very suspect stuff.
What you calling suspect?
Huh?
What part are you calling suspect?
Pop. It was very suspect stuff going on.
I'm asking what was he doing that
the way he moved, man. The way he moved. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about life. I'm not talking about his lyrics. I'm not talking about what he threw down. He came out with some of the best music in the 90s, period. He helped solidify himself as one of the greats as a musical talent. Mm-hmm. But what you see now as you get into the later Tupac, before he got yeeted, that Tupac there he started seeing the trends. A lot of this stuff that he's saying right now on this video and stuff like this, he started seeing that he started having his Solomon moment. Mm-hmm. He realized that it was vanity. he realized it wasn't making no sense and it wasn't doing anything for the people. But what he failed to understand was he didn't know the best way to do it. That's why he's saying somebody has to sacrifice, somebody has to lay the track. Not one point in time did he say what he was going to do. Really,
I thought he was talking about himself.
No. He was talking about things in the way that most quote unquote people talk about things today. You see, it was somebody. We need this leader to rise up and make ways and all of this other stuff. And the fact of the matter is that a person who was raised like him will always think like him, just like that. Because every person who has made a stand, every man who has made a stand, who has changed their world for the better, right, did it themselves. They were the ones that made those stands. Despite all odds, whatever was going against them, people went against them, the whole nine. You know, you can go back and look at everything. You know, you can go look at you want to go. I mean, just in history itself, every great man would eventually do things on their own, and people would follow. That's how it went. Think about it for a second. Go back and watch Braveheart. Go back and watch Braveheart and the story of William Wallace. That was actually that wasn't a complete historical setup on that movie, but it was doggone near close. And he even told, if you remember, he has that conversation with the one character whose name was Robert the Bruce. And he told Robert the Bruce, if you would just lead, the people will follow you. He said, I'll follow you. But he told him, you didn't care. You didn't care. You only cared about what his father thought of it and what lands and rights that happened to, that they were trying to gain. Right.
So bring it back to Pac. What you trying to say about Pac?
What I'm trying to say about Pac is Pac came down to his philosophical self toward the end of his life. But Pac was no leader in the community. Are
you serious?
Yep.
Okay, so let's go with this, right? Is there a greater man that lived in your opinion, than Jesus? Even if you don't believe in anything more than the story like William Wallace. You don't have to believe in him as your Lord and Savior. But just
was there a greater person than Jesus that ever walked the face of the earth? Is that what you're asking me?
As far as the leader is concerned.
No. He was the greatest.
Okay, so he would be the benchmark if you say you're gonna compare yourself or what you would be striving to be.
All day, every day.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. See. I gotta step in for my man Jesus. Y'all putting him on a level that he might.
No. He's no. Hold on. He asked about leadership.
Right. But keep in mind, right? There's different types of leadership, and Jesus, for instance, you wouldn't want Jesus leading you into battle against savage race. No. I mean, I get what you're calling him, but the type of leadership he displayed is a leadership that you cannot have going into open battle. You can't.
A leader is a leader.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Not that kind of.
No, to your point, why not?
Why not?
Why wouldn't you want him leading you in the battle?
Did Jesus ever engage in open warfare?
No.
You think Jesus was a punk?
Oh, okay.
No. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Jesus, you fish tanks over there, okay?
Wait,
what I'm saying is, Jesus let people know, don't fuck with me. But his type of leadership was a leadership. But again, there's different types of leadership. And
that's why I didn't want you to take
one size fit all. That's not.
I would like you to elaborate on your point, but let me finish the point that I was making before I lose it.
Okay.
So I asked you, is Jesus the benchmark? So that's where we was at. Mm-hmm. Now, at any point in Jesus' life, did he ever say that he was the Messiah?
Yes.
He never said that.
Yes.
Plenty of people asked him, was he? And he asked them a question in return. He answered a question with a question. But he never said, yo, I'm the dude.
Yeah, he did.
Y'all come on with me because I'm him.
Yeah.
So
he did say that.
What's that?
He did say that.
Okay. If so, I would like to see the scripture and I'll stand corrected. However, the
scripture
point
was
that,
when he said, if you do not believe that I am he, you will die in your sins.
I am who?
I am he.
Who is
as
he?
in the one, the Messiah.
Did he say the word Messiah?
Yep. No, he said, if you do not believe that I am he, you will die in your sins. So he also referred to himself as the Son of Man.
Okay, so here's the thing. What he just asked was, did he say Messiah? And the answer is he never said the word Messiah. Your interpretation is
no. Okay, no, you're right. You're right. He never said the word Messiah. You're correct.
Okay. Now here's the thing. Now I done said the word Messiah trillions of times in my lifetime. Why Jesus never said
the scripture called him Messiah? Go ahead.
Might be something we should pay attention to, because one thing is certain words I never said. One, because
hold on, Lola, because I don't have that much time. I got to get ready to jet.
Everybody when I get up.
Well, I want to hear his point though. I want to hear his point. He was going somewhere, and I want to make sure I stick on that point. But go ahead.
Okay.
So the point that you were saying is that basically the real leaders take on as opposed to saying who will, they say I will, and they make the moves and they do whatever they can with the power that they have. I'm saying that Jesus, when he died, he did not know the full impact in totality of what he was doing was going to do. He was following instructions. He was following the spirit. I think Pac was doing the same. His impact touched many. His leadership touched many. And he did what he thought he was supposed to be doing and evolved into the day that he passed. However, I don't think he was passing the buck. What he was doing is soliciting for who would be up next. He already made the sacrifice.
Sorry. So to that point, what you're saying right there. So first of all, I don't agree with what you said at the first part. I'll let you get your point out as far as Jesus not knowing what he was doing and didn't know at the time. He knew at the time. You already said, well, he knew why he came into the world. That's number one. Number two, as far as Pac was concerned, Pac did not lead anyone into anything. Pac did wax philosophical toward the end because he saw that after everything that he had done and that he had been doing. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not that he didn't say certain things weren't right and certain things weren't wrong. And he not like he didn't talk about a specific injustice or something like that for the most part. I'm not saying that. There's a difference between someone that's being philosophical and being a voice, if you will, of a current culture versus someone that's leading someone to doing something or to cause an action to go forward. Reason I can say that because, and here's why I can say that. Before Pac died, what had he done?
What does the leadership look like you today? Give me one example of anybody, celebrity or regular,
celebrities don't lead.
Right. I say anybody, celebrity or not.
Okay, so
what does that look like?
Well, it depends, right? It all depends on what we're talking about. You got things like servant leadership.
Wait,
you got things. I didn't. Did I say you were wrong?
I don't know. It kind of sounded like you were trying to say, no,
I said I wanted to hear his point.
Oh, I thought you was trying to say I was capping.
No. I agree that there's many different types of leadership. I wanted to hear his point. You were going all out. Come on, you can't do that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh my God! Bro, you had that gun. You pulled that gun straight out of your back. They just started aiming and just shooting. See?
Hey, I pulled it out, but I did not shoot it. I pulled it out, yes, but I did not shoot it.
All right, I'm sorry. You just aimed it all wild.
I aimed it wild. I was aiming wild. I was aiming wild and shit. That's me. I'm gonna take the wild. I'm gonna take that wild.
But you have what's called, you have things like servant leadership, where people will do a specific action and people see them doing specific actions or handling court a specific way, and they follow behind those people and they do the things that those people do. Right? They lead from the front, if you will. Right? You have that kind of thing. You have those that are good, that's the management, that are the good vocal leaders, if you will. So you have the person who can speak in a way. And did you ever play football? Basketball?
Basketball.
Not basketball, not football. Okay, you see more coaches like this, right? Especially on the up and coming level, right? They might have played back in the day, right? It's one of the reasons why a lot of people want to play for Deion Sanders right now at Colorado, right? They know what they're talking about and they've done it, but they speak in the way that motivates the person to perform at the top level, right? Okay. You hear the term, man, his people run through a brick wall for him.
Right.
Right. So you have that kind of person right there, right? Now once you get past those types of leaders, now you start getting into those lower level of leaderships or whatever. You have the Weasley ones that will take credit for people, right? No one wants to follow them, but they follow them by default. In other words, the Millhouse manager that you might have at your job, who never really does anything but tries to take all the credit for everybody, the work that everybody else does, and won't give credit or anything else, but likes to micromanage. That kind of person, right? So you have the good leadership and you have the bad leadership, and then you have people that are just quote unquote not really leading, but they see and they're perceptive. So they can see things based either on life experience or based on the perceptions of things that are going around, and they can look and they can see certain things, right? So I believe that's where Pac was. I believe Pac was more that.
He just saw it and said, but he didn't motivate.
No, because you can't say, and you can't find it. Anybody that is in a leadership position, they will create, for the most part, they will create a tree. They will have followers that will push their message, right? They will have followers that will do what they did. Might not be to a great level as their leader, but they will be following in that same vein, right?
How much Pac like? And I never met him. I never met the man, but he had a hellified effect on me.
Yeah, but see, a person can be inspiring, but that doesn't mean that they were leading.
I see what he's saying. He's saying, talking about actual motion towards a physical change. It's like, well, what did Pac actually change in terms of, or lead the task force towards in terms of change? Now, see, we could say the same thing about 90% of freedom fighters, but let's be clear, every person played a role in getting to the goal. So everybody's role wasn't to take us from point A to Z. Everybody had their role in it, and that's how I see it. But I'll be honest with you, first, I think inspiration comes from within first. So that we do need leaders that inspire people from within, and then we need them goons that's going to take you right into the fire and tell you don't worry about coming out. We need both up. Now, granted, I'm not going in, but that's what it is.
I'll let you roll with that one.
I'm not going to
I'm not gonna follow a goon. I'll let you roll with that.
When I say goon, right, I'm just talking about your warrior class type of leaders, right?
Right, but here's the deal: you will.
Who?
You would follow one.
Who?
That's
Me?
the deal.
Me?
Anybody. That's my point, though. See, that's a difference between. But now you're talking about a difference between men and women.
That's not men and women because it's
no. It is
the same thing.
No. This part
Everybody
is
ain't a warrior.
No. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I understand everybody's not a warrior, okay? But let me give you this scenario. I'm gonna give you this scenario. You married? Single?
I'm single.
No, I'm talking about Victor.
No, I'm not married.
You're not married. Okay. So say you at your house. Say you are married. Let's put that caveat on it. Say you are married. Okay. You're married. You at home one night. Okay. You and your wife sleep. You start hearing all this noise. You get up, grab your strap. Do you send her out to go check on it, or do you go out and check on it?
If you're speaking of me, I'm always making the play.
Okay, so you always making the play in your house. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. So you're always making a play in your house, right? So you go out there and check on it, right? So what happens if you see somebody that's in there that's not supposed to be in there? What you do?
Whatever's required.
So you gonna talk to them and ask them why they in there?
It just depends on the situation, depending on who it is. Do I recognize them? It's a lot of variables.
So somebody, middle of the night, in your house, they don't have no key to your house.
Now you making a greater point. I want you to
that's why I'm asking the question.
I don't want to incriminate myself by.
No. This is not an incrimination. This is not an incrimination of yourself. I'm just saying. But see, here's the deal. My point is, your mindset is now what?
War.
Right. You become a what? You become a what?
Protector.
Right. You become a warrior. Okay. The same thing would happen if someone foreign was to drop on your soil and start doing what? Kicking down doors, trying to come in and take over. So now you start
do that. Some man is gonna watch his girl get her butt smacked and say, "Honey, we'll just call the police and file a report." Some niggas is not built that way.
For the most part, you are correct. Especially nowadays.
Exactly.
On that part, nowadays, you are correct. For the most part, all throughout history, that hasn't been the case. You're going to catch something, namely lead, if you go into somebody's house. Not too long ago, if you go into somebody's house, it doesn't matter who you are, certain times of night, you don't belong, you're going to catch a case. Seriously.
Whoa,
right.
Okay.
So my point is that would you be willing to go sign up to go into the military and go to war that way? The answer is no. My point to you is that for the most part, every man is a warrior unless he's not a mate.
No, that's not.
If you don't protect your own, there's a lot of things wrong with this situation right now.
Everybody's not trained. Everybody don't.
It doesn't have to be a train. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a train.
There's plenty of men who will jump out there with all the right intentions and get gunned down just the same.
That's true.
All of
that's
that.
True.
That's not a warrior.
That's true.
Courage. You can have courage. You're a man, but that don't make you a warrior.
No, a man. What I'm trying to tell you is, we're talking about a mindset. It doesn't mean that you're trained to be a killer. I'm not talking about a training to be a killer type of thing. That's a different. Now that's a soldier.
See, okay. So you speaking
that's a soldier
of a man.
I'm talking about a mindset.
A man is
willing. Man, the scripture tells us that a man that does not take care of his household is worse than an infidel.
Under his care, a man is always going to attempt. That doesn't mean he's qualified to do so. He's supposed to lead.
Okay,
He's got to attempt to lead his household. That doesn't mean he's qualified to do so.
Let me step in, brothers. One quick.
You are correct. I'm talking about a mindset. I'm not talking about what you're actually capable of doing.
NBA YoungBoy is a leader. So if you wanted to say who's a leader, there's a bunch of leaders, but where they leading to you? The hell or jail? I don't know. So if you're just using leader as this broad term based on how much influence you have and what can you get people to do, there's plenty of people doing that.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, let me step in real quick. I'm gonna say this, right? I think that nowadays you have more men that's gonna be apprehensions because of the level of firepower and things that we see the media portray. You know what I'm saying, that people may have. So you may be walking up to a kid and he's 15 or 16, and you're like, "Yo, stop doing that." He may pull out a gun bigger than your whole body. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, "Yo, what the hell?" So it's like these are the things that going on. Like, so I think people are more apprehensive because of what the media portrays out there. So they're less likely to put their lives on the line because they don't want to lose their lives. You know what I'm saying? As in, you know. But here's my point, right? Back in the days, it was more honorable for men to scrap, right? Put your dukes up, let's get it in, right? You know what I mean? We're gonna fight. We may have a bay after that. You know what I mean? We may have some conversation after that, and we can be able to go our separate ways. Now, that whole scrapping thing, if you watch some of these rap videos and all that, ain't nobody scrapping. They talking about taking you off the earth completely. It changed the narrative. You know what I mean? If I know I'm gonna confront you and we gonna just fight and I'm able to go home, let's get it. But that's not the option no more. Ain't no going home. They're talking about putting you on the ground. So people feel a different way. You know what I mean? Ain't the fact that a man I want to protect, but goddamn it, I want to live too. You know what I mean? Hey, look, if me and two men, if me and a man want to, you know what I'm saying? We want to, go in the ring and maybe settle our differences. Let's get it. If you're talking about you want to kill me, that changes the whole narrative.
Well, okay. What I want to say is this, and I agree. There's different types of leadership, but why is it that a man going out to give his life in warfare is ranked higher than the women that's making sure that he has all the aid to go out there and do that? Why is he more important than the support system? Explain that to me, Sway.
Who said that?
No. I'm just saying, like, I hear y'all talking about leadership and giving your life. What about the people that's in the background? Like, what about them? They not leaders.
Where does that come from?
Y'all talking about leadership?
So we got a whole.
You know she's gonna support the women. You know that already.
We got a whole basket of apples over here, and you just came out with some grapefruit.
No. Grapefruit is in the back. What I'm saying is, like, a lot of times men will say, well, men run the world, right? Because they're out there doing the hard physical work. But then you ask yourself, well, all the paperwork that it takes to run a business and all the accounting and all of the soft skills that it takes to do business and lobbying, that stuff that's being done by mostly women. So how is it that you doing the hard work is deemed leadership, but me doing all of the support work isn't deemed leadership too?
No, no, that's not how it goes.
One hand wash the other, both wash the face.
Well, here's the deal. I see what she's going, but let's be realistic with people.
What? Okay.
Let's be realistic with it.
You say realistic. Okay.
Yeah. Women don't want those spots.
We already doing that.
No. Hold on. Before you go crazy and go all off the sideways, listen.
Say, let me.
Oh no, not that mic. Not that goddamn mic.
When you look at the stats of the people who are in those positions, they are mostly men because they are more risky. Women are risk averse overall. That doesn't mean that there are not women who are risky. That's not the thing. overall in that bigger dynamic, men will do the more risky work. They just
right. And what I'm saying, for instance, construction work, right? Working up on the
I'm even talking about the quote unquote Fortune 500 high top CEO spot. I'm talking about the whole nine. Men will do more risky things than women will.
First off, when it comes to business relations, right? I think what you're saying is true, but it doesn't it's not qualifying the total picture. It's qualifying a portion of it, but not the total picture. First of all, there's not equal amount of women in those positions. Now, there's a reason for that. One, not because they're not capable, but because women bear a biological burden of child rearing, so that comes first. It doesn't mean they can't equally perform. It just means that they have other obligations. That used to be the case. Now, when they are in those positions, they do pretty good. They do. But at the same time, I'm not taking away from men by saying women can do the same, and vice versa. But what I'm talking about is, I'm not talking about equal mono jobs. I'm talking about like construction workers, right? Mostly men. What do you think it takes to have a $6 billion project? Does it take construction workers? No, it takes people running paperwork for years. That's what it takes.
You trying to say men can't do paperwork?
No, y'all can't do paperwork. Y'all doing the hard work. Yeah.
You just don't want to. Just like y'all don't want to get out there in that bacon ass sun and lift up boards and bricks.
No, there's a time and there's a time and place for that. That ain't our time and place.
But to your point, just what you just said.
Y'all don't want no sandwiches? Oh, I see. Y'all don't want no sandwiches. Stall.
Just to your point on what you just said, right? You are right about the paperwork and everything else. But when you get to those spots of who's making those deals, who's when you get to the lawyer plays, when you get into the project plays, when you look at who's making those risky deals and who are hardcore cutthroat folks, it's mostly dudes.
No, I'm telling you.
No, your point was
what the fuck y'all talking about?
Your point, if I heard it correctly, was the support system folks. How come they are not considered the leadership pieces, like the quote unquote people in the front? Yes. Okay. Right. This is what I'm saying. The higher the risk is what leads to the quote unquote the greater scales of the leadership portion. It's not that the support people are not leaders. It's not that the port system folks don't have leaders. That's not the case. It's just that one is looked at as more valuable than the other.
But that's perception based. Like, you looked at as more valuable. Meanwhile, for instance, a doctor, right? We put a lot of value on doctors, right? But what doctor will you go see if there's no cleaning man or cleaning woman in the building?
Well, see, that's the deal. But no.
What hospital are you willing to put your money into if there's no janitorial services?
I'm answering that question for you.
Okay.
I wouldn't go to that.
All right.
I wouldn't go to that hospital.
All right. So
because
the janitorial service.
No. Listen. I wouldn't go to that hospital, but here's the deal: those very good doctors wouldn't be working at those hospitals.
Right. So here's the thing: everybody's chasing the janitor. So why do you put more emphasis on the doctor when the doctor's looking for the janitor? Like what are you talking about?
Because the janitor. The really good janitors.
Oh my God, they're good ones. Damn, see, now you moving the goalposts.
No. You got to look at your cost. The really good janitors are going to work at the great hospitals.
Oh my God,
because they're going to get paid.
Can I get a word in here?
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on.
Hey,
Vic, hold on 1 second.
Hey guys, it was fun. I gotta go.
I
wish we could continue this, and maybe one of these days I'll jump back on and we can have these discussions.
All right, I'm gonna remember. We're gonna come back to this. We coming back.
Salute, bro.
Love you, Big Ant. Thanks for pulling up, big bro.
Yeah, salute to everybody here on the panel.
See,
definitely.
Y'all take it easy, man.
I want to before you continue, Vic. I just want to welcome my sister Evolution to the panel. Evolution was good.
What can you see down there? Hi.
Hello, everyone.
How are you?
What's up, Miss Lady?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Doing good, chilling.
Say something else so make sure we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we get you, Evolution.
All right.
Okay, because I'm on the phone. I'm not on my laptop. I just got in from the party.
That's perfect.
Yeah. It's 1 o'clock over here. But I'll just jump in when I find something, that I can speak on.
Yeah, let me close this point and I'll pass the ball. We can watch more video or whatever else you plan to do, 84. The back and forth y'all have, okay, cool. I get it. The red pill, blue pill, ping pong, that's cool. But the to your point, Lola, which essentially solidified my point, which was every man that get up in the middle of the night ain't no warrior. So at the end of the day, anybody can fill any position, but are they the best person qualified to do the job? There's plenty of people who would like to lead, who ain't fit to, or who would like to teach. That's why they say, "Oh, this person is a Hall of Famer. He should coach." Like, nah, he ain't built to coach. He built to do what he did. So at the end of the day, when you speak of the support staff, just like he kind of acknowledged it on his way out, which was there's leaderships in every position. Every woman ain't no leader, but there's plenty of women that are, and they lead the other women. They lead their families. They lead children. You know what I'm saying? They lead certain positions at their job. They lead HR and run whole offices. There's leadership positions, and all of those things work together. It's a army because there's multiple units that work together as squadrons that work together to create an army. It doesn't work. You cut off the army food supply, what happens to the army? All of it is essential.
Right, they quit as they should.
If you don't protect this food supply, then what's the point of having it?
But see, that's what I'm saying. I think in a patriarchal system, not an egalitarian system, you have this concept that the leader, the most important part is X. The top of the pyramid. The base of the pyramid is of no consequence as long as the top is being upheld. That's a problematic viewpoint of the world. To say the doctor is most important, meanwhile, nobody will see a doctor without an active janitor. So it's like the janitor service is really just as equal to the doctor, but we don't pay him nowhere near that. Meanwhile, you cannot be a doctor unless your practice has a janitorial service on deck every day, 7 days a week. So it's like what's really good. Now that's just a general comparison. But when I talk about support systems, what America is known for is our systems. Like we have systems within systems within systems within systems within systems. That's what makes us kind of popular and shit. So my thing is our systems is what make us great. Where one failed, the next one picks up. That's just that's how we do things. The same that way with our military. We have levels of military. It ain't just the military. We got levels of this thing. Systems going on that support other systems. So it's like, can we really say that the National Guard is less important than the Marines?
Yes.
Really? Really?
I want to do the military thing because that's weird.
When COVID happened, right? The National Guard was called. That not the Marines.
First of all, National Guard is actually a setup. Every reservist is the National Guard.
Okay, whoever they is, they was called when
they always go first.
You see what I'm saying? When COVID hit and they needed them ships to come in with them medical supplies, they didn't call the Marines. They called the Navy. So
you can make 1,000 analogies, you'll still be right. Everything works together. You need your eyes just as much as you need your tongue, and needed your other senses. And yeah, you can compensate without them, but you're better with them. So at the end of the day, like I said, one hand wash the other, both wash the face. We work together to get one goal accomplished. So I don't know who all these people are who would like to go around without their eyes, ears, and nose. I don't know. Who think that their feet are more important than their hands.
It's a system of perception, and that's where we get some of this gender crap that we've been dealing with, because we're so used to in our daily lives picking the top one person and say they're the only thing that's important, forgetting that they rely on a system to do what they're doing versus them being a standalone leader of some shit. It's like, this is where we get men in history not appreciating housework of women and how hard it is to maintain children in a house and support and to be a support system, right? They didn't care about that. So then women started feeling like, you know what? Me neither. I want to go out and do what he's doing because I want to feel successful like he feels successful. Meanwhile, now that women are not in the house, the question is, well, why don't you feel successful in the house? And that's where you belong. When women didn't want to go out and they wanted to be home, they were made to feel that they were less than, that it was slavery, that it was equivalent to something that's not necessary. So this is what I'm saying. It's the same mentality that says the man going out to work is more important than all the systems that allow him to do that.
Well, see, now, you just crossed yourself up right there.
How did I cross myself up?
I'm gonna tell you how. When you say, "Oh well, the man going out to work or the man doing this," and he's somebody saying his part of the system is more important than the rest of the system. What I'm saying is that you said, "Oh well, women do the paperwork, or women support the household, or they fix the food that gives the man strength to go out." At the end of the day, I can do your job, but can you do my job? That's the end of it. That's where it crosses over right there.
Tell you something. If women were in men's position in equal numbers, there would be no need for a lot of these systems because we just wouldn't be fucked up. Like for instance, we just wouldn't be fucked up. Like there's no need for wars if you don't go to war. How about you met these women? Yes, I have. Most women in leadership, in government, do not advocate for going to war first.
Y'all start all the shit.
We start all the shit.
Yes. So in daily life. Forget international war and missiles and all this shit. How about just walking around the street every day? Most of us is fighting over a broad that was out of pocket or who called somebody in to say, "Hey, save my fucking honor." Well, that's what the wars are fought about.
Men are different sexually too. You want me to sit and say, well, you know, y'all to do this, y'all ain't the same when it comes to sex. It's like you're not supposed to be the same when it comes to sex.
We can't make babies. We can't make babies. And that's it.
Talking about making babies.
That's the only thing y'all can do that we can't do.
No. I'm not. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not sitting here saying that. What I am sitting here saying is this: a lot of times when men can't agree, they just wash their hands of the conversation and plan for war. When women can't agree, they just continue talking until they agree. Now, hold on. Which one has less casualties?
First of all, are you serious right now? Are you trying to say that if all of the world's
I don't get a number.
I'll give you an example. If all of the countries in the world were ran by a female. Period.
I'm not saying they just ran by a woman in a patriarchal system. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if you had governments that were operated by women, meaning the way women actually operate, right? You would not have there's certain things that just wouldn't be done because of the nature. But wait a minute, because of the nature of women. A lot of times men say women talk too much, right? But when you're talking about life or death, there is no such thing as you talk too much. Yeah. It's let's deal with our problems and work them out as nations. You wouldn't have me saying, well, because I can't take over your nation, I'm gonna kill all your women and children and families. When it's two women, when it's matriarchal systems, they work in tandem together. They do what's called bargain trade. They don't do, I want to take over and because you won't submit.
You think all women are peaceful? You think all women are peaceful?
I didn't say all women are peaceful. I said in a matriarchal system, women running matriarchal systems do not run it on the premise of killing everyone because they don't agree. That's not how matriarchal systems work.
Stop for a moment. The women that are strong enough for leadership positions are different. They not like the rest of the women. That's why they stand out. So, period.
You're forgetting the caveat.
You not like most girls.
You're forgetting the caveat that I put on it. I didn't say women running nations as is. No, there is no women running nations.
I didn't address that yet. I didn't even address that yet. I'm just saying that there's a completely different character type possessed by the women that are built for leadership. Period. I don't give a fuck you leading women or anything else. I'm saying that type of woman is much more aggressive.
No, and that's the thing. You're making that, first of all, you're generalizing based on a small number of people. Two, you're also generalizing based on a patriarchal system that forces women to do a lot of things worse than that. And three, you're generalizing based on the history of men, not the history of women in matriarchal systems.
No. You keep putting me into this box I ain't got in yet. We ain't left the house yet to get in a patriarchal system. We talking about in the house before you leave it, when you wake up in the morning and brush your teeth and you ain't even talked to nobody yet.
Let me tell you something. The way a woman runs her children, right, is not the way a woman runs her night shift working at the local dishwasher.
Hold on, family. Hold on. Salute to my man, Biz Entertainment Network. Biz, what's good, baby? Thanks for popping in and showing love. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, before y'all continue, because y'all keep going on Evolution. What you think about what they talking about before I continue my video? I think Evolution fell asleep.
She might have.
Yeah, she might have fell asleep. It's all good. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep her up here because she may wake up. But
he said she might wake up.
She might. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this topic is fine.
I won't drag this out any longer, but I can't let her have this point.
First of all, okay, you already know that I got this. That's why you're trying to slow walk me. But see, all I'm gonna do is turn you back around. Because at the end of the day, I'm not disagreeing with you, which is something that a lot of people like to do. They like to disagree and make their point. I'm going to agree with you that women do not run countries the way they run their houses. And that's because in a matriarchal system, it's about what works, not about authority figures. So I'm agreeing with you, but I'm going to put a description on that agreement and say the way that I treat my children, right, is not the way that I'm going to treat an adult. And yes, I'm gonna rule. My authority is gonna look different than what it does in my household because it's not about my position in a system. It's about what is working between all systems, not just what I govern.
I want to concede a point because you think I'm missing your point and I'm not.
You concede.
I concede the point that
I think Jesus would be proud of you if you conceded right now.
Hang on just a minute, right? So I can see the fact that the women who are in leadership inside of a I don't know how to say that shit. Patriarch. In this man-led or built system, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. That they have to operate under the rules that were designed for men, so they have to be more aggressive by design. You are saying, if I understand you correctly, if you could essentially snap your fingers and allow women to redesign the system the way women would see it better fit to be ran or designed or how it was structured or organized, that it wouldn't require all of the violence, if you would. Is that correct?
And part of the reason why I'm saying that, and I'm qualifying that, but part of the reason why I'm saying that is because women have an innate inability to kill on sight, meaning this, they just do. If a woman has to choose between killing a child and saving a country, she's not really going to understand which one she need to do. Notice how minuscule and how grave that decision is, and she's kind of like, I don't know which one I'm going to do, because killing a child to a woman is equivalent of killing a nation. And actually, it says something like that in the Quran, to kill one person, to take one life.
They do it every day.
To take one life is to take the life of a nation. So my thing is, women in a egalitarian matriarchal system is not going to look like a patriarchal system in which one must submit to the other. That's not how it works. If you study matriarchal systems historically, you understand why that would be the case.
So let's pretend that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta let my man Dirty Harvard get up in here. Dirty Harvard, thank you for coming up. I know you've been wanting to come on the panel for a minute. Let him say what we need to say, and then Vic, I'm gonna go back to your point. Go ahead, bro. Dirty Harvard, you there, bro?
Yeah. I'm here, big boss.
Go ahead and build, brother. Go ahead and build. What you got to say?
Well, I mean, I was actually responding. I was actually saying something towards the lady, our black queen that was speaking earlier about matriarchy. But I was like, don't women kill kids every day? Like, aren't you guys at the abortion clinics all the time? Like, you know what I mean? So I don't think you guys would have a problem of distinguishing which to kill first, a nation or a baby. I mean, you guys, you know, obviously shown to prove that. Now, I'm not trying to throw any fire. I'm not trying to throw stones or anything. I was just asking the question: don't women do that every day?
So let me answer your question, right? First of all, that's a false equivalent to say that because a woman will end an unwanted pregnancy, that women don't have the mental capability to not know what to do when it comes to just nations getting along, people getting along. That's a false equivalent. If I ever heard one to say y'all be killing babies and stuff. Here's the thing, right? Would you openly
stab? If you make a statement,
as a man,
you made a statement that women gotta.
The question, and I'm answering it. As a man, right? You're not going to tell me that you feel the same way about stabbing a 5-year-old versus getting an abortion at 2 weeks. You're not going to feel the same, and nobody's going to bash you because you feel that it's different to stab a 5-year-old versus to get an abortion at 2 to 3 weeks pregnant. Nobody's going to question your manhood because you said that. So with all due respect, do not question a woman and her womanhood.
I will fucking question a fucking woman because I've been in that position. So I do know, understand. I'm sorry, my bad. I was triggered. But I've been in that fucking situation where a woman made a decision like that.
Did you just hear what I said, sir?
Let him clarify his point, Lola.
No, he don't. He asked me a question. He didn't make a point.
He's making a new one. He's making a new one based on what you said.
He's making a point by asking me a question. His question is: women kill babies, so therefore they're killers. Really?
No, what you said is that a woman wouldn't be able to make that decision. You said
what I'm gonna do is turn that shit all the way around when it comes to men. Because here's the thing: it's one thing to get an abortion; it's another thing to do some of the things I'm about to spew off right now. So so my point is, hold on, Vic. My point is, if I'm telling him to respect the fact that nobody is going to question his manhood because of his difference, right? Why would he say, no, I'm not going to return the same to a woman? This is why, wait a minute, Vic. This is why I'm saying that women do things. Vic, hold on. Women do things different, and that's a prime example. Wait a minute.
That's why you can't leave the country. You got to hear the people.
Wait a minute, Vic. That is a prime example of how women operate different than men. He just got here and showed you that shit. I just told him, do not disrespect me on this panel because I'm gonna respect you. And he literally came back after that to tell me, no, he gonna do what he want to do. That is the problem with patriarchy, and that's why we need. That's why we need an army. That's why we need Secret Service, because of people like that. So don't tell me about women-led countries and matriarchy when you got situations like that floating around.
So you got hella close to the mic, but it didn't change your point.
This is hella close. Ask Mr. Best.
So look.
You and that goddamn mic, man. I'm telling you.
Ask him. This ain't close. Ask him.
Hey, look though. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't say what you want to say. Just address the point that he made. And
I am addressing the point.
You gotta hang on. You gotta put some peace on this thing. You too quick. You too fast on that trigger, man.
So you're gonna tell me how fast I should answer?
I'm saying you speaking before I can speak, and then you don't know what you're responding to. You just
okay. I was responding to
what I need.
I was responding to him, not you.
But I'm trying to clarify what he's saying because it feels like you missed it. What you stated initially was that if a woman had to make the decision between a child and saving a nation, because I'm going to say save instead of what you chose to say, that she may be confused on which one at that moment is forced to make that decision. That's what you said. Now, if I'm wrong, you tell me that's not what you said.
No, I definitely said that, and what I truly, literally am getting to is, hold on, I definitely said that to you, Vic. But the issue is this: I did not bring that up to show that women are deficient. I brought that up to show that a woman being in a state of, let's say, indecisiveness,
a state of masculinity. Yes.
Whatever you call it, a woman being in that state for that amount of time, right, shows that she has more care when it comes to one life than she does. Hold on.
I want you to elaborate on that, but I just want to clarify to you before you elaborate on what he said.
That I'm making. You can't clarify that. I don't know why you're trying to clarify him. I don't know why you're trying to clarify what another man said.
Just out of respect for me, not for nothing else, not for the world.
Out of respect for you, I'm going to tell you can't clarify another man.
Well, I heard what he said, and you didn't respond to what he said, so I'm going to ask him, just like I clarified, I did. Hold on. You stop. You got like an unlimited order right now. I'm saying that I asked you what you said. Now I'm going to return and ask him, is this what he said? I'm trying to get clarity. That's where leaders.
Wait.
For the sake of going on.
He did not say that. What are you talking about?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if he said that,
that's
right?
Exactly what I said. Hold on, honey.
Okay,
that's exactly what
if somebody repeats my point to make my point, they're making my point for me. That's what that is.
No, that's not.
Okay. Like if you're repeating my okay, that's what that is.
Can you hold on just for a second? The brothers talk. So I want to clarify what he said.
Vic, listen to what you're asking me to do. You asking me to be quiet when he asked me to speak.
No,
I did not.
He asked me a question, and you're going
to
really
arguing two separate points. And if you are a leader, you should have enough in you to hold yourself.
Who's saying who's in what leadership position right now? Who's talking about that?
She's triggered. Look, can he finish though? Can he just finish his statement though?
That's while I'm talking to him. Not right now. Y'all get back to you.
We
but
need
right
to
now,
have order. We need to have some damn order.
You need to go where you can find that order. That's how you can do that.
Ghetto. This is the ghetto.
That's fine. That was very much okay. Go back to your
trigger. Hey, you know what it is? Hey, I'll be back later, but she's triggered because it hit a certain nerve. That's what happened.
1. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Dirty Harvard, don't go nowhere. All right, everybody don't go nowhere. Y'all stay right here. All right. Vic, ask your question to the brother. Brother, answer the question. I'm going to get back into this video. Let's get it.
Brother, the question I'm asking you, because she asked if a woman is indecisive about choosing a nation or choosing a child, are you saying that because a woman is willing to make that kind of decision about choosing to end the life of a child, are you saying that no, that a woman would not have that problem because women are already making those kind of decisions? Is that what you were saying?
Correct. You're right. You're absolutely right. You interpreted it. That's exactly what the fuck I was saying. How are you going to say that they can't distinguish that, but they do it damn near every fucking day now? We got women who are commanders, women who are lieutenants that's making decisions that are like big. So, I mean, to say that is to not know the society of the world that we live in. You know what I mean? It's like very naive. And then it makes it seem like patriarchy is running everything. And then it just brings a delusional world. Like Like we are running around here. Come on. I mean, I'm gonna shut up. I'm triggering. My
Right,
bad.
definitely
Yeah.
shut up. Definitely shut up, please. Definitely shut your mouth. Definitely shut your mouth because nobody's really listening to you. Vic, let me tell you something, right? I have service members in my family. I have friends that are service members, women and men. All of my uncles and grandfathers were all, except for one, served in the military, okay? And I'm telling you right now, women, right, operate differently, even if they're on the open battlefield when it comes to taking the life of children. Okay, men will not think about it. They will not. If they're told to shoot, that's what they're going to do, and they won't think about it, period. They're going to put whatever threat down that they were told to put down. Women will do so, but they will also hesitate because they have a biological nature that they're working against in that instance.
Emotion.
Hold on. At the end of the day, right, I'm telling you that biology matters. You're telling me it doesn't. You're telling me that women like...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say it didn't.
Okay,
no,
hold on. I let you.
I didn't say it fucking didn't. No, nobody's saying. Oh, wait.
I got you. I'm definitely you turn butt. I got you, bro. You right. You right.
No, you don't. No, you don't got me because you're conflating black.
Hold on. I got you.
You just talking. You're responding too fast.
You just said that you was gonna leave. Now, what you about to do? What you want to do? You want me to talk to you, or you want to get the fuck out? Which one?
No, because you said it's like I'm talking.
Do you want to talk to me, or do you?
I'm responding. I'm responding. It's like I'm talking to a fucking.
I didn't ask you a question for you to respond to.
You're gonna instantly.
I didn't ask you a question yet. This is
let Harry, and then you respond.
Hold on, Vic. That's the thing. You told him, you asked him a direct question, right? And then he told you, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, that women will kill children, as in 12-year-olds, the same way they abort children. And I just told you that the way the human brain works, it's different when you are doing something like getting an abortion at 2-3 weeks. And when you are looking at a whole grown person in front of you, there's a biological and psychological difference. But he's going to tell you with no evidence to anything, okay, that, oh no, this is how women is. And we supposed to just take his word for it, right? And meanwhile, I'm a whole woman right here. This is patriarchy for you. I'm a woman. Hold on, Vic. Wait a minute. I'm a woman, right? But he's better off telling you how I operate. Now, let me tell you.
We said women will do it. We're not saying that's what you want to do. We said women are grown enough to make the decision.
Wait a minute, Vic. These are the type of people panel, right? And swear to God, they masculine and shit. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, they'll do a female that isn't necessarily biological. That's unnecessary. They will be non-biological women behind closed doors and shit, telling me about my biology as a woman, as a whole man. But meanwhile, when I ask him to respect certain things that I'm going to give him respect for, he can't do it. You know why? Because secretly, he's like those dudes that like to deal with them trans. That's what he is.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Wait. Hold on.
Hold on, shit. You hold on, nigga. I ain't holding on to shit. Since you want to hold on, if you want to hold on, I ain't doing that. No, you got the right one. You got the right wrong one. You got the right wrong one today. Don't sit here and talk shit to me because I know how to talk shit to you and I ain't checking you out.
The right one, baby.
Come on camera and then I'll check you out. Come on camera and I will check you out. Camera and then I will check you out, sir.
Just because you
and I will check you the fuck out for you. Okay, I will let you know.
Hold on.
Whatever you want to fucking do. But cam up first. Don't talk to me from behind a fucking avatar. Do that first instead of talking about you. Leave yourself to a
coach.
Everybody, hold on.
Yikes.
Hold on, goddammit. Big Rick, what up, baby?
What's up, man? I'm loving it, man. Hey, hold on. Shout out to Lola, man. You the only one up there, you know what I mean? And you holding it down though. I can't lie. You standing on your square and you doing your thing. You cussing this shit though. You going crazy, Lola. Tonight you done said some pretty epic shit, man. That's all I'm gonna say, man. But yeah, 84, this stream off the hook, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who bruh is, but Oh my God!
I didn't know Pac was gonna bring all these feelings out. I knew he was gonna bring some feelings, but God damn.
That was Brother Red Pill that came on, and he left. He set the bomb and left.
Yeah. Pac still ain't saying nothing. Look, he quiet. Look, he's still on mute.
Ooh-wee.
But okay, so Rick, I see that you say you know about I'm gonna let you share what you think. Then I'm gonna continue this video because I do kind of want to get into more what my man Pac is saying.
Yeah.
What you think about the whole thing with this man and woman thing? They kind of sharing about. I'm letting it play out a little bit. What you think?
The man and woman thing, like, because I was kind of, to be honest with you, I was hearing more of the kind of going back and forth more than with the kind of the subject. What was the main subject why they was going back and forth?
Oh hell no.
I said that there is different types of leadership. One, and then I asked the question of why is it okay to see one person as more important than the other when everything that one person represents is premised on somebody else, right? Equally for real. And I used the doctor and the janitor as an example. And I said the patriarchal system tells you that the doctor is more important than his actual practice and all of the thousands of systems that support that, right? That's what it'll tell you. Meanwhile, the doctor ain't shit without the janitor.
I see what you're saying. I get the example, but it's kind of hard though to put the janitor and the doctor on the same scale, though.
Why not? Why you can't put the janitor on the same scale with the doctor?
I mean, in a like just a humanitarian sense, yeah. But I mean, in like a job setting, what they doing in practice, skill level, and all that, it's apples and oranges.
No, it's a different skill level. It's not that it's a better skill level. It's a different skill level. For instance, those Asian men.
You wouldn't think that would be better though.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me those Asian men out there that know how to grow rice, right? That doesn't take years of study and skill versus somebody who just knows how to do an operation? Like, really? Like, you're telling me that his skill level is not as important?
You're saying somebody that grows rice has the same skill level as a doctor?
I'm talking about is it worth more that his skill level is worth more than the doctor or vice versa?
Yes, I think the doctor's skill level would be worth more.
Right. Now, let me tell you something, right? If you lived in a world where there was no food and nobody to grow food, you would not need a doctor. And you wouldn't give a fuck about a doctor. Matter of fact, you might eat the doctor. Trust me. So, but this is what patriarchy told you. Patriarchy told you to value one thing over the other, which is why now the only thing we value is the top percent, and we don't have no value on anything else and nobody else. And then you wonder why there's class systems that don't make any sense.
Okay, but Lola, look, I fuck with you, Lola. You do your karate thing, right? You like a black belt in that thing. Yes, so you know you harder than the motherfucker that's a white belt or something. So
No. Let me tell you something, right? And everybody that does martial arts know a black belt is a white belt that just literally never gave up. That's all a black belt is a white belt that just didn't give up. Come on.
Look.
I like your answers, Lola. You know, I like your answers.
I'm being honest, and there you go. Like, I'm being honest out here.
Look. Buddy came in with the red pill drink, and he got Lola triggered, and now I gotta defuse this fucking bomb to kill everybody. Okay.
I beg your pardon.
You was kind of going in with Lola too, though. That's what I came in. I was like, okay, let's see.
I had to take you to school because see, we're not going to
trying not to get no sweat on the bomb. Listen, hey, look, Lola, I already conceded the point, right?
The point.
Did we both had to concede two different points?
Jesus, no, you ain't concede the point.
So you conceded the fact that the doctor can pick up a motherfucking mop and then he can put that shit down and then go and pick the scalpel up, but the janitor can't do the same thing. He can't go put the mop down and go pick up the scalpel.
That's a fact, Lola. That's a fact, Lola.
Here's I'm gonna show you how much of a debater I am, right?
Oh, Lola.
There are some things that work one way and there's some things that work two ways. But if you take either away, you don't have a world to live in. How about that?
So they both have a purpose. They're both important. They're both equally important.
I agree with you.
I agree. I agree.
I just split
that shit. They're both equally important, but not interchangeable.
No. Here's the thing: we're not arguing interchangeable. Patriarchy got you fucked up. We ain't arguing that, but that's in your mind.
No, I'm telling you. That's why you said one is more.
I am not going against the mic.
The only thing that you were arguing initially was that you said one job is being placed in importance over another. The man over the woman, as if the man don't need the woman. And I'm saying that a man can put his fucking gun down after he killed a robber and go cook his kids some breakfast the next morning.
No, but that requires for you to say that I am the equivalent of cooking, just cooking.
Okay, let me ask you this, Lola. Do you admit that the man don't need the woman, but the woman needs the man?
No. Here's the thing. That's patriarchal.
I'm just a simple.
Big Riggs, I'm saying to you that is patriarchal thinking that all need the one and the one is okay, and that's kind of like.
Let's leave those words out of it.
Wait a minute.
Let's just be real.
I'm trying to get you to understand that the way women think, it's not like that, and you're not accepting that. A lot of men don't want to accept that.
I accept it.
No. The way women think is not who's in charge. It's not who got the better of it. No,
I'm not talking about in charge though. I'm not
worrying about what you're talking about. I'm worried about what I'm saying to you right now. The thing is, the way women think is not the way men think. And if you're trying to get an understanding of the difference, right, you have to understand that what is important to women, right, in terms of making systems work, is not the same as it is to men. Like when you
understand that, I'm not arguing that.
You just said that the doctor can do one, but the other one can't do the other one. So what you're saying is,
Lola,
I'm not arguing who can do what job. But what you're saying is,
I'm not either. But I'm just being realistic.
Wait a minute. You're saying that the one that can do more jobs is more important, correct?
I don't really know what you mean by. If we're talking about a doctor and a janitor, yes. If we're talking about a doctor and a janitor, yes.
Right. So like you said, yes, right. But the way women think is not, well, who can do more? That's more important. No, that's not how women think. That you can do one or two more. That means you are worth more. That's not what that means in the thought process of women as it relates specifically to systems that work
together. You're in debate mode though right now, Lola. Wait
a minute. You're trying to force me into a conversation, right?
No, I'm not. I just wanted an answer, but you're debate mode.
You're asking for something that you cannot get from me, and I'm trying to help you understand why you won't get that from me, because I don't think
because you're saying that's how women think. I get it. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not telling you how women think. That is how women think.
Right. That's
not
what
trying to convince you of that.
So you're in debate mode. You want me to say your specific words? I'm saying what you said. I got you.
But here's what's really weird, right? And I'm gonna tell you what's weird. I just expressed, for instance, to the guy that was up here, that if he was to say the way he feels about getting an abortion at 2 weeks is not the same way he feels about someone doing a heinous act to a 2-week-old baby, right? Nobody will question his manhood when he say that there's a difference between committing a violent crime or violent act towards a 2-week-old baby and of two parents deciding that they can't have a child right now and committing what we call a baby deletion. You see what I'm saying? At 2 weeks pregnancy. There's a difference between
that. Kind of reminds me of like a Patrice O'Neal type comedy.
I don't know that person. I don't know that person. But what I'm saying is,
come on, you don't know who that is, Lola. Really don't do that.
I really don't.
You that much in debate mode?
No, I really don't know. I don't watch a lot of TV. What I'm saying to you is this. I just told the guy that no one's going to question his manhood, and because he would see that differently, right? But then he told me that no, I'm going to question your womanhood. And what I said back is, this is the problem right here. You feel that you're more important versus me and you coming together and being fair amongst each other. Even though you can act crazy and I can act crazier, we're going to work together. That's what I proposed to him, right? But he rejected that. You know why he rejected that? Because he feels a certain superiority over me. That's why he rejected it, which means he feels that submission, literally, I mean that very literally, is the only way for him to exist in the world. And I'm saying, as a woman, I don't walk through the world looking at the world that way, that somebody has to submit to me. Wait a minute, Big Riz. I offered him to have a cohesive conversation with me with his mutual respect. He refused that. Now you telling me that peace doesn't give more resources than war? Are you telling me that me and you doing trade isn't worth the deal? It's worth you risking your entire life trying to beat me in war, right? Versus me coming to an agreement to share my resources with you. This is what I'm talking about. When you live in a system,
working it out in peace is always better than war.
When you live in a system that tells you, right, that you're better just because, you will always have warfare on your mind. This is what happens when you're in a system locked like that in your mind. It trickles into other things. Like that happens all the time. I get stuck in that too.
Listen.
So basically, hold on real quick, Vic. So basically, because I'm about to bring you kind of up a little bit too, Vic. So basically, what you're saying is that the man and the woman are equal.
No. I'm not saying the man and the woman is equal in terms of sameness. Like there's a difference between equality and equal. I
can't get no answer out of you. That's just
I didn't say men and women.
Okay, so let me. Okay, that's cool.
The word same and equal haven't came out of my mouth tonight until you just said that word.
No, but when I asked you the question about can the man he don't need the woman, but the woman needs the man, you kind of didn't give me an answer. Kind of more like. Kind of seemed like it was more like they can both do it. Like, why put it in that way?
I don't. Listen. Just
in a way, that's kind of like how it was coming off.
Just because a man
on an elementary level, me taking it in because
hold on. But wait a minute. Just because somebody can do something, right, doesn't mean that they want to do it, right? Doesn't mean that that's how life is set up for them to do it. Just because they can do a thing.
I know, but that's debate mode right now, though, Lola. But look. So now the one
I'm saying that, Big Rigs, that you're in debate.
Lola, no, because you are, man. Like for real, like the conversation, like you build real tough on just on a simple kind of answer. You're gonna build on that shit, and it's like, damn, I'm not gonna get the answer.
I don't know how many times I gotta say that there's some things, right, that I can't give you a yes or no to, and
I understand that. That's why I try to move on. I don't want to bug you with it. No, what do you mean, Lola?
No.
Hey, I'm gonna use the word Vic used.
Either you gonna listen or you gonna drop one.
I did listen. I did.
You didn't cut me off 4 times, and I'm counting now. Okay.
Oh man, go ahead, Lola.
I'm counting now.
Okay. Hey, Rick, can I have next?
I'm just saying.
No, you can't, Vic. I was just gonna bring up how you said you could do her job.
But no, you're talking.
You can't do your job. That's all I was going to bring up.
No, Vic, hold on for a second, right? I didn't say anything tonight about men can do more than women or women can do men's job. You ain't heard me say that for a reason because I'm not here to gaslight. That's not why I'm here, okay? Like I could care less about that. If somebody want to argue that, they can argue that on, I don't know, Anton's channel or something. That ain't what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is to question the notion that one person can be higher than the thousands that cause him to be where he or she is. There is no such thing, at least in my book, that says that the one at the top is more important than the thousands at the bottom supporting.
So you don't think the CEO is got a little bit more pull than
Big Riz? Let me tell you something.
Lola, come on, man.
Listen to me. The best CEO knows that he is the equivalent as the lowest member in his company.
Of course, he's surpassed it. So of course he's equivalent to them.
Listen, I'm not going to argue with you, but so much if you continue to say that, well, no, everybody isn't equal, and there's some men that's more important than other men. That's a conversation you can have amongst. Hold on, don't cut me off. There's a conversation that you can have with other men. That's not what you need to have with me. Okay. So
That's true, though. How you not gonna believe the truth?
Whether it's true or not, that's not a conversation for him to have with me tonight. What I'm
you controlling it.
manipulation. Yes, I control it. Okay.
Manipulation, masculinity. Oh.
Now, here's the thing, Big Rig. If
who is that talking?
I'm not here to say that, right? I'm not going to indulge in points that go towards that because I have a reason why I'm not doing that tonight. As far as like who needs who, like
I get it, Lola, but I think he was kind of agreeing with you. But that's why I say you in debate mode for real. Like
I didn't see it as somebody agreeing with me. I didn't see it that way. So if I didn't see it that way, I don't have no obligation to act like that's what it is. And truth be told, I can argue why it's not an agreement and that it's just a matter of saying, oh, well, this is what you think, Lola, and then that's kind of like it. Like, that's not an agreement to me. That's not an agreement.
We never got past the part where I said, I can see this because you jumped up and you ran over there with Riggs on a whole nother page. The only thing, I want to get completely off of that shit y'all talking about.
What you want to talk about, Rick?
The only thing that I wanted to say, right, is...
No, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me in my face. Talking about the only thing you want to say. Say one thing and leave it there, and see, I'm gonna hold your ass to that.
Okay. So we painted a picture. We painted a picture in an imaginary world where women.
Oh, so it's an imaginary thing. It ain't real.
It's not real. It's not a reality.
Let's go back to my point. See, here's the thing. Nobody told you.
I don't think the imaginary thing is going to work right now. You gotta come with something factual right now.
Nobody here is telling you that what you're saying is wrong or crazy. Nobody's saying that. So why are you
down, Sophia?
I didn't say it's crazy. If it's imaginary, that means it has
not even debating. She just running.
You telling me matriarchal? Hold on. You're telling me matriarchal systems do not exist?
Not in the whole world.
I didn't say the whole world. I said do not exist. Listen to me carefully.
I said the goddamn imaginary goddamn hypothetical situation without you goddamn arguing with me for a goddamn second. Do you fucking mind, please, ma'am?
Wait a minute, Vic. The only hypothetical we gave is if the whole world. Okay.
You hypothetical. You ain't hearing me.
What you scared of?
Hypothetical. And then you can fucking argue with me.
Scared. I'm not going to hurt you by talking. Okay, chill out. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna say some words. They're not gonna hurt. Okay, just hold still. Close your eyes and open your ears.
I bet you got.
Lola is on fire right now. You know what? Somebody got a cup of water.
I asked you.
Victor, she like men?
I don't care what you do, dude. I don't like you. At the end of the day, Victor, I'm telling you that I asked you a question, which is, are you saying that matriarchal systems don't exist? Worldwide. I didn't say that, Victor. I didn't say worldwide because that's a lie. It's not even that it's
you allow me to make a hypothetical situation.
No, you're not listening. We already are in a hypothetical situation. What are you talking about? You're gonna make it one. What you talking about, Vic?
Crazy.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up at this point.
Let's go, 84. Let's go, 84.
That you should give me the point, Vic. I heard Jesus told me that.
I don't want to start muting, but I will. All right, listen.
Jesus.
Listen.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Listen. I'm not Jesus, but let me not say that. Look. Gotta salute my man Chicago Rilla for pulling up. Rilla, what's good?
Rilla, god damn it, that's what I'm talking about.
Y'all stop. I just pulled up so I can hear better. That's all, Bess.
That's why I pulled up too, to keep it 100 though. It was so serious. I was like, man, I gotta get up there, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Harvard, then I'm gonna go to Rilla, and then I'm gonna play some more.
Oh man, go ahead.
Salute to my man Jordan. Harvard, go ahead and
because Lola can get a little break right now. Sheesh.
God damn. Shit. Based on the topic, I was kind of like just kind of going off and coming back from the last conversation we had, and I think the only thing that triggered me was what was said about women. I don't think it's matriarchy, and if Pac was here today, you know what I mean, I think it would be a little different, but not too much. You know what I mean, it wouldn't be too much different. I mean, he would still have to, do his Pac thing. Whether his image of music and selling it or whatever the case may be. Pac liked sex. He liked you know, astronomical shit. He liked cosmic. He loved poetry. So there were just many levels. I don't think it would have changed the women nowadays. You know what I mean? I think women still would have be aggressive as fuck. Like what's their name up there? But you know, but yeah. It's my
Rilla,
take
go
on it,
ahead.
man.
Rilla, go ahead and build. Rilla, go ahead.
Nah, I mean, listen. Just to answer the question flat out, if Pac was alive, would the community still support him? Given the trajectory, I mean, like, I don't want to speculate, but just based on where he was at last, yeah, they still support him now. I think they support him even more so. They revere that man, and they didn't revere him as much, when he first came out with Digital Underground, and they didn't revere him as much on that first album. By the time he got to that second album, and definitely by the time he, Me Against the World and the bid that he had to do. What happened?
No, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, by the time you get to Me Against the World, and then the signing with Death Row, if he continued on that path, whether he continued on that path or not, the community would have still supported him. Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. All right, I'm gonna get some more of this video. I want to hear more people share what they feel. So yeah, let me get some more of the video. Let me mute myself up too.
Fair use.
We get to show the human side of the cops doing what they do, because it is always my belief that cops are just a gang unto themselves, with the good and the bad. Just like I believe the gangbangers on the street got good and bad, like police officers do. They got stress and they got character flaws that come from their lifestyles. I could be the best actor anybody ever seen. Given the chance, the opportunity, and the experience, and the lessons from people, I could be the best. But right now, I don't even wish to be the best. I just want to be one of them. If you look at it from a stereotypical point of view, like how people say, all your troubles with the law, how could you play a cop? Just from a stereotypical point of view, who could play a cop better? I've seen them in their evil when they think nobody's looking. I've seen the compassion. I've seen the anger. I've seen the jealousy. I've seen fear. I've seen respect, and I've seen hate from cops.
Whenever y'all want me to stop, let me know.
Play like a good place.
Anybody, you know what I mean? I've been there.
He was a cop.
One thing I can say, if I think a lot of things would have changed with, of course, California Police Department, sheriffs, of course. I mean, these motherfuckers beat the shit out of Pac. They would beat the shit out of a gang of motherfuckers over here. But I do believe that if he was here, there'd be a lot of things, like Nipsey was doing that too. Nipsey was doing that in LA, where he was, working with the LAPD and try to change a few things, because they're just, pulling us over, pulling us on the car, putting AR-15s to the back of our heads and shit. So, shit was really real out here. So, I mean, I can understand if he was here, there would be some changes. I don't know how much that would be, but I know there would be some changes out here.
Wait, do you think Tupac would have demanded change from LAPD and they would have acquiesced?
Well, he would have to conform. If you kind of remember the time when he was kind of coming to realization and he was putting out changes and he was kind of reforming his life and rebranding himself, he was coming to the realization like, damn, I can't beat the government. You know what I mean? Like, he was coming to that realization. So, yes, I do believe he would have changed a lot of things. He would have changed the attitude, the way we feel towards, the police department and things like that. So I definitely believe it. Nipsey was doing it, and he had a lot of run-in. So I know.
Oh, you cutting out, brother. I thought you would stop talking. You cutting out. See if you
Yeah,
can get
Pac
to
and Nip are different beasts altogether from two different eras. And like when you say changes, Pac recorded a lot of music. And he was one of those first artists that just started, kind of working like a machine, right? So he was putting out all types of songs. There was all the songs that were released. I don't want to mispronounce posthumously or whatever. I just mispronounced it. But anyway, the songs that was released in the wake of his death were not even fully finished songs, right? So what I know about the music industry for that time, you had artists creating all types of songs. It's not necessarily whether they believed in those songs fully. It was just what would stick, what would sell, what was the neat gimmick, so on and so forth. And again, I'm not, saying that was fully Pac. I just don't see that type of output with changes that tells me he would have made a change in a different direction. As a matter of fact, the trajectory that he was on, he was leaning. It looked like he would have went more into Hollywood because that's where the accolades and money was coming from, and that would have even took him down a darker path, my opinion. So I don't think he would have, negotiated or lobbied changes in law enforcement on behalf of the community. I think he
So
would.
you don't.
Go ahead.
So you think Changes was the only record that was put out in a sign of light of like accountability, realization, waking the community up in a way. So I do believe that he would have eventually, not so much of,
When did Changes come out? Was it while he was alive or was it after he was dead?
Dead. It's on the Better Days album.
Right. But what I'm saying is what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he would have changed it, dramatically, really. I just think it would have been a lot of things that we wouldn't have to go through as much, right? There would have been a lot of things changed because of he would have been speaking up in certain areas in Congress or politician, the city hall buildings and stuff like that, because he was on that already. You get what I mean? So, after a person get older, look at Meek Mills. Meek Mills is now changing his whole look and hanging out with billionaires and trying to save the community now. He's getting back in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like, he's 36 though. So as they get older, they start kind of like changing things. We've seen it happen many times when we study kind of these hood artists, and when they come out the hood and shit, we see it. We see how they change and they try to help out. Yes, it's not a huge dramatic force of change, but there'll be like these little lights, or, like Pac said, I might not be the one to change it, but I can spark something that will spark change.
Yo, real quick, to respond to Rilla, Pac was a product of a lot of things, and like some people, you grow up hood, or you grow up in this areas, or you're exposed to this. I grew up in a hood. However, my mother said, yo, you not going to the school and riding with them raggedy ass kids. You going over here to where you're going to get an education and you ain't got to fight and shoot every day at the damn school. So I'm going to drive you across town. Pac went to Juilliard. You understand what I'm saying? He was a very well-rounded and cultured young man, regardless of his mother's condition, regardless of the hoods that he grew up in. So when he came to Death Row, that's when Pac changed. Pac came out with Panther Power. He came out with a whole bunch of all of that shit, the Digital Underground and all his little secret underground tapes. Man, that's the real Pac. What he did for Death Row was no different than what he did in Juice. You understand what I'm saying? He knows those things, just like he just talked about how he would be the perfect person to play a cop because he's seen it up close, all of the angles. He's a watcher. He's a people watcher. He's perceptive. So he was able to recreate that. And at the end of the day, he was able to do that in his music. He did some of that shit, but a lot of that shit, he was talking about stories from other people. When Pac talked his gangster shit, he wasn't really talking. Besides the diss against Biggie, he wasn't really talking about, oh, what I'm gonna do to the next man, how I'm gonna slide on these niggas. He wasn't really talking a whole bunch of that. The most you seen that was in Death Row, and that's because that's what Death Row wanted to push. So he said, hey, I'm gonna fulfill my contract and I'm gonna push out 3 albums in 3 months and close my contract out and go do what the fuck I want to do. That was a money play. That was a money grab. That ain't had nothing to do with his complete character. Pac was on a whole nother level as far as what he was trying to do as far as community. A nigga who's on some bullshit can't come out with Brenda Got a Baby in the middle of that. You can't in the same mind frame. So if he can show you that range, that means he was never that.
No, that is true though. If he can show you that type of range, if an artist can show you different ranges of a real life, it shows you that they have to be spending their life in different sectors to understand what that is. You have a hood sector, you have a crack epidemic sector. Like for me, I understand what it's like growing up in foster care, right? Mom's prostitute, dad committed suicide. So I understand what those lifestyle is. But then again, I know what it's like riding out in the hood. I know it's like, pulling a couple triggers. I know it's, what I mean? I know it's like performing on stage and being around a gang of white women. So
do we understand that Pac, listen, y'all saying a lot. We understand that Pac was playing a character, right? We agree there?
Yeah. No more than Charleston White.
No, I mean on screen and off.
No more than Charleston White.
Well, I don't want to talk. I'm not talking about Charleston. I'm
that's
saying
a perfect example.
Charleston White definitely is not a perfect example. We're talking about Pac.
Charleston White and Tupac for sure ain't no example.
Right. So let's just stay with Tupac. Let's just stick with what we know because you said he went to Juilliard, right? You said he went to Juilliard, right? How many gangsters? Wait. How many gangsters went to Juilliard?
Right, but nobody said he was a gangster.
Wait, Pac said he was a thug.
Right, but that's not a gangster though. A thug in the
wait, I gotta get so from my era, I'm 49, right?
Okay.
You can use thug and gangster interchangeably, right? I know for now, like in this generation, it may mean something different. Pac died at 25, right? He died at 25, right?
The Hate You Gave.
Yeah, The Hate You Gave. That was more like a thug in the. But you're right, really. Like you're right, really, because that's true. Like I mean, I don't know how it is in Chi-Town, but like in LA,
what y'all telling me is like
a gangster is a gangbanger. A thug is a nigga is a scammer.
So are you testing his gangster
credibility? So when Pac said never ignorant, getting goals accomplished, that too? So when he said never ignorant, getting goals accomplished, we believe that one too. And this ain't no Pac slander. I'm just taking it for what it is. I lived through that.
No, but I thought thugism was like a revolutionary term, right? Like it was a revolutionary. Yes, it was.
Have you heard
he got it from.
That means
going to Spice One.
At the end of the day.
Hold on.
Have you heard of a rapper named Spice One?
Yeah.
Okay, he says thug, right? Because him and Pac was real cool. He says thug a lot, right?
Right, but I'm talking about where it
but he
originated
also says
from.
gangster
It
too, though.
originated
It's
in prison.
interchangeable, like what Rilla was saying. Like out here, thug and gangster is like the same type of shit, bro.
Make your point, Rilla. What you was getting at?
Here's the point. If you never read Rose That Grew from Concrete, like we keep saying stuff like Pac grew up in the hood. Pac grew up and went to school. I forget the young lady's name. The teacher that collected all his poems and put it in the Rose That Grew from Concrete. That's the real Pac. The Pac that toured as a backup dancer for Digital Underground, that came out saying, now I clown around when I hang around with the underground.
That's the Pac,
That's
man.
the real Pac.
Absolutely.
When he signed a record deal, you got a character. When he did Juice and played Bishop, one can argue, and many have, that he became worse. Right.
So why is he not playing a character at that point? What are you saying?
At which point?
When he was in Juilliard.
I'm just saying, if he made Juice and he came out with Gangsta Party, why he can't be playing the same character that he playing in Juice?
That's what I just said. I said one can argue, and many did argue, that he got worse after Juice. He really thought he was Bishop after Juice.
Nigga, listen what I'm saying. If you live the life that you live, right?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Raised as gangsters, but they some motherfucking gangsters.
Wait, fam. Just as we having a base level conversation, just try not to call me nigga.
I didn't call you. I didn't call you.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm saying my family was raised well with morals, principles, and not to break the law and all of this. But we got quite a few gangsters in my family, and they ain't the play kind. And me and my partner had this question: what's a fake blood? If a nigga shoot you and he got red on and he say "Suit whoop," he just as real as the rest of them. So it don't really matter. It's what you actually.
That's not true, Vic.
I mean, but no, he got a. You don't. He got a point because you don't know from a distance. If that nigga says "Suit whoop," I'm gonna think he a straight up blood nigga. I'm gonna pop him. You know what I mean? You're not gonna say, "Oh, that's a fake blood nigga." He said.
No, but you can't put him on. But the way he's putting it on a scale as it. All right, bro.
Because he didn't get put on in your set, nigga. This nigga's in England, in London, that bang Crips and Bloods like they ain't never set foot in the United States, and they killing each other just the same. So they fake just because they ain't got put on with the set. So I'm saying your life and your experiences create this. The shit that I seen and the shit that I put myself in a mental position to put my morality aside to go do and to ride for this cause or ride for these niggas, whether I thought it was honorable or gangster or whatever my motivation was, those things live with me forever. So when a nigga disrespect me in the street, I don't give a fuck how evolved I am as a man. My brain has to process that shit and suppress that motherfucker that I created to survive those times. But it's in there. So whether he was playing a character or whether that was some nigga he seen or that was really some shit he did, he really did stop a nigga out in the motherfucking Vegas, and it didn't look like that was his first time. So all I'm saying is,
but you got to also look at his environment. But Vic, do you get what Rilla said? The first thing he said about Pac when he mentioned him being in Digital Underground and doing the whatever y'all was talking about, poem shit, play whatever type shit. Pac became a whole different type of person, bro, when he came out towards the Bay Area and started kicking it around a different group of people, bro.
Right.
He started becoming more like the people that he was around. And then if you look at the Pac from when he was in the Bay to the Pac to where he went to LA when they got him out of jail after his shooting, he was a completely different Tupac, bro. So what you're saying, Vic, that's not true, bro. I mean, yes, he did stomp the dude out and all that type of shit, but you got to also look at his environment. You got to look at the type of people he was around and what he was seeing. He was mimicking everything that he was seeing, bro. And especially when you have backup and power like that, you can act your movie acting can be fucking real life acting, bro. So that's why when Rilla kind of put that out there like that, I thought that was a perfect example. When he came out with Digital Underground and his raps and his lyrics and you listen to some of the early Tupac, he was on some other shit, bro. And then he still had it in him, of course, don't get me wrong, but he definitely changed, bro, because of his environment.
Okay, so did you not hear what I was saying? That a man goes through degrees of evolution. There's some men that will never experience certain things. They'll never have to go through certain degrees of their evolution. However, the men that have, their experiences become a part of them. Pac didn't live in New York his whole life. He didn't go to Juilliard his whole life.
Right.
His mama was a whole crackhead. He did move to the Bay. He was around gangbangers. He was around hoods and thugs. He did get it in.
No,
So
that's what I'm saying. Hold on one second. Let me look this up, fam.
now that time I call you Nick. How do you
What's this lady name? Hold on.
how do you know how
Rose that grew from Concrete? The lady that helped him write that book. Listen to how she talks about that young man. Tupac was a nice young man. Even when he first got on the road with Digital Underground, he was a nice
like
young
15, bro.
man.
Yeah, but Rilla, was he like a teen? Was he in his teens at that time? He was like 15, 16, 17, right?
How old do y'all think Tupac was when he died?
He was only 25. But what I'm saying, but that makes sense though. It makes sense that when he was like 16, 17, you kind of still coming out of that little young boy stage. Like, I mean, I did it.
25 is very young, bro. If you look at a lot of 25 years old, they young, bro.
Yeah, you know, you're right.
I was a nice young man, and then I turned into a pistol toting thug, and now I'm me.
Wait, so when so at what age? Wait, because I would imagine turning into a pistol toting thug when I was growing up, and I could have changed. It might be 21, maybe the age where they turn into pistol toting thugs now, right? When I was growing up, they were turning that way fairly young. Yummy was what, 10, I think. Robert Sandiford, Yummy, the one that Pac raps about, he was 10 years old, right? When we talk
that's
about
an exception, right?
So if you if that doesn't thug you by 12, then you ain't no real thug.
I don't want to derail the conversation. I'm gonna pipe down because what
they're not understanding what you're getting at in your example.
No, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. The real Tupac was the Tupac that was the younger Tupac that was growing into that was him. Who he was, the poetry, the guy that was in school, the guy who was in Juilliard Arts, the guy that was the Black Panther, like that was Tupac. I get what he's saying, and everything else is just a cake that he put on as a propaganda. But he lived and died by the sword, like, and I don't think we're giving that as an acknowledgement. Like that's what he did. He lived and died by the sword. He came out to the West Coast and was like, "These are real gangsters. I like this jacket. I want to put it on, and I want to do it."
But that's I think that's where my disconnect. Okay, so who? Layla Steinberg. That's who the lady
right. Layla Steinberg. You're right.
Now, Layla Steinberg. He was in the Bay. This wasn't in Baltimore. This wasn't in New York.
Yep, it's in Oakland. Yep, it's in the Bay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
he was in Marin. I'm thinking.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Say that again.
You said Marin.
I think he was in Marin.
Right. Well, yeah, you're right. I think you are right. Marin, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wasn't in Oakland, California.
Okay, I forget my geography. I'm not well versed on it. I just know he was on the West Coast, and I know he wasn't thugging and shooting out in our list. That didn't happen until after the record deal with Interscope. That's the point that I'm making. It didn't happen. His
career was short lived.
Go ahead, say it again.
His thug career was short lived.
1000%. Okay,
so what part of him doing right? It's one thing to say I'm Future and I say Molly Percocet, but I don't even do drugs.
He don't.
So that's what I'm saying. That's right. One thing. It's a whole nother thing to say Molly Percocet and I just started doing drugs and I'm Juice WRLD. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't know why we questioning his gangster credibility as if that wasn't a part of his jacket. Just like nigga, my rap sheet got a whole bunch of years that I ain't got nothing in it. I ain't got no juvie file.
Okay.
You know what? I'm not taking anything away from him like that, bro. Like that's not where I'm getting at with my conversation. I'm just saying that if we're gonna really keep it 100, what Rilla was saying in his examples was absolutely right. The reason why he started acting the way he was because of his environment, bro. If he wouldn't have been around that environment like that, Tupac wouldn't have just been thugging, bro. When you thugging, bro.
Nobody don't come out
there thugging. What's that?
Nobody don't come out their mama thugging. It's always your environment.
It's where you're brought up and everything, bro. That's a big part of it. You crazy, bro.
I just think where I got twisted,
bro. Like these cats really be getting. Even them cats when you used to hear about shit in Chirac, bro, them cats was hella young, bro. Them little JoJos and shit. They was young as fuck.
But I guess my point was I got
but I'm
twisted
just
off
saying,
from
bro. That's what I
right.
mean by it. Ain't you turn. It ain't just because you in high school or whatever, and now you're around some thugs, whatever. Of course, that shit happens. But I'm saying though, when it's really in you, bro, like that shit is almost like a lifestyle, bro. Like your parents was doing that shit. Your fucking your brothers, cousins, like your hood, like you into that. That's where you at, bro.
It's on you.
And all I'm saying is he came from a fucking very good background, but his choice. Okay.
We have to kind of put it in, anyway, I get what you're saying. I guess where I got caught up was when he said it's a character. And I'm like, well, a character you can kind of turn on and off, right? And I don't think that was a character. I think he became so consumed that just became a part of him now. Now it's a part of his lifestyle. He want Hennessy, liquor, drugs, the niggas, the bitch. Like that's like that West Coast. I don't know if it's a West Coast thing, but to us, it looks like a West Coast party lifestyle. Like he just wanted that. He consumed that and put that jacket on and he wore it. So now you're not considered as like, oh, that's a character.
I'll tell you how you know it's a character. Look at the interview he did on MTV with Tabitha Soren.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Once you enlighten that
interview when he first got out.
Mm-hmm. The one where they're walking down the beach.
Mild-mannered young man.
Right.
Okay. He's not in the process of thugging at that time.
But he's still. But what did Rilla? What did he look like though? Rilla? Was he in a suit and was he had his pants on his hips? I mean, what did he look like?
What do you mean? He dressed for the time.
He looks like a fucking thug.
He had on a sweater vest walking down Boardwalk or wherever they were.
with a rag on his cap, with a rag on his forehead, pants sagging. He looks like I could be mild and mannered when I'm talking to somebody cool, but that don't mean he put on that jacket, you go see it on me. You go see it, I'm gonna walk it, I'm gonna talk it. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna see it. It's like I would see like the big OGs, right? I would see these dudes who do 40 years in the pen and they come out, they still banging, right? But you won't see them acting it. They're still mild mannered. They won't go crazy on you, but you'll see them wearing their colors. You see them wearing, you know what I mean? They show signification like, oh, I am that person.
Let me ask this last question. I swear I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm gonna pipe down. So
I'm with you.
I just really pulled up to hear better. So y'all are telling me since y'all wanted to bring it up to current time. So like the Chris Browns of the world, the Soldier Boys of the world, they in thug mode. They official like a referee whistle ready, right?
What is official?
Hell no.
Who's official?
What is official? What does that mean?
Hell no.
That used to mean something, but that don't mean shit now.
I can use that example on what Vic just said. Actually, what you're saying right now, Rilla, what you're about to get into, or maybe not, but the example that you're going with right now, I could use that against what Vic was just saying a minute ago when he was talking about you can say Sue Whoop and all this other thing and be just as real as the realest.
That's the point that I'm making.
And that is not fucking true, bro. Chris Brown can talk all the stuff he wants and everything, but on some real shit, he is not no real fucking thug out blood like he is saying, bro. He is not a real established from the set. He was paid into that shit. He was homeboys, whatever. I mean, we just gotta keep it 100, Vic. So that's why when you make that statement,
it's something called.
I'm not gonna say no more though. Go ahead,
right.
I
can't argue that. You're right.
Clarify my point. I want to clarify my point.
No, hold on. He right, because I kind of feel that way about LA. When I be seeing cats come over here and they be like, yeah, I'm a LA dude and I'm LA and I'm from nigga, you from Santa Monica, nigga, you from the Valley, nigga, you ain't from LA. So I get it, right? They want to put on the cap, but you're not that thoroughbred. So I get what y'all saying though, right? But I'm kind of looking at when people put on that jacket and they become that person. And that's, their family might not be there. Their family probably from Fortune 500, legacy bloodline, right? I don't know about if you guys heard the white boy that came to LA. He put on the Crip jacket and he was around LA, big banging around, shooting at people the whole nine. And then he got locked up and now he's doing Crip Time. You know what I mean? So I get, I fully understand. I guess I'm looking at it from both ends, and I'm like, well, there's people that put on that jacket and banging harder than the people that was from it, and then there's people, you know what I mean, that feel like if you ain't thoroughbred, if you ain't from the soil. So that's true. So I guess two things to be true at one time.
Yes, two things can be true. So listen, I'm gonna clarify my point, and I'm gonna ask this question. First question: what the fuck are we talking about? Who's real and who ain't? Why Pac is or ain't? Or well, he made some poetry one time. Nigga, you can read my poetry. That shit dope. I'm sure there's a bunch of people who would vouch for what a good young man I was. But it's some people that ain't doing no vouching because they ain't got nothing to say these days. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is when a nigga jump off the porch, he just jump off the porch. And it wouldn't matter if he was 10, 4, or 25. Nigga, you can wait till you go to prison for the first time and that turn you out. It's your experiences that turn you out. That's what it is. A girl could be a nice girl until she turned into a hoe. Or she ain't a hoe no more because she grew up and she was a sweetheart and she was a virgin since she was 18. But then she went and fucked the whole basketball team in her freshman year in college. Now she ain't a hoe because she didn't grow up like that.
Hey Vic, can I ask you a question?
What the fuck?
So you consider yourself now a good, respectable person, right?
It's because my experiences have changed me forever.
No, but I'm just saying though. So you consider yourself a good, respectable person, right?
I don't know about that good, but I try.
And prior, before you were doing any of your gun toting and pistol, all that stuff, you was a good, respectable guy, right?
Right. So that's
so basically, it was your environment or maybe the people you were around that got you into that mode, right?
For sure.
You was in character, bro.
Put it like this: it don't matter if you was in character or if you was the real deal. It wouldn't matter if I went to Chicago.
But the reason why I say character, right? Because like how you just used that statement about the dudes that are in jail, right? Prison, and I could second that because I've been there. You feel me? And it blew my mind because I really didn't believe it until I saw it. But there's actual 50, 60 plus year old men, bro, that have the attitude of a 15, 17-year-old gangbanger, bro, because that is what it is. They never came out of it, bro. That's why I say, like, it's like he was in character, bro. Like, but what I'm saying though is you can catch Pac on probably on a certain day, and he was Pac, bro. You could probably have conversations with people that fucked with him on a daily, and they'd be like, "Hey, man, he was fucking whoopty whoop. He wasn't always rah rah." But there's motherfuckers though, Vic, that are really rah rah all the time, bro. They just with the shit.
No baby, man.
Rick, the difference between what you saying, and I think this is the fundamental difference in what we're saying, because I just peeped it. You're saying in character. In character means, or to me, that the way that I'm receiving it.
Chris Brown in character, bro.
No, I'm telling you about me.
Soulja Boy in character, bro.
And yo, stop for a second. I'm telling you about me. I can't tell you about these niggas. I can only tell you what the social media.
But I'm just, the reason why I used you as an example because you said what you did in the past.
Now I'm responding to what you're saying.
No, for sure. Go ahead, respond.
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is that whether I was in character when I had to do the things that I did and witness the things that I witnessed, or whether it was in my soul or in my core, that is completely irrelevant, because today, because of those experiences, whether I was putting on or not, those things changed me to the point where a nigga can't try me like that these days. Trust me, if you walked up to Pac, I don't give a fuck how many poems he wrote, and you tried him in some way, you called him a bitch ass nigga, I bet you'd have that Las Vegas incident all over again, because he's not in.
I don't think anybody's disputing that though.
So I'm saying that the difference is the man who's putting on, the man who's acting, the man who's playing a role, you can pull his coat card, you can lift his skirt. But if you lift up that motherfucking skirt and a pistol come out that motherfucker, he ain't playing. He ain't acting.
Vic, you're missing the point though. I just told you he had power, he had muscle, He had a lot of things also. Like Vic, we gotta keep it 100, bro. Like,
Okay,
if we can't keep it 100, bro, then the conversation it's just gonna keep going and going. Like, and I don't want to feel like I'm just trying to dispute everything you're saying, bro. I don't want to do. I'm not on that hype like that, bro. I'm not.
I don't know why you weren't feeling what I was saying. Like
I am, bro. I'm feeling exactly what you're saying. I'm really right there with you.
So
I'm right there with you.
Now that we've confirmed that Pac was putting on, what was the point that's being made? Because he was talking about playing a cop and how he's informed by his experiences. What is his gangster credentials got anything to do with what we saying about him as a person?
I'm not taking anything away from his gangster or whatever, bro. It just however the conversation came up with the influence and everything, like there's a difference, bro, between a real thug, a real gangster and everything, and somebody that's like,
I agree with everything you're saying. Now where you going with that information?
That's all. I'm not going any. I just went where I went, bro. Like, we happen to be talking about Pac and what he was saying, what Rilla was saying. I gotta agree. That is an actual fact, and the examples that he gave.
All agree with Rilla, where would you going?
So I don't get them where the disconnect is, and like
no disconnect. We don't got to go back in a circle. We going forward. Rilla, what was you trying to say? Now that we agree that Pac was on. Jump off the porch and jump right back on it.
I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's all.
Okay.
Best you can play the video.
Well, if you don't get out of here with this.
I just got out of maximum penitentiary. I got arrested like 12 times last year. You know what I mean? Some my mistake, some destiny, some fate, and some unwarranted. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, I got to see police more than I wanted to. So for that reason alone, I'm the perfect choice for the role. I can't explain why.
I just want to say, y'all just sat here for an hour talking about Pac, but for some reason, Russia and the United States can't come to a peace treaty. Like, this is the shit I'm talking about.
What the fuck?
Y'all will argue like shit over Pac, but then if somebody say one thing on a national stage, y'all ready to just kill each other. Like, y'all ain't trying to talk about shit, but y'all sit here and argue over Pac for 10 years. Listen,
Lola, what was our conversation with you just a minute ago? It was kind of going down a couple of rabbit holes.
Where is Jesus when you need his ass?
Got him.
What'd you say?
Where is Jesus? Goddamn, yo, the fuck.
What Russia got to do with anything? What happened in Russia?
You know how long the U.S. have been like saying what they not going to say to Russia. Like, y'all can't. Here's the thing. Y'all just sat here and had a conversation, a beautiful long.
Well, the stream has Tupac on it.
About Pac, a man that's dead. Now talk about Jesus like that.
Hey, the stream has Tupac on there, Lola.
Tupac is your Jesus.
And when we was talking about Jesus, you was talking about if Jesus went to war, the only thing he'd be doing is flipping over fish tanks.
No. See, I didn't.
Nah, we ain't gonna do all that shit. That shit recorded.
I didn't say it like that. You putting that twang on there. I didn't say.
I was like, damn, she think Jesus wouldn't be there. All right, man.
I didn't say that. I said Jesus is a different kind of leader. I didn't say, he gonna do. I said
you said the only time he might have flipped over a couple of fish tanks.
No,
what kind of shit was that, Lola?
Wait a minute, hold on. What kind of shit is that? It's the shit like this. He's not to be fucked with, but he is not a war general. That's not what he is. But you ain't gonna push him around.
She said she talked to his teachers back in Bethlehem.
So wait, Lola, are you saying we can't hold the discussion on world?
No. What I'm saying is Pac is more important than U.S. trade to you niggas.
That's what you think?
He's on the stream, Lola.
Don't take it.
Big Riggs, I swear to God, I sat here for an eternity trying to figure out what the fuck are we talking about. This nigga dead.
The whole stream is about a dead nigga.
No, the stream is about if he was alive. What the fuck?
Wait, so but Jesus is dead too.
And y'all ain't talking about him at all.
We did.
So what's your point, Lola?
My point is y'all sat here and fucked me up for a whole hour over this nigga and ain't said one damn thing about Jesus.
Okay, when you was talking to the other dudes, what was y'all talking about?
What are you talking about?
Y'all was triggered over the man being.
Oh, see, you done fucked up. You done fucked. You done fucked. Let me get my shit.
Hey, she coming down off that red pill.
Hey, would you prefer we talk about Kim? What's her name? Kim Classic. Should we talk about Kim Classic?
What?
Kim Classic is that her name? Kim Classic.
I don't want to see me. What I'm saying is this. I noticed when when the word Pac is mentioned and black men are in a congregation, nothing matters. I mean, nothing matters. You guys will talk about this man till doomsday. Listen.
So wait, but let's just say we did. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? This is what's wrong with that. Y'all don't have that same energy for shit else but this man, and I want to know what the fuck did he do to deserve it?
Wait, hold on. Let me say this. So I disagree with you. I spent majority of my week planning and strategizing about how to join my local school council so I can give back to my school. Right? I've been planning and plotting and strategizing with the alumni for my alma mater. Right? There's more things out there, and I actually. Best knows this. I've been offline for a very long time because I've been outside
We've been outside all summer.
Actually enjoying life. This is my fun time right now. Wifey is asleep, so this is my fun time with y'all right now.
Oh, so what you're saying is this is what men do. This is what men recreationally do. Argue over pop.
No, Lola, where you get that? Argue over Snoop. We could argue over LeBron.
No, man, you try to put it like that's all dudes talk about,
right?
Or just sports or some old shit. Like that's.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
She want Red Pill Buddy to come back up here. That's what's going
on. Yeah, she ready to go. She want to go to war.
I didn't say that. Hey, Rilla, I didn't say that. All y'all talk about is sports. That didn't come out my mouth. That came out his mouth.
No, but I'm saying we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Like,
ooh, really? Y'all had me here for 10,000 years over this bald head nigga.
Okay, so what were you saying about Russia?
I was saying that y'all need to talk to Russia the way you talk about this nigga.
Why? I don't know shit about Russia. Now you tell me, educate me. Let's talk about it.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, Vic. I don't want to talk about Russia when there's 13,000 migrants in my city. Resources, and there's conversations to be had there.
You know what? See, this
is real dealing with real stuff and living my best life all summer long. I don't care.
So we can't talk about Russia because there's
13,000 migrants.
So you don't want to talk about Russia. That's why your ass ain't talking about it. You just
here's the thing. He makes a valid point, right? Because my father won't talk about nothing but immigrants. I don't understand. But he feel like they're taking all the jobs. But I'm telling him that if anything else, there's like Rilla said, we can talk and chew gum, right? Right? So we can't talk about. So according to y'all, y'all don't want to talk about the issue with Russia because there's 13,000 immigrants in your state.
Well, here's the thing: how does Russia impact me when I can look outside and see immigrants in the police station, immigrants taking over hostels, not immigrants, migrants, not immigrants, not people who come in illegally. I'm talking about people that are getting bussed up to the Midwest and New York from Texas and Florida right now. Like I'm seeing it real time. I'm seeing the policemen and reports of policemen in my district, District 5 precinct, get infected with chickenpox from the migrants. So to me, I'm and I don't have nothing against the migrants. I'm actually having these conversations with the politicians who are supposed to act on our behalf. I find it interesting that people that I was working shoulder to shoulder with who wanted to clothe, feed, house the unhomed couldn't get support from this city, but somehow we can take taxes, resources, and funding for other things for people who are not paying into the system. I just want somebody to make that make sense. So I can have conversations on whatever you want to have conversations on. Russia is not on my top list of priorities.
No, I use Russia because, to be honest with you, on the international level, like that is a real thing. It is a real threat. If you remember Pearl Harbor, that is a real thing. However, here's the thing: when it comes to why we got time for the shit here, but don't got time, if you know what I mean, it's because there's an agenda for pushing all of these immigrants in for voting reasons. Like there's a real agenda for that. And trust me, I work in local government, and they were telling me they don't got $2 to spare. And suddenly, when them immigrants came up from Florida, $1 billion appeared out of nowhere in our budget.
Wait, how are they going to magically get voting power?
I'm telling you, Rilla, magically $1 million showed up in our budget.
No,
I was sitting here like, you gonna pay me to sit in this meeting, and y'all couldn't give me $50 extra a year because you said you was over budget, bitch? What the fuck? Like, all right. So I'm telling you now, there's some bullshit out here for real. Now I can't tell you what kind of voodoo they working with, but they are. That's a real thing too, Mr. Pop.
I'm voting for whoever let my people in.
You voting for whoever letting what people in? What are you talking about? What people?
Man, chill out, Vic. Y'all can't hold nothing else in Atlanta. Y'all closed for business.
Listen, stop talking about Atlanta.
I don't know what you talking about. ATL, Mexico City, fuck Chocolate City.
I know. So I said y'all can't hold nothing else. Y'all busting at the seam.
Damn.
No, I was speaking facetiously as if I was the people you're talking about, which is that's why they're making a way for them to come in, because they, to Lola's point, need that voting power from the people who are already here legally. And for some reason, somebody can fact check me, but based on the people who are in political office and shit like that, whatever, who be always trying to be like, yo, Vic, why you won't vote, yo? Because apparently some of these immigrants, or not immigrants, but migrants, apparently along with their WIC and food stamps and housing and all these other privileges that they're able to get, they also have the ability to vote and be counted in the fucking census. So they doing some weird shit. They're doing some real weird shit.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that up here. I'm not seeing that. But what I do see is so Chicago's a little bit different. And I know if you in the South, you're definitely feeling the effects of reverse migration, where blacks are leaving Midwest altogether and going, south to Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, and not necessarily in that order. So I don't see them using the migrants as a like a power play. They're actually caught off. They're actually caught off guard. Here, they're cut off. I mean, not cut off guard. Caught off guard. Here, they don't have a plan. And what's his name? Abbott. Abbott is not stopping. There's a bus. There's 2 buses that arrived today. The buses come every Friday. They know they're coming and still don't have a plan.
Right, and that's true. That's very true, because that's the reason why I was told to sit in on meetings, because our local government here was not expecting a bus load. And I mean, when I say bus load, I mean that, like, not literally, but a lot of people to be dropped off in our state with no resources, and the state to just have to come up with some money. And they did, but they didn't like that. Like, the governor's office was not happy with that. But here's the thing, it hasn't stopped. It's like Rilla said, it's continuing. And I know, I mean, you further north than I am, Rilla, but here we getting a lot of that here, because we right here at the capital, at the nation's capital. So a lot of people know about this area, so they want to come here. And I'm telling you now, the jobs out here for immigrants is not what they thought it was. I'm telling you, like, it's fucked up out here.
For the migrants, see, the thing of it is,
hold on. Gotta give a shout out to Chocolate Earth Foundation. Hey, sis, link is pinned in the chat. You can definitely come on up. And I know you like to talk about what they're talking about. So, yeah, come on up. If you like.
Niggas don't want to pick no oranges. So stop saying they took your motherfucking job, because you ain't going to push no ice cream cart around. You ain't selling no burritos at the gas station. So they ain't taking your motherfucking job.
Vic, let me tell you this. So from what I'm just telling you firsthand. This is anecdotal, right? This is not data, statistics, none of that. I'm telling you firsthand. When me and my wife are driving through the city, only thing I see the migrants doing, if they not chilling in the police station, they're at the expressways begging for. And I was like, man, that's a bad look for them, because you're competing with the unhomed that are already here. So these people are putting them in dangerous situations, because the unhomed and the bucket boys are like, you're encroaching on my territory. You see what I'm saying? And never mind the reports of the women that are being taken advantage of. You see what I'm saying? So there's no place for them to work, really. To be honest, they're not undercutting anybody's wages or anything here.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's bad. Where so I had there was one guy on the news out here that was saying he came up from Mexico and he got bussed here in Maryland, and he was saying it was so hard for him here and that he didn't know it was like this. And I was like, hold on, y'all. You left Mexico and you feel like living in the nation's capital is fucked up for you in the U.S. Like, look at the entitlement on this shit. Like, really? It's fucked up for you. All right.
Yeah, because they think they walking into land of the free, home of the brave. Right? And it's anyway, I'm just saying Russia's not my priority. I'm juggling a lot of things right now. So this is my fun time, Lola. So if I want to talk about Pac for an hour and derail the conversation,
yeah.
Okay, well, y'all can talk about Pac for an hour then. But if you're gonna have me in the conversation, I'm gonna really talk about Pac. Y'all ain't gonna like what I say. Y'all gonna be up in your fields if I get in the conversation. That's why I was sitting back like, okay, let them have that fun.
And you know what's wild, Lola? Like, and I'm gonna keep it 100, right? People may be like, damn, what the hell? But I'm from the Bay Area, you feel me? And like, I dug Tupac, but I wasn't really a hell of a just, big Tupac fan. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people that also have that same view. There was a lot of people that loved him. It's kind of like the Nipsey thing. Now, what Rilla said, this kind of going back on something just real quick about Nipsey and Tupac being, two different eras and shit. That's true. And that's why I think when the conversation was about if Tupac was still here, would he really have like an influence or whatnot? And I kind of would say not really, right? Because of his time was his era. Even if he was still alive and pushing what he pushed, like the music doesn't change, the vibe doesn't change, people's mentality doesn't change. You know what I'm saying? And almost if he was even on his positive, Pac, they really would have disregarded it. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of disagree with them on that one, but that's all I got to say with that, because I didn't really get to answer that one, that question.
But I think the reason why it changed is because of the trajectory that he put it on, right? So I think if he was here, where we're at is based on his absence. So we wouldn't be here with him actually here. However, I'll be honest with you, the question in 2024 would be, sir, as an ex-convict and a person who led hip hop down the road that we should have never went down, and now we got all these kids that don't know how to go to school because they want to be just like you. Okay, like how are you leading anybody, and why should we listen to you? Now we would be in an ideological argument with him to say our leaders can't be the same people who destroyed the community, and then some people would say, well, those should be the leaders, and then it's like, well, when should they be the leaders? You see that back and forth argument? Yeah, so no, nobody would be following Pac. Like, we would still be in an argument over should we be listening to Pac or should we be following, I don't know, who out here? Anybody else?
Malcolm X was a whole pimp.
Right. And you see, we still talking about that shit.
But that's not what they say when they speak of Malcolm X. Somebody would have to be trying to discredit him in order to even bring that up. Or to make a point like this.
Most people, when they think about him, they think about Red, that movie. They think about Red. They don't think about Malcolm. They think Red. Oh yeah, that turned into Malcolm.
So if I say Malcolm and Martin, you think of the man with his hair slicked back, or do you think of the man with the glasses speaking to the truth to power?
The first time that I seen a picture of him, it was his mugshot, and that was when his name was Reed. Okay, he was up here.
Lola, you doing the debate mode again, Lola? When somebody mentioned Malcolm X, do you think of him as the slick back Malcolm or the one with the glasses like this brother asked you, God doggy?
I didn't say I think of him that way. I said the first time I seen him.
I know because you're in debate mode, but he just asked you a simple question. Lola, come on, man.
I love how y'all just try to force me into submission.
Like, it ain't a force of submission.
Like I'm an animal, yo. Like I'm just a whole animal. I need protection.
Put your hand on the Bible and talk about Jesus.
Stop talking about Jesus, right? I would have Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know because Lola get too wild when she talk about Jesus. That flipping fish tank shit, I can't get that out my head.
Nigga came in the church like, fuck this shit.
I see. You know what? I ain't going to hell with you, Lola. That's bullshit.
He was putting on a show. They were just acting.
He was acting.
Yeah.
No.
He not really like that.
Now look at Vic. Okay, Vic, that's how you acting now, huh?
I'm just saying,
y'all wildin', bro.
But that's how y'all treat Pac. Like Jesus, like y'all really do, like Jesus. That's why I look at him. I be like, look at the new black Jesus. Look at him. Look how handsome Jesus look.
Because he was genuinely, really genuinely.
Hey, Lola, let me ask you, Lola, how do people treat Michael Jackson?
I'm gonna tell you something.
Like the Most High.
I'm gonna tell you something. They treat him like he's a combination of Jesus, God, Beyonce, a whole bunch of shit. And I seen a whole grown man look like he was 290 fall out because Michael almost touched him. Literally just
said almost touched him.
Michael went close to his head and he literally fainted. And I'm like,
I mean, you had to bring medical attention when Michael came around. Like, because you can't just have him around.
All because this dude could sing? Really? Because he could sing.
It's big. You know it's bigger than that, Lola. Don't even.
She's in debate mode, 84. She's in debate mode, bro. She know it's bigger.
Look. Hey, look, Rick. You were singing Michael up here one time on the shit. She started moving and grooving. So you better get out of here with that, Lola.
I want to see where Rilla going with this, though. Continue, Rilla. I want to see where you going, bro.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick. Salute to Sister Chocolate. Chocolate, welcome to the panel. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let Rilla build Chocolate on here.
What's up?
Why y'all? Okay, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Why y'all making me feel real old in the comments? Like y'all making me feel like this dude would be 1,000,001 years old today. Like Lola, why is you coming for my baby dad neck like this? Like I don't know. Like I was in the comments like, wait, what did she say? Dang. Listen.
Oh my God!
How you doing, babe? How y'all doing? What's up, Intellect? I had to come up here. Come on, this is just to your point, Lola. And if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna just get a little esoteric. Is that okay? Like just a little bit.
Okay.
All right. When Lola described how these particular type of people we call fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these are people who are attracted to another's energy and what that energy represents for them, good or bad, okay? Because when we say find your tribe, that doesn't always mean positivity. Would we agree with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
Because there is something within you that's attracting that regardless, and that piece may just be a little bit stronger than maybe another piece. That's why we make decisions like, do I want to go to jail and be on parole, or do I want a 401k and a house? I'm gonna go on the other side, right? And then some of us is like, we don't care nothing about this and do whatever we're gonna do. And in between that, we all treat these same ideological human beings the same, and I'm including Jesus, okay? Because once you make him look like us, you're saying he's a man. So we know what men go through. We know what women go through, right? All these characters that we've been told about, which we are now playing our parts now, right? One day we'll be the characters in these stories, whether it's not necessarily here on YouTube, but with our family members, so on and so forth. So each level, we emit energy, period. Tupac emitted an energy that not just spoke to young people or old people. He was on everybody's level in the sense of we knew what was going on. We were just like, how do we fix this? Because before now, all of these things that the access that is available now to see, that access, we didn't have that growing up. We only saw 3 channels. Like that wasn't that long ago. That's why they say the information age created so many different cosms in one moment. So that's what I'm saying. Like Tupac would have been like Snoop. He would have been like Cube. He'd have still been doing something. Even if he wasn't rapping anymore, he'd have been like Dre. You could have taken all of them people and put them in the talent of this young man regardless. He was smart and was not afraid to tell the truth. Because where to lie at? I might not like the fact that he is saying things that might be used derogatory toward me or toward another man. However, there was something there that brought a lot of us together during that era of time. Because the same things that are happening now, we had no voice that looked like us telling the world, hey, I'm up here making this money, but I know y'all crooked as hell.
Right. He was our Donald Trump. He was our Donald Trump.
No, I wouldn't agree with that part.
What do you mean, our Donald Trump? Lola?
No, hold on. But wait. This is what I'm saying. Stay on the street with me. Stay on the street with me.
You finna go viral, Lola. You finna go.
She's not 100% correct either. So check this out. The same things that humans do, we can name off a top 10 list of people, of traits or actions a person does when they go crazy, or we call them fans, from the word fanatic. If we didn't have people who like to watch, listen, read, look at movies, be curious, go into these different things, you wouldn't have all these different mediums. That's why I'm saying each tribe, whether we agree with it 100% or not, is going to attract each other. We were attracted to Tupac not just because of the music. He was an activist in the best way he could be for us. But we also knew the truth that, yes, a lot of Black boys had to deal. Because again, these are the children of the crack era. These is the aunties and grandmas and cousins raising people. That had a huge impact on our communities across urban areas. Back then, in between the early 90s to not really, we didn't see no real reprieve till about maybe 2003.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
So it is gone in this chasm, and our fandom for him is no different than who you described, right? Us as humans treat these people the same exact way if we are fans of them, right? We know this. So we cannot condemn anybody for being fans to someone that they vibe their energy. It's just like us on YouTube. We come back to each room or go to the same places or come hang out in the same places because that vibe is what keeps us connected. Yeah. And so now we can pick through and condemn things. Yes, this was a man that perpetrated this. He talked about this. He talked about that. And to your point, Lola, if Trump became not just our president, right? Because we live here too, but we don't run this. They allowed him to be president of a lot of things. And the only reason he's not going to be again is because he was messing with the wrong people's money. But that's a different level of fandom.
24.
So that's all I'm saying. Like we have to look at the context around this man.
Well, you know what, I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you, and to a large degree, I'm kind of trolling them because I was sitting here like, oh my God, I want to talk about something, but they're over here having such a good time over Pac, and I'm by myself. But it's like,
in the corner. I'm like, why she ain't going?
Oh, so she up here trying to be rowdy on a Friday. Okay, I see you, brother.
What I'm saying is, Pac.
Lola was taking on 3 dudes, going crazy, man. That's why I came up. I was like,
I heard y'all like, wait. This don't sound right. This doesn't seem well.
The reason I'm equating him to Trump is because he's the type of guy like Trump, right? He say what he want to say. He don't give a F. He does. Everybody want to walk around the world saying and doing what they want to do. He's paid, which is what everybody, including me, want to be. Okay. On top of that, he got influence, right? And then on top of that, he can also be a bad boy and turn around and be that poor righteous teacher. Like at the same time, right? And everybody want to play both ends from the middle and benefit from it all.
But what's wrong though? What's wrong with benefiting?
Nothing wrong with it. That's why I said he is our Donald Trump.
No, stop. Lola, no. You know there are very few things. Hold on. There are very few things you and I disagree on. I'm gonna give you an F on that. This is a fail here. What are we?
It's a fail. He's not the president. He's not our president.
No, stop that. Guess what? I don't think Pac would have been going to jail. He might have finished. He'd have been coming out, even if he had gone to, right? Like, no. Still, I can't give it to you, Lola.
You think if he would have survived that gunshot wound, if somebody wasn't going to die as a result of pulling the trigger?
Well, because if you sit right next to me and you pull it, guess what? Yeah, I'm gonna go up out of here a little faster than if it's really coming in the window. But I'm gonna leave that there.
No. I'm not talking about in the initial act when it happened. What I'm saying is, if he would have went to the hospital and survived, right? You think he wasn't gonna get back at at whoever he thought like was involved?
Hold on. Let me answer that. Mm-hmm. You seen Paid in Full, right?
No.
Oh my God!
She don't watch TV, bro.
Take your fucking black
he
card.
Wouldn't have had to say the problem. But hold on, Lola. I'll tell you this. During that time, I'm sorry, baby. Hold on, real quick. During that time, he would have been protected because he was at a level which I would say, where you done cross the same thing from the 5 heartbeats to 2023. He done crossed over, and we call it mainstream. No, we know what it is. That the audience's irises is changing, and now it's getting into that broader. That's why we say that on here. Oh, you famous on YouTube, but you're not mainstream famous, right? So these are those different levels of it. One person might be like, bro, I'm good being YouTube famous. I'm not trying to be mainstream. And then you got the people out here that's like, I will step on my mama's face to get that mainstream.
Yeah,
these are YouTube famous. What's it like? Really, you YouTube famous? What's it like, bro?
Oh my God.
Who is?
I'm a peon driving the Dodge Neon, man. I'm a peon.
I
like that. That needs to be a shirt. Listen.
Real always trying to be modest, knowing that he done said.
Yeah, he is. You know what? Really, he a cold dude.
Ever Sam Muse and all these other people, and I always get on him like that. Really, you're a superstar, and I hate that you something, but now I understand it because I do the same thing too. I'm like, I'm not that.
But you know what though? It's hard for people to take compliments who are their art is their expression. So we're not looking for necessary accolades. We're looking more for identification. I found people that experience what I experienced. I'm sharing my story because I want to know if other people feel like I do. And that's what social media has done for billions of people across the world.
Confirmation is the word.
Yeah, they all getting it. I tell you that right now.
But we get confirmation too, but at a different level. We like to come over here and support. We like the conversation. We like the host. We enjoy each other if we cross paths. It's unlikely that by the time this conversation is over, somebody gonna say, "I'll come see you. I fly out right now." You know what I mean?
That's out.
That's not happening here, right? That's what I mean. It's different levels. Come on, it's just like different neighborhoods. You can drive through a neighborhood in the United States and know where to go and where not to go. But now it can deceive you because it's all looking the same. Like, we all out here looking special. You know what I mean? So
hold on.
The kind of exposure. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She tried to say that if Pac would have survived his gunshot wounds, that he would have been looking for revenge. And I suggest that you see the movie Paid in Full, not because the movie is life, but it is a very good depiction of the reality of the gangster lifestyle, which is the ending is always rough. So when if someone is to survive the type of wounds that he took or the type of shots that he took, because I mean 50 took 9. So at the end of the day, when you got to walk around with a piss bag or like my man in the movie say, my body different, my breathing different, that make your thinking different. Sometimes when you wake up and you thought you was done, your whole motivation changed. That's why I say your experiences inform who you are. Right. It's not that you're an evil person, but you may be having an evil moment. And as you move forward through that and you get past that, it doesn't change the fact that for a while there you were evil. You were Saul. Saul didn't forget about chopping niggas' heads off. He just found a greater purpose. You understand? Well, but there's plenty of niggas that he probably ran into after he met Jesus that he still wanted to chop their fucking heads off. But he knew better and thought better of it.
So you saying he knew Jesus prior to this event?
We talking about Pac?
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. Salute. We on Lock Nation. We on Lock. What's good, baby?
That's probably the only thing that he was missing to a degree. But I think he found a righteous path in spite of perhaps his lack of knowledge in that arena.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I seen him in that casino with that silk ass shirt on. He was walking like, bitch, I got the juice for your ass. And he had that walk that was like, bitch. And I'm like, yeah, that's Pac for you and shit. And you telling me he found solace that night before that, and he wouldn't have said, you know what, when I get up out this fucking hospital, bitch, it's on. You
Lola, Lola, you know how he wouldn't have got no get back? You know how he wouldn't have got no get back?
Oh, how? Why?
You knew who shot him at Quad.
Say again?
Tupac Amaru Shakur knew who shot him in New York at Quad Studios.
Okay.
And there was no get back then. So no. Suge may have wanted to get back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tupac wouldn't have got no get back if he had survived. No.
Why? Well, because he's not that kind of guy.
Actually, yeah, that part ain't in number one, but number two, more importantly, he would have made more money.
Say that again, Rilla. Say that again.
I thought a man can say what's in another man.
Hey, listen,
because it's true.
I have heard the stories from the Bay. So when you said,
"God damn
it," I've heard a lot of stories from the Bay, and I've also heard people that knew him firsthand outside of rap music, like people that rock with him and didn't rock with him. I've heard both sides of it. So
he was a nice guy, right? He was.
He was a mild. He was. He was a Willard Smith.
I don't know Willard.
Of sorts.
If you told me he liked boys, then maybe you can make a point. But just because I'm nice to the people that I like, or the people that are around me, or my general disposition is
Vic, are you really serious with? Are you serious though, Vic? You don't understand. You don't understand when somebody is like a fucking wankster or whatever you want. I don't know what they call it in Atlanta where you're from. What? You don't know the difference between somebody that's really like with the shit and somebody that's just kind of like, you know, they just kind of around, bro. They can say throw the best gang signs, do the.
We just saw it with Tekashi 6ix9ine. We just saw it.
I mean, come on, bro.
Are you calling Tupac? Are you comparing Tupac to Tekashi 6ix9ine?
No, that's not the.
What? Yeah, if we saying a true stomp down, like gang affiliated, tied in mob member, yeah.
He shot 2 police. 2.
He didn't know they was police when he shot at him.
And that's even more.
Right.
You making a point. You're making a greater point.
No, I'm not. Like, listen, fam just wait. Fam just said when Tupac moved around. See, this the thing. Do you remember the quote where Tupac said, "I didn't have a record until I made a record"?
Okay.
Can we at least concede that when you get a certain amount of money, it affords you a certain level of influence and power, and you may move and act a little bit differently than what you normally would if you didn't have that money, power, influence, or muscle backing you.
This is I can say I've seen
that point. Because if we understand that, then we get a better understanding of who Pac was and why he moved the way he moved.
Absolutely.
So you're saying that at the stage he was at the moment he passed away, he was at a better place in his heart space than because of like which side?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think that's what you was asking, was Vic saying that. All I'm trying to do is set a baseline so that we have a real understanding of the person we discussing. We romanticize and elevate and just glorify people, and it's like, yo, like I love Pac. I think his best album was Me Against the World, right? But I got people that are arguing me 7 Ways to Sunday that All Eyes on Me was his best album ever in the history of mankind. Fair enough. That's your opinion. That's your point. I'm objective enough to look at the man in totality and say, okay, this is who I see the man as.
So if you see him the man in totality, why can't you include all the parts of the man as opposed to disqualifying the part that you suspect is fake based on absolutely nothing?
I don't gotta suspect it's fake because Tupac wasn't blood affiliated gangbanging until he got a record deal.
So
can you agree to that, Vic? Can you agree to that, Vic? Vic, can you agree to that statement that he just made right now?
I'm going to ask you a counter question before I can answer.
Can you agree yes or no though, bro?
I'm going to ask you a counter question so I can answer your question.
Damn it, man.
It's called a clarifying question. I can't answer your question unless I understand what you're asking me. Are you trying to say that before he started claiming a gang, he had no criminal activity or anything?
No, that's not what
he wasn't affiliated with the gang is what he's saying, bro.
They don't even have gangs in the Bay. They don't have Bloods or Crips in the Bay.
I have to disagree with that. They do have a couple of sets in there that are established, but it is nothing like what you would see in a Sacramento or in an LA setting or anything like that.
Thank you. Okay, because I've heard it said in this space, and I've heard it from multiple people that they don't have gangs like that in the Bay.
That's a fact. Okay, but they do have some established sets that are in the Bay.
No, I get that part. I get
the name and some motherfucking twisted fingers don't make you no gangster. I know plenty of niggas that twist their fingers up and got put on some real.
Let me ask you this. Vic.
Well, that's because that's hand talk, bro.
Well, wait.
Just because you twist fingers don't mean you doing a blood or Crip set.
Victor. You seem really convinced that Tupac was this real. So, what was the first? Like, what work did he put in?
Are you okay? I don't think you understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, walk it down slow for me because I'm old and slow.
Sorry, Lola.
I'm saying that. I'll give you for a perfect example, right? You don't need to claim nobody's gang or nobody's set to be a gangster. Can we agree on that? Is that something that we can agree on? That
I agree. I agree if that matters. I agree.
Okay. So if you don't need that, there is no set time. I don't need nobody to put me on to make me gangster. All I need is the right conditions and the right motivation, whether it's my friends, my living condition, my finances, or my motherfucking family. It don't matter what is the spark that tell me that it's time to jump off the porch. Those experiences that I experience off the porch are what makes me me after that point, that creates the gangster. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or none of that shit. I know niggas.
Yes, it does. You just said it right now. Look, you just made a statement and then you stepped on your own foot, bro. You made a statement and then you stepped on your own fucking foot, Vic. You just said it don't take nobody or nothing to make you turn gangster, so there's no timeline. But then you went ahead and said, well, your friends or this and yada. That's the fucking influence, bro.
I just literally said it don't require that. But then you spark. Anything can make you spark.
You gotta rewind the tape.
Wait, give me, hey, Vic.
Because that have never left the country, that will leave you in the fucking country, and they gangsters you get.
Wait, Vic.
South Carolina.
Vic, give me a real life example of that. Somebody jumping off the porch, claiming, or you said they ain't even got to claim GD.
They ain't got to claim a set or nothing. They just gangster.
They just gangster. Give me a real life example of that happening.
January 6th.
They was mobbing with Trump.
They look like gangsters to me.
You a damn. I'm getting off Beyonce's internet right now. You got
hey,
me.
Lola trying to go viral, bro. I already see.
I'm not trying to go viral. They had face paints on. They had tats. They was up in the White House pissing and throwing.
Sounds like they were influenced by their environment and leader to me. Sounds like they didn't jump off the porch by themselves. Sounds like they were influenced by something.
Here's the thing. I think everything starts with an origin, right? But they look like, some of them look like they was actually in groups, but other ones look like some lone wolves up in there.
Oh, so they was lone wolves. Okay.
No, I said some of them look like they were lone wolves.
So the some that were lone wolves, who do they attribute their actions to? They just came up with that?
No, they ran.
No, I'm saying they just came up with that themselves, or were they listening to a leader giving them direction?
I'll be honest with you. I really don't know.
January 6th is a bad example.
Lola, don't do it.
January 6th is a bad example. I just want to hear about the rogue gangsters.
Go back to Vic. Go back to Vic. I want to hear his answer.
Who are the rogue? What is a real life example of a rogue gangster?
So I don't know if you're talking about anecdotal experience, because I ain't finna tell but so many nigga stories. But at the end of the day, what I'm explicitly saying is that if you say, hey, mama is out here doing whatever and she ain't been home in a month, and my little brother's out here hungry, we out here. All you got to do is ride on down to Queen City, ride on down to Lee Street, ride around any of these parts of Atlanta and see what these little young boys is going through. See how the goddamn 6-year-olds toting 45s in their motherfucking book bag. Come on, dog. I'm just saying,
they're not doing that rogue. But Vic, that's what I'm saying. Even in Atlanta, they not doing it rogue solo dolo. They still
the environment.
They still clicked up.
What I just said, I literally gave about 5 different examples of how you can be influenced or be motivated to become something that is evil, because I ain't glorifying gangsters. So
I know that
I'm saying that even if, to use your example, Tekashi 6ix9ine, everybody can say, okay, he's not really like that. He's not a gangster. He just paid in.
Okay, was he, Vic?
So I'm follow me. I'm a leader.
Was Tekashi a real gangster, Vic?
No, nobody got to push me off the porch. I'm a leader. I'm saying that if Tekashi 6ix9ine bought into the Bloods, right, for whatever reason, he getting extorted, blah, blah, blah. But if them dudes really start taking him on missions, really have him out there hustling, and then now he catch 2 or 3 bodies, I'm saying that experience experience. That ain't what bodies don't make you gangster. That experience.
That's a crash dummy, Vic.
No, right.
That's a crash dummy, Vic.
I'm saying
Vic,
that.
what are you doing, Vic? Are you for real, bro?
Is you trying to hear me, or you trying to convince me? You can't convince me. So all we doing is hearing each other out.
Nah, but Vic,
but what you saying though? That's what he is, bro.
Yeah, that's a dummy mission.
That's a crash dummy. They do that in the penitentiary, bro. Like I mean, that's what they do, bro.
If you go to the pen because you got a motherfucking dope problem, but you had to stab 3 motherfuckers in there to survive, nigga, that changes you. That makes you different. And when you get out of that,
it don't change you, Vic.
Wait, is that gangster, Vic?
Goddamn right.
If you a dope fiend and you stab 3 dudes up to satisfy your habit, that's gangster.
I didn't say to supply your habit. I said to survive. That's 2 different things.
Well, what does being a dope fiend have to do with you being in prison?
I said you went to prison because you was a dope fiend, not because you did some gangster shit. So you just some motherfucker.
Exactly, Vic.
God damn, man. Can I say it?
Go ahead, bro.
You went to prison under the pretenses not of anything gangster. So it could have been anything. It could have been stealing out of fucking Walmart. The point that I was making is that you ain't there for no gangster shit. But when you leave that motherfucker, you may very well be a gangster or a bitch. I don't know. But your experiences informs how you move through the rest of your life. A woman who's been violated move a lot different than a woman who's been protected her whole life.
These are facts.
Not because it's what happens to you. So you may be apprehensive, you may be a little on edge, you may be snappy, you might slap the boss at the job where you would have never did that shit before you experienced what you experienced.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna agree to disagree on this point, and that man, it's y'all time. My time is old. My Generation X, our time has been up. It's y'all time, man.
So what generation am I in? Because
if y'all saying that's what's gangster, and it ain't tricking if you got it.
What's gangster? What's gangster? Define it. Chicago.
Well, I'm from a city of gangsters.
I'm just saying.
Right?
You define.
So gangsters. Number one, if you a gangster, number one, you got to be blessed stand off top. You can't just stand. And gangster represents gang.
Banging ain't the same thing as gangster. Or are you saying that that's what gang is?
So I see what Lola's saying now. I don't want to do etymology and go into root words and break this all the way down. I don't want to overcomplicate it, Vic. We know what gang banging, and gangsters are. The root word is gang. You can't switch stuff up and make definitions to fit when it's convenient, bro. The definition is the definition.
Nigga,
even if I'm blind, crazy, I understand the difference between.
Wasn't no motherfucking gangs. It was still gangsters. There's been gangsters since the beginning of the time.
What's been gangsters since the beginning of the time?
Less than.
Well, okay.
We missing each other. Go ahead and say that again, Vic.
There's been gangsters since the beginning of time.
So Kane was a gangster. Kane was a gangster.
Kane was a whole gangster.
Shit, I'm gone.
No, he wasn't, Vic.
Why
he
was
came from Minister Society?
That's fine. But explain why wasn't Kane a gangster?
Came from Minister Society?
No. I'm talking about Cain and Abel.
Cain and Abel. That's what we're talking. Why isn't he a gangster?
I hope he's not saying Minister Society. Wait,
that's what I thought he was talking about, bro. Because Kane was not a gangster, bro.
No, you
ain't talking about him. Not that Kane. What I'm saying, I'm trying to understand. Tell me why Cain, the brother of Abel, is not a gangster.
I
don't know that story.
The man, stop that, Lola. I'm not doing this with you, man.
I always thought that gangster is about your boldness to do something bold. That's what I always kind of thought it was.
That's what y'all look.
Now, but here's the thing, I ain't out there doing that shit. But this is what I thought it was, right? So when somebody say, "Oh man, that was gangster," right? They're kind of talking about the let's say the bodaciousness of the act that you're with. I don't know. Okay, I'm not in that life. All right.
This is why
you don't watch movies, so I don't know why you even saying that.
I don't. You know what? So you're gonna discriminate because I don't watch.
Yeah, because that's how you always answer shit. I don't
That's-
watch movies and
that's
whoopie
not
whoop, and then you
I
carry
didn't
on.
see
You
the
feel
movie
me?
that you asked me about. But I've seen movies.
Lola, meanwhile in Russia. I'm not doing this with y'all, man.
I'm just trying to understand. Okay,
Lola-
but all right.
To Lola, it's about your boldness of what you're willing to do for whatever you believe in. Now, the second condition is, what are you willing to stand on after you do it? Because if you do some shit, being bold, and then turn around and snitch on everybody, that ain't gangster.
Hey, Lola and Vic is real dangerous. That's all I can say is
Man,
y'all
I'm
real
saying,
dangerous and
do
having
y'all
a conversation with for sure. Because the
the-
way
the-
y'all can really dance around a goddamn fucking answer, man.
Question, y'all.
I'm just saying though, man. Both of y'all good with that shit. And then the way Vic be asking his questions, I mean, hey, I give it to y'all, man. Y'all, but it's like, come on, bro.
Wait, Lola, what's your definition of gangster again? I just want to hear it one more time.
No, I'm not putting the definition on it because I don't know. What I
He
said
said
is
boldness.
I know. I didn't say it is boldness. I said I always thought the idea.
That's what I said, Lola. God damn it.
Listen to me. I always thought, meaning I don't know the definition, but I always thought that being a gangster or doing something that is gangster is about the bodaciousness of the act itself. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I asked, well, why isn't one a gangster? Well, what makes one a gangster? And you're saying they have to be a part of a gang, which is fine, right? But at the end of the day, I guess I stand to be corrected because
Okay, Lola, let me tell you something. I'll give you an example, right? And I'm gonna just keep it 100. Okay.
Don't say Trump.
I know real gangsters, bro. I know real motherfuckers that to this day will take your breath. You see what I'm saying?
I will do the same.
It don't matter who's around, what's going. If that's what it is, and it's come to that, or the disrespect is that, that's what it is. That's like a hitter. That's a gangster. That is just in them. That's just what it is.
So would you say Jeffrey Dahmer was a gangster?
So listen. So when I see these Chris Browns, these Soulja Boys, these Tekashis, these whoever you want to call them, I don't, because I be around. I've been around. I don't want to say be around because then I'd be on some other shit. But I've been around cats that really be on that type of time.
Are you saying? And this is just a question. This is just a question. Are serial killers gangsters?
Serial killer is some other shit, Lola.
What are they? What are they?
Willingness to kill.
That's some mental. That's something mental. But what
That's
I'm saying,
mental?
it's definitely something mental.
So you just say I know dudes that'll kill you on sight, and I know, and
I
his
said
we
with
all
the
know it's serial
disrespect
killer.
though, Lola. Serial killers, they have.
If
their
it's
fetishes and shit.
disrespect,
everybody got their reasons.
You know, but I mean, if we're gonna talk about a serial killer, I mean, these cats ain't just out there just killing motherfuckers. But what I'm saying though is, it ain't a second thought. You see what I'm saying? Like, myself, I ain't no gangster. You feel me? Like you gotta really like do something really, really bad for me to just, have to be on that level with you. You know what I'm saying? To where I want to take your breath. But I know cats that will take your breath over shit that's really light. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have a second thought about it. They don't have a bad feeling about the shit. You know what I mean? It's on some other shit. You know what I'm saying? And then
so you saying if it don't bother your conscience?
It's not about the bothering of the conscience. I'm just saying some people. If you ask me the definition of gangster,
I'm listening.
It's motherfuckers that be off like that and they do shit for they set, they hood, they people, they self, whatever. Like that's just what it is. You feel
so
me?
let me ask you this: the guy from Belly.
All people ain't fucking built that way.
So let me ask you something. In the movie, because I did see Belly. Okay, I saw that movie. Remember that movie? Remember the guy that's infamous for saying "I kill for nothing"? That guy, was he a gangster? I'm trying to understand.
He was a gangster.
He was a gangster. All right. He's the type of guy that didn't kill people just for the fuck of it. And you're saying
you had
that
to be on some other shit. You had to disrespect doing wrong.
Just doing disrespect.
Because other than that, he was a good dude.
You stepped on yourself, Rick.
How'd I step on myself?
Disrespect.
You just said two opposing thoughts.
She just asked about the dude in Belly, bro, and I agreed that he was a gangster, and I also said that he was also a respectful dude, though. Like, if you wasn't doing no bad business or anything with him, he was a G, bro. Like, everything, he was cool.
So why I'm not gangster then? Why come I don't get accolades when I listen? Disrespect me the wrong way. Listen, okay.
You just asked me a question and I answered it though. So, but I want to know how I stepped on myself when that was the definition, bro. Like, how did I step? Where's the step in that?
In one breath, you said you know guys that don't give it a second thought, and a little disrespect is enough.
Right.
And then you said you yourself personally, you're not a gangster, and it would take a lot to push you. You said it would take a lot to push you to that level. Not
Absolutely.
that you don't, it would take that. You just said now. Here's the third point. The Chicago said, based on definition, you got to be blessed in. Now you just said
he's talking about being in a set or something. though. See, come on, bro. You can't change. But you changing the example.
So, no, hell no. All I did is
Rilla, he's on the set right here. You ask him what he meant by that.
You don't got to get all wrong.
Don't be trying to incriminate me on no sets, man. I don't draw like that. I'm a neutron. I'm an L7.
But that's what he meant by being blessed in or something. That's a set or something, bro. I'm just talking about a gangsterism mentality with Lola, bro.
No. I'm asking you to clarify the definition that you, because Chicago said his definition. I'm getting
and I
your
didn't say mine,
nigga. I'm just asking you: do you or don't you agree with Chicago on the actual gang? Do you have to be in the gang?
But that's a different example, though, bro. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes or no? Do you have to be in the gang?
Do you have to be in the gang for what?
To be gangster,
bro. You
no.
Who said no? I'm asking you. I'm not asking Chicago. I'm asking you. Do you have to be in the gang to be gangster?
Gangstalicious said no.
Rig, you still there?
I'm here, bro. I don't.
Do you have to be in a gang to be gangster? We just gonna go 1 point at a time. I'm saying we're gonna go 1 point at a time because you was feeling like I was trying to bundle it
because okay, so listen. Okay, look, let me answer your shit, right? There is people that are not necessarily in a fucking gang. They're not a disciple, they're not a Crip, they're not a Blood, but they gangster, bro. You see what I'm saying? So like,
no, you don't have to be in the gang to be gangster.
I'm not gonna. Well, what he said with the blessed in thing, to me, that's on some gang shit.
So you disagree?
I'm just talking about I'm talking about a mentality, bro.
I understand the difference. I asked you one part of a 3-part question. I
can't say. I wouldn't say yes. Then no, I wouldn't say yes because there's people that are gangster and they ain't in a fucking.
Okay, so the
not
answer
in a set.
No. So again,
I just said it.
Okay, I agree with you. Now, the part that you stepped on yourself about is you said that somebody would have to push you to that point, but you're not just walking around as a hair trigger, like some of the people that you've been around that display that gangster mentality. I'm saying that the dude out of your own mouth said he's a respectful dude, and unless you come with disrespect, he not finna just walk around stanking people. That's what you just said. Did I get it wrong?
I don't get the disconnect, bro. But let me give you an example.
I'm asking you, is that what you said?
Is that what I said about what?
About from Belly.
That what?
The Jamaican from Belly.
I said that man would do some harm to you if you did him wrong, bro. If you disrespected him, if you didn't pay up. Certain shit in the game when you're in the game. Now I'm not talking about being a gangster. I'm talking about being in the game. Okay. Yeah, when you're in the game, there's certain rules, right? So what I'm saying is he didn't play that shit. Now,
is there a situation that you could be put in based on whatever game you playing that? Now, because you said that he was gangster, but he needed a reason you would have to disrespect the rules of the game in order for him to violate you in that.
So you think being gangster is just being a fucking serial killer then, Vic? That's what Lola was saying. Like that sounds like some serial killer shit.
Big Riggs. If we quote him, he said, "I kill for nothing." He didn't say I kill people that violate me. He said I kill for nothing.
Riggs, hold on, I got you 1 second, Riggs. So since we're using the movie, was Lennox a gangster before he made the statement or after he made? When was Lennox a gangster?
Okay,
if you watch the movie, the answer is in the movie.
In my opinion, I feel
you didn't see the movie, Lola. Vic, you answer that.
I seen the movie a while ago when it first came out. Okay, I don't quite remember everybody in it, but I did see it. I remember that part. Okay.
You want me to give you a hint?
Yes.
Tommy Buns told you the type of person Lennox was and when he would have became a gangster. So again, was he a gangster before people ran in his house and he started shooting, talking about me kill people for fun? Who want to run with me? Was he a gangster before then or after then?
I would venture to say maybe before.
Which means he killed people or did whatever gangster business he had to do before then, right?
Yeah.
Even in Jamaica, when he took Tommy Buns to Jamaica, he was plugged in, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't run around making moves like that if you're not plugged in.
Right, especially in Jamaica.
So he wasn't drawing off GD, Blood, Crip, none of that. But he was still part of a type of set. He was still plugged in. Still plugged in. He had his reputation before that scene. And that's just a movie. But go ahead. I want to hear about these rogue gangsters. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what, Rilla? I tell you what. We'll have that conversation offline where I can speak freely. And then
Vic, you don't think that was kind of pretty cut?
Hey, Vic.
That's what you asked me, Vic.
I'm gonna be in Atlanta.
What he just told you is the exact same thing you asked me, bro.
I'm be in Atlanta November. We can go to Cleveland Avenue over there where Slime and them used to be at, by that BP.
Okay.
Cleveland Avenue by that McDonald's. I don't know if that McDonald's still up over there. But we can go over there.
I don't even know why them niggas got money and still stay over there.
Hey, Vic, don't incriminate nobody, man. We gonna have that conversation offline, G.
Don't say that.
Like, nigga, like what? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
dumb. They dumb.
Let me tell you something. In the same light as Big Rig, let me tell you something. You violate my people, the people that I love, it'll happen to you. And that's what makes me gangster, because I ain't taking no shorts. And I ain't gonna take but so much disrespect depending on the situation. So at the end of the day, it's about what a man is willing to stand for. It don't got nothing to do with whether you do it for fun or you do it for your family, or if you got a righteous cause and you just fucking off.
You're not understanding how you did not understand anything I said with fucking really just said that shit's crazy.
Now it's on me. Now it's on me. I'm giving my definition. You ain't want to say yours.
No, because you ain't even taking it in, bro. It's like I took in everything you said. I understand exactly what you're saying. That's why I don't even have to talk about it no more with you, because I hear you. But like you're still asking me the question, and I'm being as like
you said that Ock was gangster, but you what? Nigga, what's the difference between you and Ox?
Because I'm not on go like that, bro. Look, this is the example. Listen. This is the example I was gonna give you. There's cats out there, bro, that you step on their fucking shoe in the club, they willing to take your life.
That's stupid, nigga. That ain't gangster.
I'm just saying though, that's what kind of time they on.
But is that
you can call it just listen, bro. And all I'm saying is me, I'm not on that. I extend way more grace than that, bro. Like people that when I'm saying they be on
that's gangster. The grace you extend when you know that you could or you willing.
I mean, you can use the word how you want to use it, Vic.
I'm only
we're talking. See, that's what I'm saying. This conversation. I got you, bro.
There ain't no true definition of gangster.
I got you, bro, and that's why with the whole thug thing, how you were saying the thug thing, the gangster thing, I get it, bro. I got you.
Nah, I like baseline, so I just want to know for clear understanding. Ain't no definition for gangster, ain't no definition for thug. We in the wild, wild west. Anything goes.
That's what make it gangster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds about right.
18 motherfucking G, nigga.
That sounds
Wait, so Lola, did you see A Bronx Tale?
Who?
Riggs, did you see
Another
a
great
Bronx Tale?
movie.
Was Cologio's daddy? Was he gangster? Was Lorenzo gangster too? I'm not talking about Sonny.
The little kid's dad?
Yeah,
The one that drove the bus?
right.
Fuck no, he wasn't.
Nah, Riggs, that's gangster.
Hey man, bring Chocolate up here, man. She all in the back chat talking. Bring her up
Ask
here.
Vic that question, though.
I know, Riggs. I know.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, really, man.
I don't
Come
know.
on.
I was. I'm playing though. I wasn't really asking you. Vic, have you seen Bronx Tale? You seen Bronx Tale?
Long time ago. You talking about when you pushed the cart down on the old man?
I don't remember that part.
We
I ain't seen it in a minute. The one with the black girls in there.
Keisha from Belly is in there.
Yeah, he opens the door for her.
He liked her. Yeah.
Yeah. Was Cologio's daddy gangster?
Man, I've seen 100 gangster movies. I'm trying to remember his daddy. I don't know.
His daddy was Robert De Niro. He drove the bus.
You talking about?
Hey, Rilla, I'm done with you.
I'm asking.
I don't see now we ragging on bus drivers. Okay, never mind.
No, we're not, Lola. It's just really he hella funny, bro.
Hold on, don't ask me a question if you ain't really want to answer. Now.
Lola doing this.
No, for real.
I'm asking. I asked Riggs first because I figured he might have seen the movie. I'm only asking people who I know have seen it.
For clarity.
So
are you talking about is if I'm trying to get him Robert De Niro been in 100 movies?
I know.
The same. So is this the one where he was smacking around like, yo, don't be like Buddy, don't be like him?
Yeah, he did smack Cologio. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, yes.
So his daddy bus driver was a gangster. So Sonny, the real gangster in the movie, was a gangster. All the other Italians was gangsters. And then the stand-up straight.
You're illuminating the spectrum of what gangster is. It's
now
not
there's a
based
spectrum on gangsters.
Click. It's not what. Absolutely. Every gangster ain't the same. There's levels to this.
Hey, I appreciate you so much, though, Vic. I swear to God, Pippin. Hey, on my mama, my nigga, I appreciate you, bro. Because
so just like you said, Rick just said that he know people that'll do it for nothing, and then he said, "Hey, I'll do it, but I don't want to do it, and you have to push me there." There's some people who won't go even if you push them. You see, they ain't gangster, and then there's some people who will go for nothing.
I'm not gangster.
but wait, then there's some people who will go for nothing, and then get into prison and start crying and bitching and turn into a ho and be a nigga bitching there. That ain't gangster either. See, just because you squeeze a trigger, that
means that they was in character, bro. That's where the character thing came in. I was covering everything big earlier in the stream, bro. I was covering shit, bro. For real, I think I was. I was covering shit.
Y'all playing. I'm gonna tell you who gangster. Riley from Boondocks is gangster, nigga. That's who gangster.
I don't know Boondocks.
You ain't never seen Boondocks, Red?
Bro.
I'm finna get off Beyonce's internet, man.
Tell nigga you gay. Hey, so look.
Not wrong. I can't. Listen, I can't. Look, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to this gangster stuff, to be honest with you, and maybe I'm wrong, but I truly believe if that man would have got out that hospital, somebody that'd be the last time his life would have been attempted on, and he didn't show people don't mess with me. I truly believe that. But maybe he would have found Jesus and followed Jesus's method of leadership. But who knows? But
hey, was Rocket from Colors gangster?
What?
It's a coin flip.
Rocket from Colors.
I never seen that. See?
That's throwback.
Oh, Rocket definitely was gangster.
Vic, was Rocket from Colors gangster?
Wait, he snitching though? Did he do some
Rocket?
Weird? That's goddamn Big Deuce.
No,
you thinking of South Central.
You thinking about South Central.
So y'all got your movies mixed up. Y'all asking me. Y'all got your movies mixed up.
Talking about my dude from Oz with the braids.
Oh, I know who you talking about. Strangely, I know who you talking about. But
oh man, that's a Big Deuce.
He was high top in Colors though.
Man,
yeah, that was high top. Yeah. No, we not talking about high top. We talking about Rocket.
He had like a red tracksuit on or something.
We ain't talking about Damon Wayans'
Don
character.
Cheadle.
Give me my rabbit.
Hey, that's what I was gonna say. Hey, really, cut the shit, bro. Now, was that dude gangster, Vic? God damn it, don't you play with me, Vic? Was Damon Wayans? Was he gangster, bro? With the rabbit in jail, bro?
Off the Sherm stick.
And he was in jail and everything, Vic.
Give me my rabbit.
Oh, you talking about In Living Color?
Nah, on
man.
Colors, bro.
Hey, y'all gonna have to do a movie night over here, man. That's what y'all gonna have to do.
That's
Lola,
it.
you should host it.
I haven't seen those movies since they was on VHS.
Why are you playing like that? I should host it. Listen, I tried to do a movie night on one of my channels, and they and YouTube got at me, and I was like, you know what? All right.
You ain't supposed
You
to do
probably
it on
had a
YouTube.
boring ass movie, Lola. You say you don't watch shit.
You're not supposed to do it on YouTube. Lola.
You got to have a popping ass movie or something, Lola.
I was discussing the Avatar.
Yeah, no, Lola. That's not it.
Man.
Jesus Christ.
First off, I wasn't even playing it. We were discussing it,
And they shut you down?
and they shut me down.
Did you use any clips?
Of course.
Yeah.
They're gonna shut you down immediately. That's a hit.
Copyright.
Movie.
So how we gonna do a movie night? I don't know how to do that.
You're supposed to do it like I don't know what they're using now, but you use the YouTube to do your trailer and get everybody in, and then you send them the link. Say, hey, we're going over here for movie night. So it could be your Patreon, it could be, I don't know, Zoom calls or whatever. I don't know, whatever these people are using. I'm not a YouTuber.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see how it's set up. Okay. I didn't back then I didn't think about it, but now I'm supposed to be doing another one, but I thought I would just, I don't know, skip the movie part.
I'm gonna tell you, what's her name? Shannon used to do it. Shannon Rawls used to do them, and I don't know why he stopped. It oddly enough, it felt like you was sitting in a movie theater cracking jokes with everybody while you watching the movie. All you needed was
you hear people talking.
no, you couldn't hear nobody talk. Well, he would talk over the movie because you could hear him, but you know, you typing in the comments, cracking jokes, like it was fun.
That sounds good though. I like that. It sounds good because I was so disappointed. I just got disgusted, and I just was like,
That's not gangster. That's not gangster, Lola.
Well, I'm working on my gangster side. I am working.
And just so you know, too, the fudgery is not gangster. The fudgery not gangster.
You said fudgery? What's that?
Only them Be More cats know what fudgery is.
Listen. I don't smoke, so don't say.
No. It's not a. It's like a chocolate factory.
Oh, okay. No.
It sounds like Riggs over there.
Riggs over there smoking.
They got COVID 1989.
It happens sometimes.
Okay, wait, Lola. So back to Russia, right?
Mm-hmm.
So since we can't talk about nothing other than
I did not say your
I just got one question for you. Since you're cultured and you're well traveled and well read and all this other stuff.
Not in Russia.
Who is your favorite artist? Not music artist, visual artist. Who is your favorite artist?
Aaron Blaze.
Who?
Aaron Blaze. He is an animator who used to work for Disney. He's since retired from Disney, and he produces his own films now. But he's one of my favorite artists. Yeah.
Don't worry. I just wanted to derail the conversation again. I'm looking them up now.
Mm-hmm. I can send you a link. Where we at?
No, I got him already. I spelled his name wrong, and because this mic picks up everything everybody is saying, it pulled it up.
Hey Lola, did you listen to Salt and Pepper back in the days?
Why you ask me that?
Come on, Lola.
Why you ask me that?
You know she had Salt and Pepper and had Salt
Or JJ Fad or any of that shit. Just keeping it 100.
Who the fuck is JJ Fad?
I don't know who JJ Fad is, but I was out in the Baltimore streets like everybody else. I heard the songs that was playing on the radio.
Wait, you won't know who Supersonic
Y'all
is?
never heard that song Supersonic?
I don't remember it offhand, no.
What?
Not offhand. I'm not saying I don't know it, but if I heard it, maybe it would jog my memory. But offhand, I don't.
Man, let me get off Beyonce's internet.
I don't remember it. I'm just saying.
That's the only 2 songs Salt and Pepper got that anybody knows.
I don't remember.
I know a few of them. I ain't gonna lie. Salt and Pepper used to have some slaps though.
No, Salt and Pepper got a few songs.
Yeah, they got some slaps.
Ain't 2 more.
You said what?
That ain't Pusha the Supersonic. Name 2 more off the top of your head. Don't Google it.
You talking about JJ Fad?
With Salt and Pepper.
Yeah,
JJ
Supersonic
Fad
is
did
not
Supersonic.
right. That's not Salt and Pepper.
Whatever. Name 2 more that Salt and Pepper got.
Tramp.
Tramp was hard.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's another one that was on that album? I'll Take Your Man. Shoot. I mean the newest stuff that they
Shoot
got.
did slap. You didn't like Shoot, Vic? You should be able to remember Shoot.
I used to like Shoot. I think that was a song that I when I was younger.
Let's talk about sex.
I remember that song. Yeah.
Well, that was more for the women. You know what's crazy? I was listening to some of their music, like they feminist liberate music. I was like, man, y'all was creating slut monkeys out here. They had a song like none of your business. Like if I want to do whatever I want to do with my man, it's none of your business. If I want to screw him and her, it's none of your business. I like, damn,
bruh.
And then TLC came out, bro, and they was having the condoms on their eyes and everything.
Oh, that sent them, man. That set it off. That really set it off.
Sexy Red.
Lola, you listen to TLC though, huh?
What's Booty Hole Brown girl? What's her name? Something red.
Hey, Chocolate, you still up here?
I think she said, yeah. She said, yeah.
Best fell asleep on y'all.
That's the best.
What's the name of Booty Hole Brown girl? What's her name?
I don't know. I know the song you're talking about because it'd be on Instagram.
I want to say it's Sexy Red. I know it's not Glorilla.
Okay, so these women that are in this generation now that are making this what we consider, trash music. These are the children. Yo, what's up? What's up, Chocolate?
Yeah, we hear you.
No, I'm being rude. The blasphemy. How y'all chop blasphemy up here? The disrespect.
Chocolate, that's not
music that them girls be making, huh, Lola?
My era. Y'all don't even know. Stop these shenanigans. Oh Jesus, I can't.
You up here complaining? That's not gangster. You up here complaining?
Oh my God.
And let me tell you something. First off, gangster does not belong to us. It was a word that was used for people that got together and was in a gang. And on top of that, racketeering. Gangster didn't become popular until the 1930s and the 20s in the English vernacular. Yes, we may take the word and apply it to different types, but all of you guys were correct. So basically, you spent like half an hour having an argument about adjectives and nouns and verbs and descriptor words. Like, what is this? But then you got the
I disagree with that, Chocolate, because it's mannerism.
You cannot disagree. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, sir, you're describing traits of human beings. Gangster in itself is a word. Gangster is a word of its own, and it has different meanings for different people.
Exactly. You put whatever. I mean,
that's what I just said, but that's not
you
what
can put
you
any
said.
meaning on it. But I'm just saying
that's not what you said.
But how we were using. See, that's the thing. That's why everything can go in a rabbit hole.
No,
because how we were using it is we had an example.
You can defend it. Let us finish.
The confusion that was caused up here is simply that, just like anything else, our language is made up of experiences, made up of different people deciding that's a word, reading it, teaching it to you, you hearing it somewhere, you liking it in a song. We use all types of vernacular and we mix it in, especially Black people, especially Americanized Black people. We mix it and make it our own. That's why they was trying to play us here in the United States, talking about some fucking Ebonics. That wasn't true. It was just our cultural language, and you still want to make us feel bad and go, oh, we're going to put this in the schools. That's why people fought that, because you don't want to let us have anything, even if it is something you may not like, even within the Black community. People don't like that people use the word N-I-G-G-A or N-I-G-G-E-R. These whole Congresses had conversations about this word. But not talking about the fact that these kids was out here and they didn't have anything else to do. From the 80s and the 90s, we didn't have the access to information that y'all do now. And we fought for the information we did get, and that was even in the 90s. You couldn't go to the library with more than 2 of you. Did you know that? In the 90s, if you wanted to go to the library, they had armed guards at the library.
This is fact.
This is the
Wait,
era
which
I
library
grew
was
up.
this?
This was no movie.
This is Central Library. Yeah.
What library is
This
this?
was no
Chocolate?
movie. Just listen, because I'm not gonna pick apart everything I'm saying. You want to go check if I'm telling you the truth or it's factual, then go do some research.
It may be the truth where y'all was at. See, that's the thing. People get to talking and they nah, man.
Now, how you trying to find something to argue with me about when you just
I'm not
acknowledge
arguing with you, but you stating something in the 90s, man. I went to the library in the 90s. Man, there ain't no fucking way that was fucking only.
It's not what you said.
What are you talking about?
Hey, take that one back and let's move on. Okay.
Argument. Go ahead, y'all. I'm not even.
Nah, finish your point. That's just Big Rig being Big Rig.
What I'm saying is that there is no argument necessary. That's what I'm saying. Like to think that the debate is interchangeable words. You just agreed that a word can be interchangeable because that's how we are as human beings. So that means what it looked like at the time I was alive and what it looked like during your time of being alive, even if we're at the same exact times, we may have completely different perspectives of life. I'm not arguing your perspective of life, nor did I say mine was better than yours, that it had better merit than yours, that one was better than the other. We were saying the same things then that y'all saying now, that the older people wasn't listening to us, and why are they still thinking this is okay? But they beat us down. It wasn't just outside that was telling us, oh, what you saying ain't true, shut up and do, or we're gonna put you in jail or go to college. Our parents.
Okay, well, Chocolate, maybe I stopped you too fast, right? But you were saying something about a library.
I'm sorry that you couldn't pay attention any longer.
Don't go back.
No, I'm just saying though, because I'll correct myself. I'll correct myself if I'm wrong with what I thought you said.
No, I'm in the library parking lot right now. I'm in the library parking lot.
Locked up at this hour. I mean, it's cool.
You about to get pressed.
No. Hey, it's funny to you, but like I said, it's my perspective of life, so it's not funny to me. I know what I saw. I lost a lot of friends during that era. To all of the things that y'all glorify now and say that's deep, these things were still going on, just like it is going on now. There hasn't been a change. It's just the sounds, the different types of expressions, the cadences in the words. If you want to break something down and really have depth, that is all we're doing. There are cultures and cultures within those cultures and on. Nothing has been done under the sun that's new. You don't have the gate keys to it. I don't either. Tupac didn't. On and on and on. We got here and this shit was already going on. We weren't at the beginning, and we don't know if we'll get the end. So maybe it's funny to y'all because that's not your perspective, and I ain't mad at that. But at least listen to learn and not argue the point. I'm just giving you my perspective and what was happening during that time. I didn't say one was better than the other.
So look. Let me agree with you and the fact
you don't
that
have to. I appreciate you.
I'm disagreeing with you anyway. So what I'm saying is that what you're saying about the definition of things changing and our argument being over semantics.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that we contended that there is different definitions. Chicago was using a very literal definition of what it means in Chicago and what it means to him. That's why I stopped Big Rig when he was explaining what it meant to him, and I explained him what it meant to me. So we all agreed that we have different variations on what that actually is.
But then I'm being told,
hang on. Depending on where you are in the country,
in the world,
even in the same year, you can have completely different definitions of the same word.
Exactly.
So I can only agree with you, but I think everybody here understands that they just wanted
that
to troll
wasn't what I was talking about.
They wanted to troll me to a degree, and that's just some man shit where you got two people who would agree and one nigga that don't. You just press the nigga that don't agree with y'all. So they were just pressing me, and I'm strong enough and gangster enough to stand on my own 2 feet, and I wasn't going. So
I wasn't pressing you, Vic.
But I wasn't. Hold on, wait.
Nor was I'm a
protecting you, or
I ain't no gangster, bro,
or anything like that, because I didn't agree with you as well. So it was not like I said all these things to say whether I was on anybody's side. I was just like, from where I stood, and my perspective was that y'all spent a lot of time getting to the end of that map with then listening. Once y'all started listening to each other, then you realize, we are talking all about the same thing. But it was about 30 minutes of not quite getting what each other was saying. So it's not just a guy thing. This happens in women's conversations as well. You miss things and you have to understand context of the words, or how are you using
niggas this shit on purpose? You feel me? Just because they trolling, they trying to give you heat.
I'm not upset. Why are you? I don't get what you are. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, but I'm
said what you said, and then I said something.
Yeah, but are you saying something, or are you just saying anything? Like, is it to what I said? Because I didn't say any of that. Like, I don't. That's why I guess I'm trying to understand.
You said we wasted 30 minutes, and women do it too. And I'm trying to respond to what you're saying. You asked me what I'm saying. I'm saying.
But in my perspective, I gave you that context.
I didn't change what you said. I literally didn't undo what you said. I'm not.
Hey, don't do it, Chocolate. You're gonna spend 20 minutes going, don't do it.
You see what I'm saying? You see how he doing that?
Because I'm trying to be funny, bro. Because you know why? Because this is the shit that we do. You know what I'm saying? Somebody bring up something that we did, we crack a fucking joke about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't nothing, bro.
That is the point. I'm not taking no offense to you, Big Rick. I'm explaining to her that that's just some shit that men do with each other. I don't know. Maybe women do the shit too. But he was fucking with me. And even if I didn't realize it, he would still have just as much fun. So that's why I'm saying sometimes we just do that. And that's why it takes so long to get around the shit. And then we'll laugh it off at the end because it's all in fun.
That's what y'all was doing. That was fun. Okay, then in my perspective, that don't sound fun. That's, you know what I mean. That's all I mean. That's why I said you wasn't even listening to me. I don't. You were trying to defend what y'all was doing. I don't care if y'all troll each other. I just came up when y'all was talking about Salt and Pepper and Tupac and the different music and then you.
Hey, so I just looked at your comment, Chocolate. You said she ain't that old for Salt and Pepper?
No, for Lola. Because y'all was like, did you listen to Supersonic back in the day?
You don't think Lola old enough for Salt and Pepper?
Lola, a grown-ass woman.
No, Supersonic and JJ Fad. You don't know when they came out?
Of course I do. I brought it up.
Okay, but they didn't come out. So Salt and Pepper came out later.
Salt and Pepper came out before JJ Fad.
I asked Lola how old she is, but she grown as fuck.
Never mind.
But see, JJ Fad was an LA based girl group, so maybe they weren't around like in all the states. You know, I don't know where y'all from, but Rilla heard of them. But
we got everything
before.
The distribution, it always went to New York. Like if it wasn't regional, like Bay or LA specific, it went New York, LA, then Chicago. But we always.
MC Hammer had a girl group too called Oak Towns 357.
Yep, Juicy got them crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And B.I.G.B.
You know about them, Chocolate?
Yes, I know all these people.
Oh, okay.
See, I was in. I'll tell you why I know these people. My father was in radio from the 1970s on, so music was everything. He was in North Carolina, Ohio. He did it overseas. And then the last radio, he got into gospel radio later on, but he did top 40. He was number 3 in I think it's either Cleveland.
Who's your daddy? Screw all
that. Who's your daddy? You know, we had a whole bunch of brothers and sisters. So I just want to know who your daddy.
I don't know my daddy.
Okay, where you live at?
Mine's gone too.
Oh, okay, but you know he gone, right?
I live in Zamunda.
No, you don't.
I do.
Hey,
okay, where? What's
the best
on the north side of Zamunda.
Y'all, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get Mr. Best attention. Hey, yo, Best, let Stanley up. Hey, Best, if you can hear me, let Stanley up, yo.
If I had been light up when the conversation started, I'd have said that immediately. But y'all was still going, and I was waiting. And I was
was ready to go to war, Chocolate. That's what it was. You was like, man, I'm gonna get up there and go to war.
Yes, I have been. I've been pow, all over you.
Talking about Russia.
Wait,
let's talk about
Chocolate.
What?
Chocolate. Who the better MC between Light, Roxanne Shante, and Queen Latifah?
Ooh, I know mine. I know what I'm gonna say.
Who? Say it again. Queen Latifah.
Who's the better MC between MC Light, Queen Latifah, and Roxanne Shante?
I'm gonna give Roxanne Shante the number 1 spot, and then I would give Queen Latifah next.
You gonna go Latifah over Light?
Yeah, and there's a reason for that though. Not because she's a better MC. It's just as listening to her during that era, Queen Latifah was on a different. You know what I'm saying? That was like what we call now the conscious community. Yeah. Queen Latifah was on that side, right? And MC Light, she was on the girl next door. I'm not hood, but I'm hood enough for you. And so it's like there was a little bit of a mix during that era. So yeah, but both.
Hey, Chocolate, do you know anything about the toughest environment to be in?
And Lost in Your Brain?
Nah. I'm talking about on YouTube because you said something.
What'd I say?
You said the conscious community.
Yeah.
You fuck with Sa?
I don't even know who that is. I'm conscious. Again, we going back to a word. So let me clear it up for you.
No,
I'm using it in terminology.
You know who I'm talking about, right, Rilla?
Yeah, Sarnetta.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't rock with anybody.
Oh, okay.
I know who you talking about.
I was like, who? What? No, I don't have any ideology out here that I identify with because a lot of it I disagree with. So I don't have those conversations. I'm not here to fight nobody on what they think, right?
You know what's crazy, Chocolate? A lot of dudes had big old crushes on Latifah.
Oh, of course they did.
Koofy and all.
Mm-hmm.
She always gave off lesbo vibes before that was a word.
Nah,
it was a word during that time. Sir.
She gave more tomboy vibes.
You're not gonna do that, right?
She definitely gave tomboy vibes for sure.
Yeah, you didn't pick up on the
yeah, she was a right. That's what
right.
called.
She
wanted the girls that was a little rough around the edges, because you also have to understand these are the children. We're coming out of the Bible Belt, right? We're coming out of that time that Black people like were still like the church was the crux of the community. That started breaking up during the 90s when pastors started hitting on that, you know, the pipe too. So like it took a lot of people out. I would say that epidemic swept so quickly through our neighborhoods, no one was prepared for it. So we was losing people. We was losing everybody, grandmamas, kids, aunties, teachers, police officers. Like it was all across the board. But of course we got it the worst. So this is why we kind of all grew up kind of feral, where, you know, some of us are a lot rougher around the edges than others, but we had to fend for ourselves.
What they got to do looking like a tomboy?
But I'm saying, like, conversations can go other places. My bad. You know what? I'm gonna pause. I got my own platform. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Chocolate, because you coming up here with a
oh, come on, man.
Chocolate coming up here with a dictionary. What is feral? I know how to spell it. What is the definition? How you used it?
That you basically are wild. It's a form of being wild. They called us the Pharaoh generation. The
Generation X is the Pharaoh generation?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Well, which one is the hippie generation? The hippies that had
the 60s into the 70s. You got it's a 10 to 15 year gap, and they use eras to describe the shift and change. That's all. So like millennials, you came at that mark of how long we've been around in quotation mark. And so then the hippies were started in the 60s. The real hippies were from the 60s. 70s was free love, but we also had that also was a time during, you know, that was the Vietnam War. You had a lot of unrest going on as well. This is when colleges started being what they call now woke, but white colleges were being more liberal. And because they little boys was getting taken out too. These were 18-year-old boys being made to go and fight for something they had no idea why and not ever come home again. It was a tough time. So that's why they called them hippies, because they was like, you know, I don't want to do this. We going on the other side.
Did you have any relatives, Chocolate, that got hit?
Hit by what? My dad was in Vietnam War.
What was it called? The what's the word? The draft?
Yeah, my dad.
Oh, I mean, just like out the blue though. He was like 18 and they hit him.
Yeah, that's how it went.
Yeah, hell yeah, it did. I had relatives that got hit like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was real shit back then.
And his mama had opened his mail, and they had drafted him, and
hell yeah.
Had to go. And a lot of those black men came back here destroyed, and they had nowhere to go.
Was they gangster though?
I'm gonna say goodnight and let y'all have y'all.
No, wait, Chocolate. No, that's
a real. Don't do it, Chocolate.
No, that's a real question.
No, that's cool. It's cool. Nah, it's not. I don't want to play.
That's a great question.
But in your opinion,
Chocolate. Please do not go. You was giving us a history lesson, and I appreciate it.
I don't want to. You was good. Go ahead. For real, I'm not hurt. Y'all talk about what y'all want to talk about.
No, we know you're not hurt, but you was talking about cats that was coming home, right? Yeah. I don't hear women often talk about the plight of black men and what they really went through. So I want to hear your perspective, because you were saying black men were effed up. I want to hear more about that. Go ahead, please.
Is that everybody on the panel that want to hear that, or is it just you?
It's just me.
Shit. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, wait. So even if I was the only one that wanted to hear it, you wouldn't oblige and finish telling
if nobody else answered, yeah, I'd have kept going. I don't have a problem with talking to one.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, like nah. I just wanted to make sure we was being democratic up here. You feel me? That's all. Not my.
Now, this
It's not
barbershop
my fault,
conversation, we
right?
don't care about no democracy in the barbershop conversation.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's another cool thing I can add. My daddy used to take me to the barbershop every Tuesday. Every Tuesday morning, I would just sit there in a corner, and he would give me some. It would usually be some ice cream or something. I was a little girl, and they would ask my dad. They'd be like, "Why you bring her here?" He was like, "Because I'm just introducing her so she comfortable around men. She not scary." And so I thought about that years later, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not afraid to talk to anybody." And nothing. Maybe some things should scare me, but they don't. So that's why I said, I can be comfortable in my skin and go, hey, if I'm not in the right spot, I'm cool to bow out. It's okay. No, nothing else, but I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? It's all right. It may not be my time right now, and that's okay.
No,
And
it's
that's why
cool. It's your time right now, Chocolate. Chocolate,
But
it's your
yes,
time. Tell us about the men that came home from you said the Vietnam War or the Korean War?
no. So you got World War II. The Korean War was during World War One. World War II was, the Holocaust during that time, and then we had the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War was truly a figment of a man's imagination, kind of like when it was the mystery items of mass destruction type, if you can remember that. But when black men came home from Vietnam, if they didn't stay as, made it a career, or, took a skill and made something out of themselves, a lot of them we lost to jail and to the grave. Like, a lot of my friends, their fathers were addicts, severe addicts. And not just to one thing. It was heroin, it was
don't forget cocaine.
women. Yeah, all of it. And so when they got back, when they were coming back to Vietnam, because remember, they're in Vietnam. Vietnam is known for their poppy fields as well. This is where we get this stuff from. This is how we know these things work when you use them in compound, because people from the United States was in different parts of the world. And so it's like the men that came back, they were not even half of the men they were when they left. They were boys. So if we already know that if a child is not given the things that they need, we have examples of what that looks like, right? In real life. This person didn't have a father. This person didn't have a mother. Maybe the mother was the abusive one. Maybe the grandmother was the abusive one. Women can abuse too. It's not, again, being a shitty person is not gender specific. Okay. And so there's all of these things happening. Who are you at 18 years old? You are barely able to breathe in some respects. But then you got young people who are 18 years old and they got whole families. They got responsibilities. They out here living it up. That's their personality, right? Or whatever has been imprinted on them. These men were shells. They didn't get any of that. The draft took boys on their 18th birthday. They did not care if it was just yesterday. You had about 3 days to a week, and you was catching a bus. Now, also remember, this is going from the 60s and 70s. So mid to late 60s, going into the 70s. When they were coming back, this was the peace and love movement. So these are the hippies from the 60s that have now Also, and the majority of hippies were considered to be European people because they had the freedom and the money to be hippies. They could go and disappear to some commune in Mexico, which probably was a resort. We never had those type of things in our communities. Not for us at all. There was no way to release anything. We didn't talk about therapy. We didn't, if you had a problem, go pray about it. Pray hard too, because it's your life. And if things are still shitty, it's because it's all your fault and you didn't pray hard enough. See, that's why I was saying this is the indoctrination we went through as well. Some of our parents were strict beyond, over crazy stuff. That's why a lot of us was wilding out. Like, this is, But then we weren't doing things like deleting ourselves. We was moving out. We didn't want to go through what they went through. So, long coming back in between those times, you've got the parents of these children. Because these men still exist in this country unseen. You notice they don't talk about Vietnam like they talk about World War II. World War II was about liberating people, even though they were still oppressing people at the same time. The dichotomy of the human is scary. Then you add all that together and it's your color, it's you a man, and you have no place in this world anymore. Because you're horrible because you went to Vietnam. You're horrible because you are in the military. You're horrible because you're a black person. You're horrible because you're a man. All of this was happening at one time. And these black men had to deal. Because where were they going to go? Well, it wasn't about losing, Stan. There wasn't really a necessary for it. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. But it's a good history lesson if you want to go learn about it. Because again, the one thing about it is the truth will always come back around, just like the earth rotates. If you hear long enough. When I went back to school, I went back to my hometown and I saw people I went to school with, and when I found out they was like hooked on crack still, I'm like, well, wait a minute, we still doing crack? But that was because I wasn't in that world anymore. But it's still going on. And so when we talk about the Pookies and the Ray Rays, my dad was a Pookie and a Ray Ray. He was a broken shell of a man. And he had nowhere to go to help him get together. And when we throw that out there so quick that it's individual, well, it was against the law. If you didn't go to the Vietnam War, you had to go to jail. That's why there was that big how do you do around Muhammad Ali, because he said, fuck it, I'm gonna go to jail. I'm not gonna fight these people. This ain't my war. And there is a testament to that, because those who have been left behind in Vietnam will tell you that they used to tell black men, this is not your war, black man, go home. But when you come from a country that's pumping up in your head that you doing so great by having to destroy another person's life over what? It wasn't space. It wasn't time. We didn't need the land. They didn't have our people captured. We just went over there and went to war. So just imagine being dropped in that now. Imagine I strip you of everything you know and send you into war, real war, and you sleeping on the ground and in a place you ain't never been before, and I ain't giving you time to adjust, and you watching your friends go down, bow, 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 right around your head, and you're supposed to come back and be a great dad and a great husband and a great citizen. Those are not excuses, people. These are the things that these people went through, that your daddy probably went through, and that's why you don't know who he is. Because he don't want to show you who he is, because just as men are prideful, even in this space, they are also prideful outside of it. Whether that pride guides them to walk away from their families because they would rather destroy themselves than to destroy their families. Then you got the men who destroy their families anyway because this is how they live. They can't get somewhere to stay. They can't function in a job. They didn't decide to make it a career. They didn't kiss enough ass to have the best opportunities, because remember, this army is still considerably white. This is the 60s and the 70s. The diversity is not there yet. That don't start happening until the 80s, but these men are left behind. That's who's filling up these jails. Now their sons is filling up the jails. And we have a direct link. We have this history, we know, but we're so quick to call these men no good. All of them is Pookies and Ray Rays. There's no distinction. And so, yeah, I can understand as a human being, not as a man, but I can understand as a human being, if all of those things was happening to me, I don't know who the fuck I would be. Maybe I would walk away from my kids. Maybe I would drink myself or harm myself in some kind of way, because how do you live with that in your head every day and function? But we don't talk about those men. Those aren't all the men who walked out the house. They ain't all get on the phone and call each other and go, you know what, I'm going to be a shitty daddy.
Hey, Chocolate.
And even, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, you.
No,
I'm
you good. I mean, I never shout you down when you preaching, but what I was going to add to that, I don't know if the brothers wanted to chime in, but what I was going to add to that, on top of everything you saying, those men understood that nobody cared. Nobody cared that they couldn't find a job. Nobody cared that there wasn't enough on the table. Nobody cared about the atrocities and the horrors that they seen. They were supposed to fuck it up, tough it out. You slip up by the bootstraps.
That's it.
I mean, nobody.
And now they Pookies and Ray Rays. Their sons are Pookies and Ray Rays. Because you also have to remember too, they come back into a drug-filled environment, right? Imagine you're in another country, and not only are you trying their items, you getting hooked on to them as well, like opium, for instance. You can get that here. It is strong and addictive. In our own country, allowed a scientist to create something that they thought would destroy us. And it did. It did. Because look at us now. We trying to pick up the mess. Because now those of us who can finally see, not this whole, generic, you're being woke. No. We had to come out of that fog. Because you got to remember that in place of drug dealers is pharmaceutical companies. And instead of going up to the corner stores, corporations, it's Walmarts and Targets and those type of things, and call centers going up, because you need a job so that you can work and give me all your money, because that's all we do. Because we don't manufacture our lives anymore here. Not at any level. We make money and buy things. That's what we do. And I can't, again, look at what all has been taken away. What do you do? When all the focus is, if I have enough of these particular green pieces of paper with the numbers on them that are legitimate to pass as tender, my life is better on different levels. People that a person that's homeless, if they have some money right now, they could get them apartment. They gonna feel like they living in a mansion. The family and the couple that's raising all their kids in one, a 2-3 bedroom house and paying $1 bajillion. If they had money, they would step up, and guess what? Their life would change in that aspect. Now, any of the mental and spiritual issues that'll come to bear, because now they have no choice but to focus on those things because you've taken care of something and something major. So what were Black women supposed to do? And this is why I find it disgusting that Black men will regurgitate that Black women pushed men out of the home in the 70s. And not one time have I heard them talk about the Black men of Vietnam in that era. Not once, nowhere. And if I'm wrong, please tell me. And when I try to talk about Black men's issues, there'd be no way that you could understand. Why not? I'm human too. I'm not a man, but I'm human. I got eyes, I got ears, I got all my faculties, and what I see ain't cool in no shape or form. See, this is also the era of children, the Generation X. Because not only was the Black kids not caring, because you got to remember, like they were sending our young Black boys, they were sending young white boys from poor towns and poor parts of the country because we are expendable. Collateral damage. That's how we're written down on an insurance notation. If something happened because of someone else and we get hurt, we're collateral. So it is only new players. That's all that happens. We are copies of copies of copies. And each time we do something a little bit different. But it's still the same. All in the same breath. That's all I was like, if I can state that if Tupac was alive, he would be an advocate. He'd probably have a lot of baby moms. Or he'd be married. That's it. But this man doesn't have. Tupac didn't leave behind a whole string of, broken homes. He came from one. I did too. My father was there, but he wasn't. And the only time he was a human being is when, he took a couple tokes of the naturalities. It altered him mentally to be that father he wanted to be, but he couldn't keep it up. So he would disappear at months at a time. And my mother stood by him. I watched her open that door many times because they also come from the era of World War II babies, and their parents were hard workers because that's when America started making money. So the jobs were better. You could work somewhere for 30 years and retire and send all your kids to college, even as a Black man. They took that away before the war because they knew we want to keep the educated ones and we'll keep, a few dumb ones. We'll give exceptions because you still got to have people to buy the shit that we make. There was the mind of the many men and women who sat behind desks and wrote up laws to destroy a community. And we don't want to give those who stayed behind and fought. That's why a lot of Gen Xers, we owe already. We didn't get, I became an adult at about 11 years old. And that was old prior to the generation before us. Because see, remember, this is also the country that thought, it'd be a good idea. You can send your kids to work. You got babies 6, 7, 8 years old working in factories, coal mines. The same thing that's happening right now. The reason you got your phone in your hand, your computer in your lap right now, because they're using child labor to mine the batteries rather than just process, because you don't want to pay, because they're expendable. I make more money on the back end. But when we talk about doing that for ourselves, that's blasphemy. And now we living in a country that wants to go back, because those of us who got hip and like, nah, man, I work from home. Oh, I can make money on this hustle. Oh, I'm gonna do da-da-da-da-da-da. Now you need bodies, and women ain't having babies. European women aren't having babies. It doesn't matter. They didn't do that to stop black women from having babies. Come on now. I know y'all don't believe that. I know y'all don't believe that. That the reason they reversed all of that was for black women?
Oh, of course not.
And that's why I don't understand why black men even bring it up. Because then you ain't paying attention. What's going on.
Why black men bring it up? What you mean by that?
They use it as a weapon, just like how it's always been weaponized. Our ability to have children as black women in this country has always been used and abused. Now this is recent history. This is 1800s, 1900s. Where who do you hire to come take care of your little European babies? Why not a European nanny? Right? Wouldn't that make sense? But you see the way I take care of my kids, and you take me away from mine, because you control my life now. The fact that black men would use anything that is happening here in this country and use it against us as though we have not been standing right here the whole time.
Wait. I've been following you this whole time, and
yeah,
I haven't pretty much disagreed with anything you had to say. But
that's okay. Let's talk.
You said that black men are holding, essentially, I don't know, you're referring to abortion?
Yes.
So
yes. Out here on these YouTube streets in this space.
If you do the math and you look at the stats that are logged, I'm not talking about the stuff that happened off the books, just on the books. More than any other thing that kills black people combined, not individually, combined. All the shit from killing each other, from poor health, from police brutality, not wearing your seatbelt, don't matter. Put them all together, and it doesn't equate the amount of abortions on file of black babies. And only black women have control over that statistic.
Do we?
Factor, fiction.
Well, it's both.
How would a black man have any control over that?
So let me ask you a question. If you are attracted to a woman and you want to have sex with her, one or two things are going to happen. You are aware that there are condoms. You are aware that there are procedures to not have children. There are these things that are available information-wise all over our country, all over television, in grocery stores, everywhere. You can go buy a condom anywhere. Even at the Dollar Tree, you can buy a pack of condoms. Would you gentlemen agree with that?
Yes.
Hey, Bess, Stan's in the back. Can you pull Stan up?
Yeah, you can buy condoms anywhere.
Anywhere. Thank you, sir. Now, this is not a gotcha moment. This is a let's take a look at that snapshot. I can't get pregnant without you. No matter how we talk about this, even if you got a test tube baby, you need the two things to work and go together, right? No matter how and where, right? You need those two pieces, right?
You need a sperm and an egg.
Yeah, every day, all day long. We know this is true. Fact, right? So when we say that women control this, I'm baffled. I'm befuddled. Because again, unless you are erect and ejaculating, you can't put no seed nowhere. Maybe in a sock, maybe on the floor, in your sheets. I don't know. But in the case of having kids, you need that ejaculant to find an egg. Not the kind you buy at the grocery store either, right? So we know these things. As asinine as what I'm saying may sound, you know these things because we've been talking about it for now over a century. But yet and still, the same way you just told me about the stats, it also is a stat that says men have started buying less condoms. Black men included in that.
So let's not say contraceptives because sex.
No, sir.
Let me say what I'm saying and then you can respond.
Okay.
Let's not go to contraceptives because we agree that it takes two.
We're not talking about that, sir. You said women control this, and I am now giving you the argument.
I'm asking you.
But hold on, before abortion is proactive. It is not active unless the child is born in it and it's not alive.
Wait, you're saying abortions are reactive, right? Not proactive.
Yeah, that.
Some are proactive and some, you know what I mean? It depends on the situation. One is not more than the other. Because it could be if you give, hold on. It can be proactive because if let's say you're pregnant and you find out, if you bring this baby to full term, you may lose your life. That happens. It's not that rare. It's not that anomaly. These things happen. But hold on, we have to, right? Because it's just like the Pookie and Ray Ray case, right? If you're going to look at it on the Black woman side of it, then you got to be willing to dissect that all these particular Black women that may not be bringing babies to full term or having this done to not have life come from them at all, that would mean that there are no men involved at any point in the step. You think men have not been involved in making decisions like that? You have couples. You have men who don't want to have kids.
Let me clarify my statement.
Please.
So
yes. Okay.
You can better respond to me if I clarify my statement.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're clear. I'm not absolving anybody of any guilt or any responsibility.
There shouldn't be any guilt.
I just want to clarify my statement.
Yeah.
You just gotta hold your peace for just a moment. I'm not absolving anybody of the accountability on both sides. But a lot of these cases of abortion are not consensual of both parties. So
but no, I never disputed that.
I'm just stating facts at this moment, just like you have been. So what I'm saying is that it's not always a 50-50. Okay, you don't want it, I don't want it. Okay, let's go get it done. Sometimes it's I want it. Please keep my baby, and it's a nigga. You don't got nothing to say about this. And if there's any time a person can say I can make this decision exclusively with or without your consent, it is no longer a joint decision. So condom or no condom, before women were having abortions by the handful, they were having babies and letting their sisters and their mamas and their cousins and all of them raise them. And people don't even know that ain't their real mama. But those children were brought into this world not because people wasn't being irresponsible with sex. People always been irresponsible with sex and probably will always be irresponsible with sex.
Not everybody, right?
Because
some people do plan.
We're just talking about the people getting pregnant and thinking about having an abortion because
but you don't know the reason why though. You have no context of why they're making that decision.
I'm giving you the point of why I stated what I stated and why you should defend it based on what I'm saying. So I'm saying that
I can't defend it on what you're saying.
The only reason that I am giving women exclusive accountability for abortion, period, is because no matter what a man does or says, if he say he want his baby, he can't make that woman have her baby.
That is not true.
What?
Hey, guys, interject.
You can go to court. You can go to court if you have enough money. Yes, you can do that. Those laws are there too.
Hang on 1 second, Chocolate. Stan gotta jump in and jump out. So,
what's up, Chocolate? What's up, Vic? Vic, you called me like Beetlejuice.
hey man, 3 times declares the law, don't it? Okay.
Hey, what's up?
What's good, bro?
Not much.
You was getting off your shit in the chat, man. I want to hear what you had to say, man. I ain't what you had to say forever.
Oh, about Vietnam War? I mean, that stuff was real. It was real because we don't talk about the orange agent. There was that stuff that was sprayed on.
Agent Orange. Yes,
Agent Orange. And that came back. And then you looking at, and what I posted was that you looking at these brothers, they came back. And then they gave birth to kids who had that. And then
I'm one of those kids. Just to let you know.
So, and then it also goes on to the grandkids. So it passes down. So you're looking at, well, the cocaine crack babies are having meth babies. And crystal meth is worse because some people give birth 3 times in 1 year, not knowing who the father is. And I remember there was one documentary showed this foster home with newborns. And they had the kids crawling through tubes like there was hamsters because there was so many babies. And they had to track the kids because they didn't want the kids to be involved in incest because they might be meeting up with a sibling because they were so close in age. You had to track people because if you can't track the fathers, you could track the mom. And they had to do that. And we're still doing that now, but we don't talk about it. And that's the whole thing. It's like we don't talk about it because our parents are boomers and the generation before them is the silent generation where everything is covered up. We don't talk about stuff. Generation X, we're not even supposed to be generation unknown. They don't even want us to talk. One last time we got checked in, nobody checked in with us about divorce, how that affected us in relationships.
Honey, talk about it.
Nobody talked to us. Nobody checked in with us about that. There's a reason why there were child abuse laws when we were coming up. Because those people who came back from Vietnam, they will beat your ass.
Yes, KIDS. The 1-800. Yes, I remember those commercials. It would be on TV. You would have teachers asking you. They was doing seminars coming to the school. It was a rough time. Like, people don't realize, like, we saw some shit.
Yeah, and also people and kids were getting kidnapped.
Right.
Kidnapped.
We was going to war too, with our parents, the police,
with strangers.
Oh my God! Right. This was during that time too. Black kids had no safeties. We had nowhere to go. So that's why the rec centers.
Yep.
Right. The church wasn't even. They didn't even have our backs because they sided with our parents. Oh, y'all not praying enough.
No, or our grandparents, which is the silent generation.
Right.
You shut up. Be quiet. And also that happened with, and the Vietnam War, and this how it affected a lot of us who we don't know. Malt liquor was huge.
Ooh,
we talk about drugs.
Oh my God, yes. I forgot. Oh, why you say that? Sadly, no.
Malt liquor.
Not the 45s. Not the 45s.
Colt 45. Colt 45 with Billy D. Williams.
Oh my God,
Billy D. Williams came on
TV,
we'll get spanked because we talking. That's the only reason my parents,
Billy
my
D.
mom
Williams
bought
was
Star
a leader.
Wars.
Remember, he was a leader in the black community.
Big time.
Leo.
Oh no, seriously, that man was like that was the only reason why there was Star Wars VHS in
He
my
had
house
good hair.
was because of Billy D. Williams.
Child.
It wasn't because my mother was into Star Wars.
Into sci-fi, right?
No,
it was
Billy D. Williams.
Oh God.
He's the
You
first
took me
Simone
back. Now I'm sitting in my grandma's house like a little kid, like, oh my God, Billy D. Williams. But you know what? Yes, I agree with you. We don't talk about that.
There was no check-ins. There was never any check-in. We were latchkey kids.
Check-in to what?
But I mean, nobody
you
check
better
in with us,
life
right?
together, sir.
But nobody check in with us, right? Because it's
No,
like,
not at all. We're not.
It's like, hey, when you gonna have kids? I raised your kids. I don't want no
Hello?
kids.
Me too. Hello? Wait a minute. Who your daddy? Wait a minute.
Hey Stan.
Yo.
You letting Chocolate off the hook.
No, it's not off the hook. We're talking about like that. No, it's
I had her on the stand to giving her testimony as
you
to
can go
why
back to it. No, we
to
can go
why
back to it.
Because I want to hear your piece on that because I know you got
what piece.
So I contend that the young lady, she was saying that it hurts her to hear when black men speak on the abortion topic and blame black women.
Okay, I will say this piece about that. I will say this. I will say this piece, and it's all relatable. Amazingly, I was talking this with one of my coworkers about this. When I look at the toys I had and I was playing with, it prepared me for war. I grew up on G.I. Joe, Transformers, and when you look at it, they were always at war.
Come on.
Everything, He-Man, war. Everything was war-based. There was nothing about family. There was nothing about staying home, raising kids. We weren't raised for this. We weren't. And I'll say this, like, I'm personally affected because it was, I'll put in a personal tone, right? I will say this to the woman that took away my kid, because we can't say it. Why do you have the next man kid that now he's no good, don't want to be the father to that child? Why you didn't keep mine?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing that for black men, we got to say that. Did it hurt you when she went ahead and deleted this possibility of a child and had somebody else's child and not yours? Let's go deeper than the conversation about, oh, you shouldn't and you can't. Like, does it hurt? I'm telling you right now as a man, yeah, that hurt. Yeah, that affected me because I don't want to have kids because I didn't want to have children with somebody else. I want to have kids with you, but you went ahead and you did this. Now look at me, I don't want none. Are we going to have those conversations? So unless we could connect the heart to the actions, we will still keep on going this wheel that go nowhere.
Yeah, because it's not addressing the context of why these things happen. And if we're so worried about black babies being born, then let's take care of the ones who are already here. So when they want to grow up and have children, that these are sustainable adults in our community. We raise adults. They don't stay children.
We can't have it because here's the fact: the system makes money off the children, and we have to say that because kids can't get adopted.
Come on now, don't say that.
No, we have to look at it because
I'm talking about the ones that are aging out. Those who are 16,
I'll get there.
18 years
I'll get
old.
there. I'll get there. No, I'll get there because I was part of that movement too, of making sure those kids had a place to stay. Because what I saw was kids was getting out of foster care, and then they were sent to the shelter. A lot of us had to raise some stink about it, and now you see there's programs that's more catered towards children who come out of the system and they do wraparound service so they turn 26. But they have to choose to want that. Some of them been in the system so long that they don't want it. By the time they do want it, they're now in their 30s and those opportunities are gone. And that's the part about it. When you look at how the system is, it's tough.
Why can't we change the system?
Say it again?
Why do we keep leaving things the way that they are? Why can't we do anything different?
Why are we acting like this is?
Well,
cut and
here's
small?
here's the thing. We've done some stuff.
What
Everything's
is
not
that?
perfect,
It's not
right?
enough, though. It's
It's never gonna be
obviously not
enough.
enough.
You know
Yes,
what?
it can. It
It's
can
never
be
gonna be
enough.
enough. You know why it's never gonna be enough?
Why?
Because there's a Haitian proverb: if everybody hands is on it, the burden is light.
But that's not
So,
true.
no,
That's
if
that's
everybody
that's
hands,
horrible. And I
if
no
everybody
disrespect.
hands are not on it, the burden. I'll put it a different way. If everybody hands is on it, the burden is light.
Well, you
That's
don't need everybody to start something.
no. We need everybody hands on it. They don't need to
But you
start.
don't have.
I
You
will say
don't
this.
need it to start something, though.
Chocolate, I'll say this. No, I disagree. Although we grew up rough, right? We grew up. Them times, I tell people, y'all want these times. Y'all, this is not. Y'all don't want these times, but I give it to the neighbors that were like family. I give it to the grandmamas that treat everybody like their grandkids. I give it to the grown men who sat down, who taught boys who didn't have fathers how to be men. I give it to when that, and again, that shows when everybody was involved, the burden of the child was really light. And we have to get back to that. It's not just about your child. It's about, man, there's a possibility that my child is going to marry this child. So let me just go ahead and invest in this kid. Our communities used to do stuff. Our churches did things. Our churches, when they had the sick and, what do you call that stuff? The sick and something fun. They took care of the sick.
But that's what I'm saying. We can do that again.
Not with these
They
false
don't have
prophets.
to be. It doesn't have to be religious based. It doesn't have to be the same shit that we were doing. We know already, list to list. Okay, I see a problem. Let's fix it. Here's an actual answer. Let's fix it. I have a plan to do
Here's
that.
something.
So I
I'm
don't
gonna say
get
this.
why we just always ready to give up. Like, damn.
But nobody's giving up. The thing is, you only could do what you can do. Freeze
So why are
can do
you
what
telling
Freeze
me
can do.
that I can't though? You just
Yo,
said
Stan.
one person can't start.
Yo, Stan, I can't do nothing, yo. The only
Yes, you
people,
can.
the only people,
Freeze.
Freeze,
Freeze. What you could do?
Listen, real quick, yo. 39% of the abortions in America are performed on and by Black women.
39%.
14. This is. I'm looking at the stat.
No, I'm saying 39%. That's not 100%.
14% of the women in America are Black women. Period. Of the entire female population in America, because there is only. I'm saying this is a female issue. There is no.
No, but
listen, hang on just a moment. I want you to speak, sister, but I do want to complete my point. This is of all the women in America, white, Hispanic, or other. White contributes about 33%, and we're contributing between 36 and 39%, depending on the year it fluctuates. But in totality, we don't have the numbers to be that high, less more to be outpacing other groups that have a higher population. And it's the equivalent of them saying Black men commit 50% of the murders in America, when our population ain't bigger than 15% of America. It don't make no sense.
So I can show you where it does make sense.
Black women don't
show
got
you
no
where it does.
control over that.
It's just a
Just like
snapshot. It's a snapshot of that. That's where stats come from. They say that at the bottom of the stat that it is within a measurable amount, not an 100% exact science of this is exactly what everybody does. These are snapshots.
What does that
mean? Chocolate. Let me say something real quick because I really do have to go, but it's going to be for the
ahead,
men.
you got it.
It's going to be for the men. Okay, I hear what you say, Freeze. I'm with you on it, right? So you say it's 39%, right?
Mm-hmm.
That leaves, what's the remainder percent that's left over after 39?
Do the math, brother. 61.
61. So that means there's a 61% that needs stepfathers. This is something that Black men, we talk about we don't be no stepfathers. Well, guess what? You're going to have to step in. With no vision, people
No,
perish.
no. 39%. No, that's not. I'm saying you getting the stat wrong. 39% of abortions, not 39% of children.
Not. I can't bring to life what's already dead. I only could take care of what's alive right now.
That's not what we're speaking on, brother.
I know, but you're speaking of something that you have no control over. If I have no control over something that's already gone, right? So here's something. The reason why somebody would do something like that.
You don't have to keep making the same mistake. We kill each other at a ridiculous rate. Black men, we gotta address that.
Okay,
we gotta stop killing each other. We can't get the people back out the ground.
Yeah, but here's
does that
something.
mean
So why
what?
they're in the ground in the first place? If somebody doesn't have hope, if somebody doesn't have vision, if somebody doesn't have any possibility in thinking like a life is viable, we have to get back to basics. Like you mentioned before, when this child didn't know who their real parents were, but they were still in the family, that was love. There was a vision in place for this kid. That person was still part of the family and still taken care of. If we can't go ahead and open up our hearts and step in to take care of kids, take care of adults, and take care of each other, then guess what? If you have no vision, we can't go off and think that people are going to do something. And that's why services are made. This is how things are coming about, that we need the services and the government to come in and help out. Because we at that place now, and I know what you're saying, Chocolate, sometimes we don't need to wait, but we are at this place where we do need this, but at the same time, we need to bring back something else from the past and create something new. I agree with everything you guys are saying. It just means that we just have to change, say yes, don't be scared that you might fail, learn from it, and move forward.
Bro, have you looked around at the world around you? This shit ain't trending upward. So at the end of the day, what we have to say as black men is, no, we're not going to convince everybody to come to Jesus and kumbaya. But what we can say is, guess what? Black men, let's make a contract with each other that you're not going to kill another black man unless your life is in danger. We're not going to be killing each other frivolously over nothing. Over gangs and over stupid shit and over a girl and over an argument about a fucking PlayStation game or a fucking lousy dice game.
I have a question.
Same thing has to hang on. The same thing has to apply to black women. Yeah, you might be in a dire strait. Yeah, that nigga might have left your ass out. Yeah, your parents or people might have abandoned you or left you out here and your situation is dire and fucked up and you don't see no hope. But what you can't do is fix that by taking life.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you. So what stopped you from doing those things to other men? Man to man. We're just talking men to men. Hold on, Chocolate. I won't give you the board because I really do have to go. So man to man, what stopped you from killing somebody? Or deleting someone? Because we had to watch our tone, our voice on YouTube.
Hey,
the vocab.
Hey. God and my commitment to my people.
Okay, so is it safe to say that you have a high esteem of yourself, like you see yourself different from what you see like the popular culture is right now?
Absolutely, no, I'm not like that.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying. Like if we don't have vision, we can't really move forward. That's all I'm just saying. People got to have a vision.
No, they got to make an agreement. They can get the vision later. I got to understand that, okay, I'm a brand new Christian. I just got baptized. I said, hey, I want to do better for my life, and I don't want to sin no more. Now I got to learn what sin is. Now I got to learn what Jesus is, what I expected me. Let's change my environment. Let's see if I can get into some youth groups or some other places that may encourage me or give me assistance. Those are things that you can build upon. But the first thing you have to do is make a commitment to do a certain thing. And the baseline of that is to make an agreement with yourself. And that ain't got nothing to do with black men. That ain't got nothing to do with the government. It ain't got to do nothing with World War II. It got everything to do with the person you looking at in the fucking mirror. And say, hey, what I won't do, I can't say what I will do, but what I won't do is take another black life unless my life is on the line or I'm saving one. And if we can't make that commitment, you can't walk around talking that Black Lives Matter shit You can't tell me shit about police brutality or Agent Orange or none of that shit because you don't give a fuck about your own. Start at home. Clean your room. Clean your closet. Do your part. You can't control that other shit, but what you can control is who you let put their dick in you. What you can control is if you let the wrong nigga put his dick in you, deal with it. Just like everything else.
Okay.
Just like everything else.
Freeze. Now, my brother, you know, some of us, we play these games to get to the kitty cat. And we will go ahead and scheme and lie, play innocent.
All facts.
To get to it. What we don't understand, I'll say this for us men. Again, when I say that we grew up in a culture just known about fighting and everything else, we're not taught early on about family and the importance of family. Again, I'm still going to stand by. I agree with everything that you say, everything that Chocolate said. But if we don't have a vision for our lives, it's really going to be hard for people to change. If people don't understand, like, this is the next stage, where we're at right now, a lot of us, hitting up 50, 30, 40, we still fucking teenagers. We're forever 21. I was promised grown and sexy events when I was in my 20s. That's why I went to Oak Tree.
Hey, let me salute to y'all real quick, man, because I'm about to tear up out of here. I'm zooted and I'm about to fall asleep. Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
I'm
Happy
about
New
to
Year,
fall
my
smooth
brother.
asleep. Brother. But man, y'all have a fucking fantastic night, man. This was a fucking long but dope ass stream.
Wait,
I'll
you
tell you that, man.
leaving? Yeah, he cashed
Man,
in.
I'm finna knock the freak out, bro.
You don't
Yeah,
sleep. Big Red's never
y'all,
sleep.
y'all little. See, I just got up. I'm about to go live myself. So, but yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm
That was
All right,
good,
Big Red, get some sleep.
for
All
sure,
right, guys,
for sure, man. Y'all be good, man.
Intellect is still alive up here, child.
Oh, I know.
Come
He
on.
never sleep. Him, M3, they never sleep. They always
Yeah,
up.
I'm up. So that's why I was like,
You too. What's
but-
up, Chocolate? Chocolate's up. Freeze is
Yeah,
up.
look.
They got about 3 more hours on that, so we got daylight around this motherfucker.
Well, because I have I'm doing these longer lives because I'm trying to get my viewing hours up. Because once I'm able to I'm in the process as well going up on my property. So that'll be the next phase of my channel, which will be showing y'all what I'm about to build up there.
All right, cool. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, me
All right,
too, because
look,
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna
gotta
dress
go.
real cute.
I gotta go. But
All right, you have a good
tell
rest of
you
your day,
this.
sir.
Chocolate, go ahead
Yes.
and apply for them grants. That's what the money is for.
Yeah, yeah,
Apply for
definitely.
them grants. Freeze.
I'm waiting on my 501c. That's all I'm waiting on.
Good.
Yeah.
Freeze. Freeze. I need you go ahead and adopt some kids. Be a stepfather because you're good at it. That's who you are. You got that fatherly love around you. Everybody sees it.
I got 4, B.
Now it's time for you to make it 40.
Nah.
Right, 40 kids and a mule. That's the new message. 40 kids. We need all of y'all to take care of these kids y'all want to take care of so badly.
Everybody adopt a kid.
So,
Everybody.
come on and adopt
Stop
these
it.
babies.
Go ahead. Make them adopt. Make them all
I
adopt.
am.
Everybody adopt.
Listen, I'm going to adopt me a few myself one day. What's
Your
wrong with
freeze gonna
adopted
give you 10
babies?
more. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies.
That's right. I'm
freeze.
a send him some. We gonna make it work.
Yes. All right.
All
ladies,
right.
You want to
Nice talking to you, Scan. For real, we'll have to do it again.
Okay.
right.
Hey, we'll say this real quick, ladies. If you want to hit Victor Freeze, go through Chocolate. She got to screen you first.
Right.
So
we gotta make these soldier babies.
Okay, you name like Chocolate, girl. You about to be in that line.
Nah, baby. No, I'm on the
no,
other
she's
side of that.
screening. She's screening them first before they come to us.
I ain't. No, I'm already. I'm in. You know what? You know what? And it's so funny because I was just talking about that, and I was like, I waited too. I don't have children, so
because we was raising their children.
Yes,
we was raising their kids.
I was taking care of everybody, like
Vic,
grandma, papa.
Vic, this is what they did to us, Vic. If
Driving
you were
up
older,
and down. Yeah.
Vic, when you was older, the oldest one, you had to make sure everybody
That
was
was your
fed.
instant job.
You have to sit down, make sure everybody got their school clothes, clean the clothes, fix the clothes, pick them from school, pick them after school, do your own homework.
Even if you walk, because you still had to go pick them up.
Yep. And then when you're done, you take care of you, and then these kids have the nerve to grow up and have their own kids.
Take care of you.
You have to take care of them kids.
Wait a minute, hold on. Take care of you. You still got to clean up. You still got to wash dishes and stuff after school, after work, after every dinner.
The oldest
you got to
child
mop
of
the
every family
floor. We should have been allowed to be children, and y'all wouldn't be as fucked up as you are.
No, I think we're still doing children's stuff because that's what Gen X.
That's why now, now you notice we the youngest group out here. We look the youngest. We did be doing the most everywhere we go. We still that same generation of power and fire that has such an impact. Like, double check, sir. All the rappers, the big players, the people that change your life came from this generation.
Yep.
And the ones that are still out here, we survived it. And we survived it. And became tech lords and learned how to build computers and started having jobs and businesses and still.
Yeah, we weren't even supposed to freeze. Like, you gotta understand, like we were Generation X because they didn't talk about us at all. Now they talk about.
They didn't want to because we didn't care. They used the excuse that we didn't care. They took programs out of schools, and this was for the black folks, poor blacks, poor whites, poor Mexicans, anybody who lived in the poor side of town. You were affected. We were all saying the same thing. You can find any of them kids. The majority of us, I would say, 80% of us being born and raised in that generation. You gonna find at minimum about 10 things that all of our parents did.
Kick us out when we turned 18, and now that's when we keep our kids.
How many times did you hear that? People telling you, your friends saying, "Man, my birthday next week. She gonna kick me out. I ain't got nowhere to stay." I can't even tell you how many people moved in with me over the years. My mom never told me that.
I'm sorry, Vic. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. He done got me high. My bad. Good night.
I said at 18 you going to college or you going to war, but nah. The whole thing that I was saying is I think that the you just addressed it, Chocolate, which is the missing link.
Yeah.
When our children,
there were missing pieces.
Of our children these days, now this generation that's coming out,
these are our kids too, by the way.
They're akin to, technology and those things, but they don't got.
We were too.
They don't got no real skills.
That's not true.
They don't got no hands-on. They're not forced to do nothing but stare at computers and books, and then they send them out there and say, "Hey, figure it out." So,
let me tell you this. The reason why that happened, hold on, baby. The reason that happened, and to what Stanley's point was, remember when we said the kidnappings? Hold on, stop. No, wait. The kidnappings, the shootings, the fighting, the gangs, the whole nine. This is why a lot of black boys who survived that era, they're nerds, they're computer geeks, they're gamers, they're this and that, because that was the only way to keep your ass in the house. And this was before there was multiplayer. I had a Super Nintendo. You see what I'm saying?
I want you to come back to that, but let me make my point. What I was actually trying to bring it to is what you said, which is trades. We used to have wood shop. We used to have auto shop. You have all these shits that they took out of the school that because honestly, as Americans, we stay in school too fucking long to start with. By the time you get in high school, you should already be headed into a trade or a skill of some sort. So I mean,
I agree with that. We've always agreed with that.
That older generation went to 5th grade, and when they got out of 5th grade, they were done with school. They had to come and get a job, help out on the farm, whatever.
Well, they went back to school though. That's also a big thing. There was a lot of them that went back to. My grandmother went back to school. She became a nurse. A lot of the silent generation did go back and became the things that they wanted to after having kids. There was like a big influx of programs across the country that for what they would call. That's why now you hear adult learning. You notice that's separate from regular, like going to community college. They still have adult community colleges or adult learning community colleges. Those were us. From the ones that are now 50 and down, 50 to like 40, 51, 52. to like 40. That's why a lot of us, you see us in school again, all these commercials about I went back to school. These are the Gen Xers and the millennials, the early millennials that had to raise other people's kids. This is why we're so fragmented. That's what I'm trying to, kind of go with you on that.
You explaining all the why. But I think if you older than 30 years old, you pretty much know enough of the whys to know why. It's
not just knowing why. It is about.
You could probably talk for another hour about the things that are also contributors to why shit is the way it is.
Well, it should be talked about though, because I think a lot of misnomers.
Shit, unless you got some solutions.
I do.
Roots. We can go through the history books, but it don't got nothing to do with the future.
I have solutions, but black men don't want to hear my solutions.
So what are the solutions? I'm listening for your solution.
So the solution is I'm starting with buying land. I'm paying on a piece of property. I'm almost done paying it off. It's like 1.5 acres. I'm going to take that acre and build 2 6,000 square feet greenhouses. With that, I'm going to take that money and I'm going to buy more land. I can build homes under $10,000. If I start creating homes and programs for children who are like, let's say, for instance, they're aging out of the system, it can be that way. I can then provide the land and the buildings so that I can bring people who know how to weld, people who know how to have other skills, trades, computers, the whole nine, building stuff, HVAC, whatever it may be, and have it where these kids can stay and learn a skill. Now we can do everything through the internet.
What are you putting in your greenhouse that's going to generate that kind of money to be buying more land?
I am planning to grow. It's going to be about 5,000 different types of seeds and vegetables and fruits. When I'm done, we're going to start with your basics, lettuce, tomatoes, and the things like that. And guess what? So the money that's going to come from that is because I'm going to be delivering it. Just like you could pick up DoorDash. I mean, just like DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that. I can ship fresh fruits and vegetables to you, like Home Fresh and all of them companies. I can do that. I don't have to charge what they charge. And on top of that, I'm going to allow people who get EBT to get that. So now I'm creating I'm starting to create a chasm, because the young folks that I'm teaching to do plumbing and those type of things can help us. Then I can hire them. They can get accredited. They can get licensing, and they can be paid to, okay, now we need to build more. And now these young men have experience. They don't have to stay. Once that's gone, that's gone. The state will pay me. I'll be eligible for grants. That is more money that goes back into building my ultimate goal, which is about 3,000 acres of space. That would be the first like earth-made building community that is for people of color. Our own elementary schools, our own everything. All of those things can be built.
So
that's my end goal. So in between that, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that sounds like a great plan on paper. As a matter of fact, it almost mirrors my plan, like to a T. I mean, there's like a lot more factors in mind, but that is the crux of it. Mm-hmm. However, how do you deal with this factor? Right?
What factor?
If you start a church, because that's essentially what you're starting.
No, I'm not.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, sir, I don't.
You know how they jumped off on the library thing and they missed your point? Don't do that. So
I'm not. I'm just saying.
When I say a church is just where people gather who are of like mind. It ain't got nothing to do with religion. So what I'm saying that is, if you create this environment that you're going to be hosting these people who aren't necessarily your direct kin or whoever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? These might be troubled people who would need your assistance.
Well, they're going to need the assistance of the people that we bring up.
They come with something.
Right.
So and that something is not something that is conducive to a positive or healthy environment,
then they have to go.
You bring in something that's negative into a positive environment, and then have it affected, and not it being the thing that is affecting your environment.
Well, that's like saying I'm not gonna build something because spiders might get in my house. I know what to do once the spiders show up, but I'm gonna still build.
I'm saying if I'm gonna start a group home, I'm gonna expect trouble with you. So I would have to anticipate and plan for that. It's not gonna be one.
But that's already anticipated and planned for, sir.
That's what I'm saying. How do you manage?
That's not what you asked me. You didn't ask me that.
But that's literally what I'm asking. If you didn't.
Okay, so you're asking me how would I deal? Of course, I would have security. Of course, I would have people who are trained to work with people who would have certain issues. But as I know, we're gonna start small. We're gonna start with people who are capable. That way we can do more. And then we can take care of those who are less capable. So we don't have to put the strain on them. We need them to heal before they become culpable. I mean, able to function. But again,
so you're gonna handpick every resident?
Why not? Who would stop me? Isn't that what people do?
Asking more detailed questions, because sometimes we have ideas, but we might not have fleshed them out completely or thought.
Have you fleshed this out? How would you handle it?
Again, I'm only gonna handpick the people that are coming in.
Okay, so we agree.
No, I'm saying that this is how I sorted it out, but I'm asking you because I already know what I'm gonna do. I'm just asking you to see how you would handle it.
There you go. I told you. I'd have security and the people in place that needed to be there.
Okay, so I mean, when you think of it, it's a greater undertaking than just putting up a greenhouse and selling the shit for profit and just doing nice things for people and providing resources.
What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's it. What's wrong with that?
The difference is when you give people shit, they don't appreciate it.
That's your opinion. I'm not. That hasn't stopped me from doing for people.
It's a fact. This is what it is.
So what?
You saying so what? I'm saying
yes, I am.
For the same reason why when you live in government housing or when you see.
Well, why do I have to care about that when that is not something that will stop me from creating something that will help those who need the help? Of course, you're going to have bad elements. You got the internet, which is one of the greatest uses of medium that has been around since we've been alive. So, but it has its bad stuff, it has its good stuff, its indifferent stuff, but that didn't stop people. That doesn't stop you from creating a business, even though there are many, many businesses that go bankrupt every year. It doesn't stop you from buying a car, even though we know it depreciates the minute you ride you off the lot. You're going to have those particular things, and not everything you can prepare for. And even if you got the best laid plans, you still want to make sure you hope for the best, you plan for the worst.
That's just it. So we already did the hoping. So at this point, this is the planning stage, because at some point.
No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Once I pay this land off, it's time for them greenhouses to go up, which can go up without issue.
Right. So what I'm saying at the end of the day is that's literally the easiest part of your plan. When you start.
No, it's not. Have you ever grown food before for people? It's not easy.
Did I say it's easy or it's the easiest part of your plan?
Yeah, but it's still not.
I don't
think it's the easiest part of my plan, though.
We're not jumping out into the library. We just
I'm saying that it is not the easiest part of the plan. The easiest part of the plan is me doing it all from online. That's the easiest part, because I don't have to pick up nothing, build nothing, touch nothing. I can run things. That's the place I'm trying to get to. When I can run my whole operation from wherever I am. That's the easiest part.
Easy. I don't understand what you mean.
What do you mean it's not easy?
You just said it's not easy. Then you just said
I said it's the easiest part is working on doing it online. It's gonna take a lot of hard work. I'm building my own home. I'm building these green homes myself. So my physical equity is not the easiest part of the plan.
Okay, so just understand that there's harder parts of the plan. Would you agree with that?
I don't know yet.
So you don't think that the unpredictable factors, which are the people, would be a harder part of the plan?
Why are we trying to put it in this list of hardest? Like, what does it matter?
No, you stopped there.
No.
I wasn't stopping there. You just wanted to
No.
correct me that it wasn't easy to put together the greenhouse.
Well,
I
yeah,
ain't got-
because I'm speaking to what my plan is. I'm sharing with you. You asked me, how do I prepare or how do I look at these things? So I'm assuming that the reason you're asking me these questions is because you're trying to see if either I know what I'm talking about or if I'm just bloviating. So I was just giving you the
Taking it
detail
as a-
of
That's why I actually said, hey, just so you know, your
Right.
plan mirrors my plan in a lot of aspects. So
Yes.
actually, what I'm doing is spitballing between someone who's already implementing or looking to implement something that I didn't. It's not like I said it and now you elaborated on it. It's something you already had in your head and got nothing to do with it. So
it's
we
got,
are.
to, it's got something to do with you right now because we're having the conversation.
I'm saying we're on the same course. I don't want to argue this.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you, sir. This is debating. So my bad. I'm not upset or picking with you. I'm just saying that is the clarification of it. Has nothing to do.
I'm saying
That's it.
let's not do the whole like every word.
Okay,
for
so it can be okay. Then cool.
Just
We
mean-
are on the same page. All right.
So what I'm saying is the only way that I can foresee
Mm-hmm.
my plan, any of it working, even with hand-picked people who are close enough to me for me to know who they are, like through and through, knowing them my whole life, type people. Even they are unpredictable in a lot of aspects.
Okay.
That's my only mitigating factor. Of course, it's gonna have these security once it's that level, so on and so forth, because that's gonna be
Right.
necessary. But I'm not looking to take in troubled youth and things of that nature. I'm gonna provide that network for the youth of my family who I know,
Okay. So no, we're not on the same page then.
who I can apply that pressure to.
Now
You know what I'm
here's where the plan turns, and that's where we differ right there. Because I
What part?
believe that you help those who you can. That's
So
it.
okay, so the only at this point I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna tap out. But what Tupac just said, and I'm gonna bring it back to Tupac. He said that earlier.
What's
we
up,
was
Great
talk-
Pill? Go
we
ahead.
was
I'm sorry.
We was talking in the stream about. He said something about basically. He said, "Don't trust anyone." He said, and I mean no one. He said, "You know how many people that I try to help, how many people I put on my back, how many people I paid all their bills. I gave them everything that they needed. I put them in position to succeed, and they stabbed me in the back, and they did this and they that." He went through what
Everybody goes through.
what he felt was betrayal. I'm not
Right.
saying that's what I am saying. I'm saying that it's inevitable.
Right.
Even with the people you know the most or care about the most and owe you the most.
That's it. There you go. Okay.
So if you're anticipating that,
Yeah.
and then now you're adding in another element of strangers that don't owe you and don't know you,
Yeah.
then it would almost be like 100%, or let's just say a very high, a coin flip, if you will,
That's life period.
of what you're gonna get out of that situation.
But I haven't.
I'm saying
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The reason I'm bringing it to you is not to say be discouraged or don't go forward with your plan. I'm saying anticipate that and don't be discouraged and know that that's coming. As a part of that, that's why I said the greenhouse part was the easy part, because you having to move through all of the unknowns and all of the obstacles that you may deal with and personalities of people and children that you put trust in and you invested in, and you
But why?
the
I
resources.
guess I'm confused by that, because isn't that what major like funding places do every day? I mean, like, you can. These are places that can be swindled as well. The Red Cross, like, they do stuff for people all the time. They help build homes. They go get people from fires. You don't think some of them people done burnt their own house up? But they still help these people. That's up to the authorities. So it's just like, if I don't know what makes.
The
I
way you were
understand
describing
what
it,
you're
you were
saying.
describing it like it was a group home. So maybe I'm confused.
No, I didn't say that. Yeah, you did, because that's not what I said. I said that these were going to be places that young people could come, live, and learn. They would learn a skill. They would learn how to take care of themselves. They would have their own places. They could either stay and continue to work for the foundation or the farm business, or we can move forward and help them get wherever they want to go.
It sounds like Job Corps.
Okay, maybe, but I'm not putting people in dusty ass dorms and them be in the worst part of town. So no, not
Let's
quite.
say it's from everything. You don't have to worry about influences of whatever you taking it, you separating it. You got land.
Yeah,
and shit.
you're not right. There's no one out there. I'm living in the boonies.
So how would you set up the living situation?
They would have homes. They would have little places, like little tiny homes.
So you want
We
to set
can-
up tiny homes and kind of
Just
keep it.
maybe for that. Yeah, and then I'm gonna switch to larger homes later. And like I said, once I'm able to buy the 3,000 acres, then we're gonna start building homes on every side, different types. You know, I'm what you consider a land developer, huh?
Did you say 3,000 acres?
3,000 acres. Yes, sir, I did.
Why 3,000? Where did that number come from?
That's how much you need to create a small city to fit about 750,000 people.
So do you have some people that you know that are like in government or something like that would allow you to do that or something like that?
I'm a citizen of the United States. There's nothing to stop me. These are the laws that they said. If you have a development of a land and you own that personal property and you develop it into a small city, all I have to do is pay taxes to the state, to the county, and to the government, and
right.
provide services, hospitals, fire, water, sewage. Yeah.
As much
That's it.
history you just ran down about
Mhm.
the corruptness of this nation and
Yes.
the nations around us.
Yep.
You know as well as I that this is all about the state that we're in is by design.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to design 3,000
You
acres.
try to design your way out of it.
No, because I'm still living here. I'm just at a different level of it.
Said to design your way out of the turmoil that we're in, not this out of the country. So I'm
No.
saying
Why not? Those are places that are located all over the country. What are suburbs?
have you seen anything like this as far as like someone else who has successfully done this in
Yeah.
the United States?
Yeah.
Where could you send me a link so I can look at it?
To where? To who? To the white people that built their own little cities around here? Sure. I
ain't
don't know if
talking
they
about
have
white
it.
folks, I'm talking about black folks.
Oh, you didn't say that though.
Well, that's damn sure what I meant. I thought that's what we was talking about the whole time.
Okay. No, but you didn't ask me. You said successful. Like, I wasn't trying to be disingenuous. I thought we was talking about just anybody. But no, not yet. I wasn't alive when the first set of black folks did it. So nobody's done it since. So why not? Who's stopping us now?
Because Bill Cosby wanted to buy a television network.
He wanted to buy a network from white people who was in charge of the network. They weren't going to let him buy that. Why
He had
not just create your own?
He had the
Well,
money.
if you got enough to buy CBS, then go create your own channel,
So what I'm trying to
like
what
the
I'm-
WB. He could have started like this. The WB, CW. You know what I'm saying? All these ghetto channels, but look at them now.
What I'm illuminating is that sometimes it takes more than money.
Right. That's why I call it sweat equity.
Power and influence. So what I'm saying, there's
right.
a reason. There's people who already have the money you looking to make in order to do what you're trying to do. They already have it. So it would be naive to think that nobody that is black, with all the money black people spend every year, celebrities all the way down to the common man, that no one has had the idea to create a community.
I never said that.
Significant size. I said that would be naive. I didn't say that's
the naive of who though?
Of anybody who thought that. So
but who
say that you were the person who thought that? We come into a common you gotta let the thought. You jumping off too quick.
No, that's my brain. My brain flies.
Think it in your head while the words flow, and then you say what you want to say afterwards, because you get it. You get a full picture. So I'm saying that it would be naive for anyone to think that at least one person out of all of these famous, rich, or powerful black people who come before us or who are here with us currently haven't had the will or the goodness at heart to want to take on an undertaking like that, or at least maybe someone like yourself who was tied to one of those people who would convince them that this was a good undertaking.
But not me by myself, because why?
So what I'm saying is that if somebody started,
I'm sorry. Why do I have to be tied to someone who is like a rich celebrity?
Hey, boo, I'm still making my point.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to understand. Sorry.
So what I'm saying is that you just illuminated that there was no one that you could think of off the top of your head, with or without research, that is black who has completed the undertaking that you're looking.
Oh, that's not true. The lady from Avalon House. That's who inspires me. She changed the whole inner city block. Yeah.
What is Avalon House?
Avalon House is a black lady who created she started buying up her neighborhood, and she has transformed already 2 full city blocks. She created Homework House. She fixed up homes so that people could live in them. They have a market. They do different things, and these are the people from the neighborhood. I'd tell you to look them up. It's Avalon House.
Okay, I'm gonna write it down right now. I'm gonna look for Avalon House because I want to see what that's all about.
Yes, and let me see. Maybe I got the link.
There's plenty of communities that work together, whether one person's in control of it or not. So, as far as I'm concerned, the Mexicans are a perfect example of how you can have little means and still work together and create a community and do all those things that you said.
Okay, so what are you saying to me, sir?
Say it again.
I'm trying to understand, what are you exactly saying to me in response to what I'm trying to do? Is it that you think I cannot do it because I am not a figure on that level, that I need to have more influence for this to be successful?
Influence.
Why do I need that?
Do you get the money? Because
I am making the money from my business. I already said that. No banks involved.
What are you responding to?
I'm trying to understand, because what you just said was, okay, you said you weren't saying it at me, but you would have to be naive to not think that black folks with all this wealth and rich people that are here with us now have not had this idea. And if a person like yourself or attached to a person with money and influence, they would be able to do it, and just regular old me couldn't do it?
No, the question is, why haven't they done it yet?
I don't know.
Why is there no proof? The only reason that I would like to complete this is because I would like to create a formula or a blueprint for other people to replicate wherever.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is the power in what you're doing. So I believe in what you're doing. I would like you to be successful in it. So we're long beyond the part that I was speaking on as far as the unpredictability of the people and this and that. Now we move on to the fact that you said you wasn't taking a small undertaking. 300 acres is not a small undertaking.
3,000.
Excuse me, 3,000. 300
Yeah, I said, but I also said to you that I'm paying off an acre of property right now. I'm starting with my green homes. I'm starting with delivering food. I'm starting with feeding people, to take that money and then apply it to starting to buy up enough property that I can begin that undertaking. Now, in the midst of that, I could have other things going on. I could have a camp for youth. I could build homeless housing. I can build housing for domestic violence or people who need to get away. I can build homes for the elderly or a nursing home for, those things can be happening. That's how you build up a city. You start with pieces.
We passed that already. We already went past that part of the plan. So now we're talking about the fact that you wanted to acquire 3,000
acres. Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you have an accurate scale in your head of how much land that is.
Why do you not think so? Let's look it up, sir. Hold on. It just sounds like you think I'm just dreaming, like I'm daisies in the grass.
Realistic, because 3,000 acres.
How is that? Have you ever been on 3,000 acres of land, sir? How is that unrealistic when it's for sale? Hold on. You can pull up a website called Land Flip. I'm about to show it to you right now. I find that interesting that you question whether or not I have done what I needed to do to understand the undertaking that I'm trying to do. I didn't. I don't know what gave you that impression. So I'm just trying to understand that.
Okay.
If you are a person that thought about the idea as well, and you have different caveats to your idea, so why can't
I'm the one that's the expertise in the music, because that's what I do. That's my goal.
Creation. Right.
So if you were to be questioning me because you said, hey,
but I'm not going to question you.
I'm giving you an example.
Okay.
If you were inquiring about my dream that you said, hey man, there's a lot of people out here trying to be a rapper. What is your plan to be a rapper? What you think is going to make you successful? And I started to tell you about my plan, and you would offer me some things to think about. Maybe like, hey, so are you ready to go on the road and do tours, or you have a different plan of attack of how you're gonna? Because that's where the bulk of your money is probably gonna come from. You're like, oh well, no, I got a plan to do it through digital streaming, whatever. I'm saying this is what's going on. This is not an attack. This is me fleshing out.
I don't think it's an attack.
I'm just clarifying. I'm not, when I state something, that don't mean that's what you think. That means that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that this is not that. So it's not you saying, why are you questioning and you don't think I thought about this since it's my plan? Like, yeah, I don't know what the details of your plan are.
Just say that. Just say you'd like more deeper details rather than it just seems like you were, I don't know. I maybe like you said, of course, I don't know what your intent is with your words until you say them. And then you're not sure how I'm going to receive those words because everybody doesn't take it the same way, right? Just like with the conversation of how we say certain things or give certain thing names in different parts of the country. I'm just responding based off what I'm hearing you say. And you're telling me, well, that's not my intent. Well, I don't know that until I ask you. But I don't think it's an attack. I'm just trying to make sure me and you both understand clearly in the language that we both speak in, that we, even with the context, that we understand each other. That's all.
Cool. So now that we're on the same page.
Okay, we're gonna try this again. I'm ready.
What I was asking you when I said, are you clear on how much land that is? Not in the sense of, are you intelligent enough to know the actual geographical quantity of what 3,000 acres is or looks like. I hope you would if you said that came up with that specific number. What
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not
saying,
just throwing it out. Like,
so what I'm saying is that
yeah.
amount of land
Here you go.
is gonna take. What here you go. What?
There you go. You could click on it. Just to give you an example. This is 6,000 square feet. 6,000 acres. I'm sorry, and you can see, cause 1 acre is as big as a football field, right?
Put in the back check. I can't do nothing with that.
Oh, in here? Okay. You could copy it. All right, here we go. I got you. Oh, you on the phone? Okay. Here you go. So I just sent that to you. And this is in Santa Cruz County, Arizona, where I am. And this land is available. And so even if I pay on it, that's fine. I didn't say it was going to be in like a year that would be done. I'm looking at a 5-year plan. And so the first year is just to focus on, getting my farm business in the hands of people all across the country, in food deserts, in nursing homes, affordable vegetables and fruits that could be sent to your house. And you don't have to go out here and break your neck, and you actually get the majority of the nutrition instead of half or less than half that you get when you go in a grocery store and buy it. I'm growing it in a greenhouse because there's no pesticides. I don't have to worry about the weather. I control the weather inside the greenhouse. The reason that I picked the area that I'm growing this food is because it has all 4 seasons, but there is no hurricanes, there's no tornadoes, there's nothing of that manner that I have to worry about. So my concerns are then to make sure that pests stay out and that we don't have issues of molding or anything like that. So then I started to research building methods. So I am building my greenhouse with earth bags, which is mainly just sandbags. They're propylene sandbags, and what they will do will allow me to create a brick inside of these bags. And this method of building, with minus the plastic bag, has been going on as far as back as they found as the Aztecs. The Great Wall of China was built this way. It's earth blocks, and that has clay, sand. You can use lime or cement if you want. And then that turns into a brick that gives you about, mine are 18 by 24. So my bag, once you like flatten it out, and then like shrinkage, I guess, you're looking at about 12 to 14 inches of thick wall that not only insulates but prevents mold. And I can build a home under $10,000 for myself to take care of about 4 bedrooms and 2 baths.
Shit, how?
I just told you how.
You said for 10,000.
Under $10,000, yes.
Let's just say 10,000.
Okay.
How?
With earth building material. The ground is already there. You want to pour a basement, you're looking at about $1,500 to pour not a basement, but if you want to form, you know what I'm saying? If you want to start with concrete out there, about $1,500. Somebody comes pour it for you. Or if you got the time and don't give a shit, you can pay for it yourself. Buy you about $100 worth of concrete and get you one of them a flat scrape, that go across. Make you a board form. You can use those with pallets to form it. Pour it in about 4 to 6 inches. There you go. You done built a pallet. Now you can put the rebar there, or you can put the bags there. You can start stacking them up like Lego pieces. You can run rebar through them and across them so they don't slide. Let it harden. You got a wall that can take a bullet. By the time I ain't even tapped into $5,000 at that point. That's why I said sweat equity.
So check this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put your link to your page in the chat and in the back chat.
Okay.
And what I want to do is I want to catch up with you on a different day.
Yeah, please.
Through this one, and I want to talk about it not on the live, because I personally tend to believe that
what
there are enough powers that be that don't want to see that happen.
And
so
I shouldn't do anything at all?
No,
I don't think
you shouldn't necessarily discuss it in its completion.
Oh, it's already discussed, baby. I done videos on it. I've been on here about a year and a half. I'll say this to you, and there's no offense. They're not thinking we're gonna do anything. That's why they're not worried about us. They don't think we're going to do anything. They think we're going to continue to consume from them. We give them $900 billion for the past few years and beyond. Let's just say a 10-year snap. Last year alone, Black people accumulated $900 billion in consumer goods. Our consumer dollar, that means buying homes, cars, clothes, food, rent, lights, water, because we pay for everything, right? This isn't just fun shit and entertainment. This is all down the gauntlet. Because remember, where you live is made and built by someone else. It's not Black. Unless a Black person built your house or built the apartment complex you live. The neighborhood you live in. Who are the owners that you see? You know how you want to know? Look who has the buildings for sale or the properties for the businesses to come in. And you see those realtors, and you'll find out from calling those realtors, you'll find out who the land developers are. And that's where I am. That's the side I'm on. So I'm not talking about anything that hasn't been done already. It just hasn't been done in our faces. That's why I don't think what I'm saying is that like top secret, because it can't be if we want change. Because how else would I network with people who would be interested if I don't share this information?
Old school, hand to hand, face to face. My mom always said, don't never let the left hand know what the right hand doing, you know?
Well, you got to let your left hand know because they're your hands. So that's different. This keeping things a secret. What did we just finish talking about? If the silent generation had told the boomers the truth, instead of all this fake tip towel and toe shit, we would have the neighborhoods that would be owned and operated by Black people. But no, unfortunately, we got fear-based information passed down to us over and over again. And that's why we are so afraid of change. If somebody gonna take me out, they're gonna take me out. If somebody gonna try to sabotage what I do, they are going to do that. Now, the question is, can I survive those things and still keep it pushing? That's the only thing I can control in any part of life. You're absolutely correct, right? Like, we can't control human beings, so why would I care if somebody is trying to take me out? I want people to have the opportunity to see it done so that maybe they'll be inspired to do it if I'm no longer here to do it.
What is the greatest weapon in war?
Your mind.
The element of surprise.
No, baby.
It is.
I have to disagree with you. I just disagree with you. That's all. That's part of it, but that's not it. When you're able to get into somebody's head, propaganda. That's why they say propaganda is worse than anything, because think about it. You're not, I'm doubting that you were born in the 1960s, right?
Correct.
Right? I wasn't either. However, the same experiences that some Black people experienced in the 60s, we're experiencing now. Why is that? because there hasn't been significant enough change to stop our children's children from still suffering from the shit that was from long ago. They need us. That's why they ain't sent us back to Africa. They tried. That's part of Watergate. They don't talk about that part. That Richard Nixon was trying to send black people back to Africa.
Okay, right. So if you, I don't know where you at as far as technology is concerned.
Yes,
as far
sir.
as your knowledge on that, but the robots are gonna replace all the little people, Mexicans included.
They said
So
that in the 50s, baby.
no, we talking
Yes.
about now that the technology is here. We ain't
How
talking
can the
about
technology replace us if we the ones that created it? It's gonna have
because
flaws.
it's here.
So what? But we
It's
still
not.
have
It's
to
not.
go to the grocery store. Hold on, baby.
It's not a dream. It's already doing it.
It has nothing to do with that, though. So we still, then if we know it's here, then what we waiting on? I gotta beg. Listen,
You
listen.
said they
I'll say
need
this.
us. You said
They
need us.
do. They do need us.
No,
You
we
need bodies to buy
black
shit.
black people and Mexicans do not hold high level positions or
And we can change that.
indispensable positions in this.
There's no indispensable position. There's no such thing as that.
There are plenty of positions that aren't easily replaced by technology.
Who? And what
So
human beings, sir? You're not gonna replace 9 billion human beings. You're not gonna do it.
the majority of the 9 to 5s that the middle and lower class hold, no matter of race, are easily replaced by the technology that we now currently have.
Okay.
Versus what we had 5 years ago. Not
So
even
if we have a community that a person ain't got to worry about that, and they can afford their home no matter what job they have, that they can afford to have their children in a nice neighborhood, a safe space, that their children will still learn a good education, they can still go to sleep at night, they can still go to the doctor, they can still go to the movies, they can still go do whatever they got to do because everything is affordable. That's what people do. They create opportunity for those who are lacking or missing opportunity. We just haven't done it yet, but it's been done. What I'm talking about ain't new. It's being done every day, just not in our neighborhoods. There are 12, sir. 12 thriving Black neighborhoods in this country right now, surrounding the Maryland, DC area. Why? Because those are the most higher paid jobs of government positions from all ranges. Now, everybody in the government can't afford to live in these neighborhoods, but there are predominantly 70 to 80% Black neighborhoods with homes that average in the 300,000s and up. That's what we quantify as something upper class, right?
Yeah, higher middle class.
Right. So why not replicate that in a different way? So instead of going, well, it's got to be so expensive, let's make it affordable for people who don't need that to live comfortably. They just want a decent or nice neighborhood. They want to be able to go outside and sit and drink lemonade and not watch the police every 5 minutes go down the street. Now hear shots whiz about their head. If you start creating these cosmoses for people, if you want to go to the upper echelon, you will, but at least you have a true foundation that is fair, that is safe, that does allow children to go to school and not worry about being kidnapped, that we do know who our neighbors are. That's a concept that can happen. Now, are you going to know everybody 100%? Hell no. Nobody knows everybody 100%. But if you acting sus, we're not going to pretend like we don't see it. But we're not also going to be the mob mentality too. So you've got that balance that you got to keep up and going. But if you keep it started off in a foundation that is structured in a way that just allows you to be a human being, you're not gonna have them issues. That's why they'll say in neighborhoods that a murder occurred, or a deletion occurred, or something like that. They'll be like, "Oh, this doesn't happen in this neighborhood. Why?" And usually it's because what? It's predominantly white. So I don't, and understand my tone is not anything other than I'm not surprised of your questions because I've already been asked these questions. I'm not afraid of that. I wouldn't have met the people that I have met if I hadn't opened my mouth and said, this is what I'm trying to do. Everything isn't going to be done in front of the screen. We know that. But see, here's the thing. When we talk about European business models, at this point, the government needs every dollar it could get. That's why they don't bother these corporations about the things that they do. But if we had our own Walmarts, if we had our own Dollar Trees and all our Dollar Generals and our hardware stores and manufactured our own stuff, that money would shift. It's still the same money. It's just shifting our way. A little longer than 6 seconds. So, I'm going to get off here. I enjoyed talking to you. I'm just doing an impromptu live. I was going live anyway. And I'm a night person, so I stay up. But this is a great conversation. And definitely, you just let me know. My information is on my community tab. You can email me or Instagram me. And we can do a show. I talk about venture capitalism, how, growing food and starting to supply the different things, because I'm starting out with agriculture, technology, and manufacturing first. Then that gives us the money to create the healthcare, because that's the most expensive part of it. And when we start providing that our own healthcare, a Black dentist, Black doctor, obstetricians, the whole nine in our neighborhoods, and allowing these people to flourish, because it costs a lot to have a doctor's office. That's why they all become these big conglomerates, because the insurance and the offices and all that, it's expensive running a practice by yourself.
So have you heard about the 19 Black families that bought about however many hundreds of acres of land in mid Georgia? And they were having quite a few issues with the city allowing them to put like utilities and things of that nature in. They were like a lot of shit. So location.
I mean, if you want to continue to talk, you could. I'm like I said, until you gotta go, because I know my boy is somebody's sleep. Like, you're not gonna tell me. Because he don't ride for 6 hours. Like, this is almost 7 hours.
No, he's definitely asleep. Yeah. But no, this is it. I'm ready to talk about myself.
All right.
I got your channel.
Yeah, please. You are more than welcome.
I already subscribed and everything like that.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, we'll definitely link at a different time.
Yes, please.
For sure.
And I like your questions. I like questions.
Yeah. I just want you to know that I was coming from a place of sincerity.
I know you were. Yeah. There's no way you can have a dream and not be ready to take shit for it. You have to, because either I've already done it to myself. So it's like, once I made the decision, this is where my path was going. And the minute I truly am being honest as to where I want to be in life, it's been slow, but doors are opening. And it feels right for me. My personality, what I want to see happen in my community. I've always been a community activist. I wanted to go into politics. My mother begged me not to, because she didn't want them to take me out of here. Now, in the 90s, yeah, they would have. No doubt. Because they were still on something different. So I get where you're coming from. But I'm gonna tell you something. Our government is worried about a lot of shit that's getting ready to come down the pipe. Because right now, and as I'm assuming you would know, with all of this stuff going on with Trump and his accusers and the defendants, this is a RICO case. That means somebody was doing some shit they really shouldn't have been doing. And this is also the world stage. So right now, the government is worried about what the world is doing here and what 2024 is going to look like. So they're not worried about my little ass building nothing in the desert.
I tell you what, I hope you're right about all of that. And I wish you nothing but success.
Yes, right. Because I hope to invest in yours. Because if you haven't or you need assistance down the line, I want you to feel like you can give me a call and I'll write you a check if that's what you need. Or if you need bodies, or if you need equipment, because that's what we're supposed to do. We don't have to be best friends to do business, because the business is of our peoples having something else, another alternative, because what's out here ain't enough. Because it's now either starve or don't starve quickly. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna get out of here. Intellect, wake up, babe. In the stream. I'm going. Good night, y'all.
All right, later.
Later.
Yo, best. We out.